LG OLED. Unleash the power of next-generation performance. Get geared up for victory with LG Ultra Gear gaming displays.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. You are here for yet another week of the Let's Play Live Pro League Season 4 Counter-Strike. Of course, it is 2022. We're in season number 1 and has been an absolute belter so far, if I do say so myself. My name is Conky. Alongside me this week, I've got Matsy, and Matt, mate, it is a pleasure to have you on here.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. Definitely eager to see what's been going on in the Pro League. You know, it's a little different down in the lands of Challenger, but I'm keen to see some familiar faces once again up here in Pro.
Mate, that's exactly what it is, right? Challenger suits directly into Pro for these teams that are working on it. But one thing that has been worked on pretty well over in Kiwi Town is that internet, mate. And I tell you what, Orcon has got a deal for you right now. Signing up for an 18-month package is going to get you some really, really spicy Razer goodies as well. So make sure you do check out that Orcon Fiber Pro Plus Power Package, !Orcon in the chat. But Matt, now we are moving into the, I guess the final sort of area of this stage 1 of the competition. But if you guys are just tuning in for the first time, of course, this is how it is all set up. So stage 1, it's the double elimination bracket. Right now, we are very much towards the end of that. The last 2 teams sort of going to duke it out and see who's going to be qualifying for those last couple of spots. And of course, then on to stage 2. That's where our 4 invited teams will be facing off against the 4 teams qualifying through stage 1, and then into the 4 top teams for those playoffs, which will be just down the road. But of course, what are these teams playing for? It's not only glory, it's actually a bag of just a little over $10,000. And now, obviously, again, with our team that won a fair few in a row, the old LFO side, they're actually over in Europe. So I think that 6.5K is up for the taking. Matt, what do you think?
Yeah, there's a lot of teams which can really be in good contention to take it away here, considering, you know, you've got some of the higher tier teams overseas. It's good to give, I guess, some of the other teams a bit of a chance to find their own sense of improvement. And it's great that they get these opportunities as well. Maybe LFO might be given a run for their money when they come back home.
Exactly. That's all we can really hope for, right? You know, the more that these teams on the way up improve, the more it puts the pressure on those teams that have been running it back for quite some time. But we did have a couple of games last week, of course. It was myself and Elfish Guy bringing it through with the games you are seeing on your screen right now. Of course, the first one being Kanga and Dynasty. And a little unfortunate, I guess, in this one. Dynasty did walk away with the 2-0. The game got pretty exciting here on Vertigo. It was definitely a spicy one, but Dynasty is second. They moved over towards that T side. They absolutely decimated. Then, unfortunately, due to Dan's not being able to get home, I do believe there was a second map forfeit. So where all the spice sort of was this Bandits versus Nutty Gaming matchup. And this one really went sort of an interesting way, right? I thought Bandits were going to take it. Sorry, Nutty rather, but Bandits definitely set them in their place.
Yeah, it seems that the firepower of the Bandits was just a bit too fierce there. They were able to take it away 2-0 in their favor, completely catching Nutty Gaming off guard there. Certainly showing that they might have to reconsider a few things heading forward. Let's take a look at how the bracket is shaping up after those ones, though.
So, of course, already DGG, our first qualifying team in the Pool A side. They've been showing some absolutely solid form, and 1620 Kings, who obviously were unable to take it through, are facing off against Dynasty in that lower bracket tonight. And who else will they be facing up against later on? What games will we be seeing tonight as well? Of course, Bandits. That's what we did see in that previous little highlight ring there. They managed to take down Nutty, and of course, Nutty, who will be facing off against Deadweight, who also did go down to the Bandits as well. So that's going to be an interesting one, because I think Nutty and Deadweight, there's a few sort of buddies on either side of those rosters there, so that one will definitely be an exciting test. But Matt, mate, look, both really sort of close games up here.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how the 1620 Kings and the Dynasty game actually is going to shape up. And same could be said of the Nutty Gaming and Deadweight game, because both of these teams, I'd say, are pretty closely matched. You know, we're definitely going to be seeing some thrilling Counter-Strike tonight. And I feel like both series have the real potential to go all 3 maps.
Yeah, for sure. So let's introduce the players that are going to actually be, doing the damage in the server tonight. First up is going to be 1620 Kings. Now, it's a team, of course, that we have been seeing throughout the course of this competition. Cheeseball at the helm, the IGL himself, Cookie on the AWP, Script, the newest addition, who's definitely putting in some numbers, and then the dynamic duo of Nor and Forvin. They've been a really exciting sort of bunch of faces and playing a little bit more of a kind of slower, methodical style of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed seeing them actually shape their identity as a team, even through their former banner under Silex. I really enjoyed seeing what some of Nor and Forvin were capable of, and I feel like adding Script to the roster, in the most recent edition, definitely does add a bit more flavor to the team as well. I feel like they're just getting their start here, and they've got a lot of room to grow.
Yeah, for sure. Forvin and Nor just absolutely coming out of nowhere for me and putting up numbers is exactly what you want to see. Someone else who's done a very similar thing is Mechanical. And of course, this is the Dynasty roster you are now seeing in your very eyes right now. Super, sort of one of the newer additions to the roster. He's been putting in some good work as well, bringing that experience through. Has been around a little bit longer than some of these guys. Night Raid on the AWP, Thriller, Nub, and Night Raid, of course, from, I believe it was that former Hazard roster that sort of is stuck together a little bit, adding in Mechanical later in the piece, but these guys have been looking really good as well. I think if they back themselves a little bit more, run up that confidence, I think they can do some damage in the later stages of this competition.
Yeah, it's great to see these players actually being pushed into a roster together, because they have that bit of history with one another. Like Thriller and Night Raid played on a team together in the past. Same can be said of Mechanical and Nub playing in the Challenger Leagues in the past on the Legion Chaos roster, I believe. So it's great that they've been able to come together in this mix on Dynasty and really release their full potential.
Absolutely. It's where friends sort of, play together for some time through the lower leagues and then ultimately, branch off and find some newer rosters. So always sick to see the mishmash of the players and how it all sort of works over time. But head-to-head, right up here, Nor and Night Raid, two really sort of the flashier members, I guess you could say. Nor, he has been sort of taking control, putting up some multi-frags around the block under the helm of Cheeseball there. And of course, Night Raid, on the side of Dynasty on that AWP, both really exciting and entertaining players, and definitely two to keep an eye on in the server tonight.
Yeah, they're really able to just make a statement through their own individual play styles, because Night Raid can be that real opener for your team. Just keep your team alive in the round, get that early lead if you're seeking it out. Just really important to find that stuff. But then Nor also, similarly, definitely able to make huge impact with the rifle there. Certainly excited to see who's going to be the better of the two players here this evening.
Well, it all comes down, as you know, Matt, to the vetoes, my friend. And little birdie told me that there's going to be something a little bit spicier in the mix-up tonight, which you absolutely love to see. How good's that? Overpass, Vertigo, and Ancient, if we do end up making it there. It has been a competition where we have seen the usual likes of your Mirage, Inferno, your Dust 2. So taking a little bit of a turn here and going somewhere a bit more technical. And I have a feeling that is definitely Cheeseball's mind at work from what we've seen in this veto here.
Yeah, it's good to see some of the complexities of the mind coming into work there. Really goes to show that the team's putting in the prac in the back end in order to come out with a veto like this. It's not your standard Dust 2 Inferno Mirage. It's something a little bit different, and I'm very eager to see if it goes all the way down to Ancient, because that's my favorite map to cast, I'd say. Maybe not the same for some other people, but, for me, that's the one to go to, 100%, man.
It's going to be funny you're casting it with yourself as opposed to Dion, because he says it's green and he just can't see any colors, but that's absolutely fine because Dion. This map, exciting, right? Ancient, super, super technical at this point in time. Probably the most CT-sided map in the pool as well. So definitely nice and flashy. Newest entry into the pool, just always, always great to watch. But getting to see this veto, Matt, what are you sort of thinking as a matchup right now? We sort of talked about earlier how it is quite an even matchup, like definitely the potential to go to those three maps. Is there any way you kind of leaning to either side of these teams at this point in time?
It's a real tough one, isn't it? I feel like both teams definitely have their individual strengths, so it's hard to really put your finger on which of them might be able to pull ahead, because like we were saying, it really does have that three-map potential. I feel like maybe we could see potentially the Kings take away their own map pick there on Overpass. I'm curious to see if they might incorporate some of the more technical things we've seen overseas recently, like the four-man boost towards T-Spawn, trying to clear out the Heaven angle towards the B site, maybe even something similar towards Graffiti. We'll see what actually comes out of them, though, because obviously, they've definitely done some deep diving into their strategies in order to come up with this pick. So I'm curious to find out their reasons why.
Yeah, for sure. And it's such an entertaining map overpass. You know, they're the CT side just having so much space to kind of take into, right? It's one of those maps that really kind of forces your hand a little bit. If you sit back too far, just defending the sites, you can be overwhelmed quite easily. You know, I'd say similar to sort of Inferno in that way. And for Vertigo, you know, a map that has definitely been tossed into the pool much more regularly. The quick rotations sort of make it feel, you know, similar to the sort of Puggier style maps at times, but there's so much complexity to the map and so many different things you can do. I absolutely love that we ended up there. And after Dynasty had such a good run on that, you know, CT side against Kanga last week, they had a little bit of a struggle sort of effort, I guess you could say, on that T side, but finally did sort of start to find some momentum towards the end of the half. And yeah, look, Ancient, I honestly don't really even have a pick for that one, right? You know, seeing the maps that we've seen vetoed to actually get there, right? Clearly, Cheeseball hates Mirage, has got rid of that. And also getting rid of Inferno, I think, for 1620 Kings is quite a statement too. You know, a staple for so many different players. So, yeah, I reckon it's definitely an exciting pool that we've ended up with and keen to see the players in the server.
It's all going to come down to who's going to be able to land their shots at the end of the day there. But I'm pretty eager to see exactly what kind of strategies we see from them, whether we see maybe a more aggressive push towards either way on the map from one side or the other, or maybe if we see a little bit more of a passive and loose style there, just playing more info picks before really diving headfirst into it. Because, you know, definitely does play into a game of pacing on a map like Ancient, whether you can burst onto a site quickly and whether the other team's able to really react to you fast enough, or whether you're just able to break them apart entirely.
Yeah, for sure. I think as well, also looking into, I guess, potentially, you know, right now we're just waiting on one more player from what I can gather to jump in the server before we actually do dive into it. Yeah, look, the rest of the competition, you know, that's coming up too, right? These are the last two teams that we're going to be seeing, you know, or the last two qualifying teams we'll be seeing going to that next stage of the competition. What are your thoughts so far on what we've actually kind of seen to date? And, you know, do you think that the teams that we have at the moment have what it takes to get into that next stage?
I definitely feel like so far this tournament's shaped up to be really exciting. It's great to see the teams have managed to really make their mark into the Pro League, you know, managing to just give it their best shot and honestly be able to work their way up to be the best teams they can. And I feel like the teams we have here today all are equally as capable for that qualification. It's really just going to come down to who's going to be able to deliver that fierce energy through today, because this is what it boils down to, you know, qualification matches, whichever team takes it away will be able to play through towards stage 2. This is only the beginning for them, but it all comes down to this. It's like playing an overtime, you know, every single round counts.
For sure. And I think that's one of the best sort of parts in the legs of this competition is how it actually does, you know, dive into that, you know, and give the players the opportunity to play against the invited teams. But without further ado, we finally do have everybody in the server right now. So we are going to be jumping into Overpass. Thank you, everyone, for joining us this evening, I guess you could say. We've got potentially 6 maps of Counter-Strike on store. It's the final night of stage number 1 of this competition. And mate, Matt, we're going into Overpass, and I am absolutely stoked to be here. Cannot wait to see who will be the victor over 1620 Kings and Dynasty here on the map pick of 1620 Kings. Again, as we mentioned, Overpass super versatile. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see like how exactly these teams are going to play this one, because so far, like at least in the lower leagues, I've seen a lot of aggression through towards like the party position, for example, early on. Like teams always just so eager to go for those early picks. Whereas otherwise, you could see maybe a bit more disciplined gameplay where they don't actually opt to go for that early aggression through towards, like, for example, the party or connector positions. So I'm eager to see if we're maybe going to see a more disciplined approach from the teams here today, or whether it could be just the more explosive things that we've seen similarly in the Challenger League.
So we are going to be knifing straight into this opening map. Already you can hear the HFs in the chat. Checking into connector early on. Look at this control already, Matt. They've dived their way straight into short. All the members leaning in towards this position of the map. Script has fired a couple of warning shots, but immediately there's that call. Night Ray does find the opener. But now they very much slowed down the pace on the side of Dynasty. However, this pickup on the speed towards the site, 1620 Kings, they'll find the plan.
Yeah, good to see that they have at least used their pressure, get a distraction through towards B, get the plant down on A. In the meantime, though, Thriller has found another kill. Now going to be the 4-on-3 situation. Good find by Nor there. Could actually flank behind them. Forbin, good to find one as well. Nub least finding it back. All going to be down to Forbin and Cheeseball now. Playing around the angles, though. They're staying alive a little longer, even diving in a bit further. And do open up the first round for the Kings there. So great teamwork. You can see the smiles all the way through.
I was going to say, look at that little reaction from Forvin there. Absolutely stoked to be walking away with that 3K, and I would be too. You know, he locked it down super nicely there from the truck position. But ultimately, yeah, that's Dynasty walking away with a, yeah. Wait, hang on. If I'm thinking correctly, regardless. Yep, no, 16-20 Kings. That's right. That's what I've seen. It's up there. Yeah, nicely done. Awesome start to the map here. It is going to be that force in from Dynasty, of course. Trying to get the scout in. Night Raid looking for that early information. But 16-20 Kings, they are straight into the short water position here. A couple of warning shots coming out from those Deagles. They're actually going to be walking in to try and take the duel here, and they've walked away. Will the timing fare them? Cheeseball, will he be spotted? He will indeed, but ultimately it is only Thriller to find the opening pick on the North.
Yeah, good start to the round there, at least landing the T's the advantage early on. Forcing the CTs to really consider which angles they want to hold here. Obviously only with the Deagles and the SSG. It does prove difficult. Nub could be finding something quite soon, though. At least does have an inkling there's a T nearby by the utility, but they're not giving themselves away just yet. Still got just over a minute to play with, though, so maybe their patience could pay off. Ooh. Maybe not, though. Poor Vit, able to come through with the knife and does it with style, coming out with the MP5 as well. So Super on the 1-on-4 situation here. Maybe finds 4 Vince. Or maybe not. Will actually be fallen back, so the T's can at least have that idea that the B side is completely open and just go straight for the plant there. At least this time now, though, gives Dynasty a bit of time to consider what they want to do heading into the future rounds.
So much money earned by Forvin in that position, right? He sets his team up for a lot of success in the future coming rounds, obviously setting that money aside for Cookie to pick up the AWP. But look, well done, you know. Consistency is key. That's all that really we can kind of focus on here, making sure that you don't go down in those counter recos. And Super, whilst he does manage to find at least 1 frag, 3 alive, certainly not a horrible result, but they do have to be careful. I've seen this man do some serious damage with the Deagle in the past, and taking over the scout into the next round for him actually might not be too bad. It looks like Cheeseball is super keen to take him down, and he will find some success there. So already 16-20 Kings putting themselves into a good position. We should very well see the eco come out from Dynasty here into the next round. And should just be business as usual there on 16-20 Kings to ensure the money does stack up nicely and, you know, allow them sort of some good stead into the rest of this half. You know, getting started really early on the T side of Overpass, keeping that momentum behind you, ensuring that you've got all the kit and caboodle to kind of take that fight. Because if you can just continue to kind of dominate the economy situation of those CTs, it makes it so hard to get back into the map.
Yeah, it does give you a lot of difficulties to be faced head first, that's for sure. This is only the beginning of such things for Dynasty here. They are just going to be stacked up in an even spread through towards Connector and just in the toilets position there. Just waiting to see if any of the T's will actually swing past them. Meanwhile, though, the T's are clearing out positions through towards the B short water position. Do have a script holding Connector as well, so could be an imperative position towards their success. As soon as the CTs make movements there with their steps, script might just be able to swing onto them and just shut down their push entirely. Still just gonna be the pressure building, though. Speaking of which, 4 Vince could run into the crosshair of Super. Does get the better end of it, though. So a nice start there for the Kings. 4 Vint now left vulnerable. Could go down to Night Raid, however. Looking up behind him. There's Script, though. Does at least find a spray onto 1. Cheeseball good to back him up, even if he goes down. Night Raid, in the meantime, however, does finalize the kill onto 4 Vint, so it will be a weapon retrieved. Only an MP5, sure, but they can at least do maybe a little bit of damage with that one regardless. Cookie going to be at least waiting around the corner. Does set it up in the end, and it will be the Kings taking away the third, sending now Dynasty into a full buy.
Very impressed by the way that 16-20 Kings have actually started this off. You know, they're not rushing for eco frags. They're not trying to hunt it too hard. They heard a little bit of that information in towards Connector. Script held the line, and, you know, only losing 2 members is actually not a bad result, really, if we sort of get down to the wire there. They've got really solid money here in this position. They've got the AWP up for Cookie. They've got the AKs to work with as well, as alongside a couple of those Galils. But it's the first real buy here for Dynasty. Obviously, Night Raid has picked it up. He's got enough money to put some Kevlar behind him as well. And they are playing that somewhat aggressive long position here. Nub, very much on an island, though. They've definitely looked to double flash their way out here. Will there be any action? Another one over the top. Nub has managed to hold it. So really, really in a one-and-done position here if he does not get traded at all. Looks like the rotation does start to come up, but there we go. Forvin clears, and whilst Night Raid does find one, that's the AWP down as well, Matt. So making it very, very challenging for Dynasty. You know, if you're going to play that tree position, you need a teammate there to at least sort of fish you out later, unless you're going sort of balls to the wall early on at the back of the round.
Yeah, and it's difficult if you haven't had a trip to BCF in order to pick up the right angler there. Could prove challenging, that's for sure. But alas, it will be the one-man lead in the way of the Kings at the moment. Could be changing quite soon, though, considering Mechanical is creeping around towards T-Spawn at the moment. Not actually going to be spotting anyone towards that position, though. Might be able to land a flank through onto Script and his teammate, perhaps. In the meantime, however, Super does manage to take down Script. Good trade there. Cheeseball going to be good for another. So the T's at least creating noise towards the A side, but in the interim, the main objective is through towards B. It's going to leave Mechanical now in that 1-on-2 situation, has an idea of exactly where it's going to go down, is now forced to try and do it all on his own.
Cruising on through now. Definitely a winnable prospect here. The molly goes down towards short. So going to just walk his way through monster position. Depending on where that bomb is planted. Assume it's planted up for heaven. It definitely is. So will they find the line or the right timing? Nor, I think he actually spotted out Mechanical there. Really, really nicely done. Holding onto the position accordingly. And this is going to be, I'm sure, a round 4 16-20 Kings. Mechanical should not have much more of an opportunity to do this here. Yep, he's completely given up the goat. I was going to say, thinking back to your fishing comment before, it's always like reminding me of those memes. It's like, I don't say good morning anymore, because if it was a good morning, I'd be fishing.
That's exactly right. You do love a good fish, that's for sure. Definitely a little bit of a angler myself, but alas, we will be seeing a few more bites to come through from the side of the Kings there. We'll see how a Dynasty choose to respond now back onto their eco, though. Do have at least a slither of utility, a couple of grenades, the smoke. You know, it's good to try and get some early presence there. They can establish those close angles. Look to see if they can maybe create a choke point, which the Kings have to be forced to fight them in.
So how are they going to play this? Look at the walk already out towards that monster position. Once again, all the eggs in the Dynasty basket straight in towards that short and connected position, only leaving Super to have a little bit of a hunt. Spots out Cheeseball. I think he actually, no, not quite. Didn't quite hit the shot there, but Cheeseball picked up a second here as well, making it look nice and crispy, nice and easy. Just a relatively stock standard round here. Script is playing connector fantastically. Yeah, look, I think 16-20 Kings are playing that, as I mentioned earlier, a very slower, methodical style of Counter-Strike. They're watching their angles. They're clearing out their lines. They're listening to each other. Their comms must be good. And it's all smiles in Camp 16-20 Kings, and I absolutely don't blame them for that. So it's going to be now very much an important position on Dynasty, how much they've got sort of in the tank here to fight back. You know, I'd start to get a little bit concerned if 16-20 Kings very, very early on find 6, 7, 8 rounds, because it just immediately puts that early pressure onto Dynasty, knowing that this is an elimination game. And, you know, not wanting to lose that early map pick first. Sure, they get to go into Vertigo of their map pick second, but Ancient, right? Anything can happen. We never know. And Nor, he's already found the pick early on. So that's another fantastic start here from 16-20 Kings, all off the back of just some very sort of short walks, but Mechanical really find the right timing. He gives away his shot, and there's Mechanical. He doesn't miss this, man. Definitely looking for a ton, but Script does get the trade back, so it still is an advantage going the way of Dynasty, but not without a loss.
Yeah, it seems that there are necessary sacrifices to come through to this round in order to get them into the position they are now. All going to be slowing down at this point, however. Just under a minute to go for the T's. They're all split apart, still just trying to find a bit of information before fully committing towards one side or the other here. There's a bit of intel, though, discovered by Cookie. Does take down Thriller, creates that opening towards the B side. T's maybe looking to regroup and take advantage of that. Or potentially they could look to further things. A Shadow going to be spotted by Super, though, so does line up another kill towards the B side. All on Forvint and Script here. Forvint going to push up long right now. Might just be able to spot Nub holding that truck position. Still just clearing the close angles before going for it. Does actually hear the player trying to run away. getting the shots through, but ultimately not able to pull through in the end. Script at least finding one, but alas, it will be the round done and dusted in the interim. As Night Raid does capture Script there, trying to rush the bomb to the site.
How's this change? Completely different story than what we're dealing with right now as the replay does start to come through. Great shot there from Night Raid to ultimately close out the round, but 1620 Kings, who looked like they were just absolutely marching forward. You know, they managed to find 6 in a row. And then, of course, we did see one to, come back from Dynasty. But then straight away, 1620 Kings were fighting fit to very much get back into this. But now it is going to be that B-side hit. And Thriller, he should absolutely clean house here. 3 big frags, pistol through for Cookie. And Nub to ultimately close it out. So just as quickly as the round started, Matt, it's over before you could even sort of look at it. But that's exactly what 1620 Kings kind of just needed to throw it out the window and think about the next round accordingly. Not going to be an all-putt for Cookie, however, though. It's just the AKs again. As on the side of Dynasty, their money is looking absolutely chip up. Of course, Night Raid still with his AWP in hand. And if Dynasty keep on kicking, you know, they're a solid chance at actually winning out this half, which is a complete godsend from the change. And look at this as well. Nub flashing his way into mid. There's going to be no one there. Fremo's in playground, but yet to take any jewels as of yet.
Looks like they are going to find the early jewel there, though. Good kill coming through with the assistance of the flashbang from Forvent. Does at least create some momentum. Nor could be looking to further it. CT's pushing around the corner. Not actually going to be good for it, though. Mechanical does manage to find it in the end there. Good that the Script is still holding their ground, but Thriller is able to put him into the ground 10 feet under. And it will be now down to a 3-on-3 situation. Rest of the T's now looking to run through T-spawn, see if they can manage to find something else through towards the B site. They already know that there is at least a lack of defensive presence there, but they are aware there could still at least be one player lurking about. So they are going to get into position to just set up their utility before really kicking things off. Just actually going to go for the dry peaks in this instance, but Thriller holding Graffiti could create a false sense of security for them because he's not actively holding the site just yet. At least has Night Raid coming through towards Heaven, though, to keep an eye on things before they go for anything. Thriller does get the spot in the end, however, and does actually allow Night Raid to pick up a kill there on the Cheeseball. It'll be down to the 2-on-3 situation now. Thriller cut off from the site with the fire. Does allow the Kings to get the bomb down. They still need to hold on to the site just a little bit longer if they want to take a round. Forvent being caught by the shoulder does now push it to a 1-on-3. Cookie, the pressure is on. He's going to have to do it all. Does at least find the AWP, so at least giving himself a little bit more defensive presence. But alas, 2 versus 1, the odds are stacked against you. And it will be a Dynasty able to claw it back.
Very nicely done in the end. You know, you sort of saw a position there where Cookie could have potentially turned it around, but both team members, they pinch on in and he can't look like the right way. And ultimately, he will be finding a round through again. So Dynasty, yeah, look, they are absolutely diving forward. This is looking a really solid position for them to sort of come through. Of course, this is the map pick of 1620 Kings. And my God, they've almost fallen completely flat here, the T's. Not really able to kind of put any super big amounts of pressure, but it's been those individual performances as well. You know, Night Raid's been getting impact frag after impact frag, peeking in towards mid now. He's going to line up in towards the playground. Unfortunately, does miss that shot and has to look to fall away now. So they do give up a lot of that extra presence inside mid. Already Cookie's out towards long. But again, down towards the B site, they start to walk through. Nor seems to be ready for it, however, and we will be able to find some good damage, but they do actually look to go for the fadeaway and Mechanical. Both Thriller and him, they get taken low, but he does actually manage to find the frag.
Yeah, good start for Dynasty there once again. Sure, a couple of players tagged down low, but at least they do manage to get the killing blow through towards the Kings there. See what else they might be able to come up with, however. The Kings are certainly considering a push through towards either side here. Just gaining that presence with the bomb carrier on long. Do have Thriller to consider, though, holding just around the corner. They may not anticipate this close angle. Thriller could potentially push into them as they try and fade back. Speaking of, there he goes, pushing into them, taking a 1. It will be Nub to shut it down there. Super backing it up twofold as well. Now down to the 1-on-4 situation here for Cookie. Just seems to be a common trend pushed into these uncomfortable situations and makes it even worse for wear as now Dynasty completely equalize it. And just like you said earlier, Mitch, they might just be able to take this half.
Crazy stuff. Like, not actually even sort of feeling that it was going to come this way at all. But whatever, yeah, as I said, whatever conversation that Dynasty had, maybe it was back in that pause. That's what we could have potentially thought about. But no, right now it's just 16-20 Kings that really need to sort of jump up and work out what they're doing. Their approach, whilst it has been slow and methodical, unfortunately, it's not going to be enough when Night Raid is absolutely sending shots left, right, good night inside mid as Nub also there inside connector. Yeah, 16-20 Kings are just completely disconnected, completely out of what they were managing to put through earlier. Now Cookie stuck in an awkward spot. Great flash, but my God, Night Raid. What is this man doing right now, Matt? An absolute animal. Bombs dropped, and he's got a 4K. No, it's actually going to be a leg shot. He's got the pistol out, though, and he's going to close it. That is an incredible half and a big turnaround. And Night Raid just sort of shrugging that one off, too. He's just like, oh, it's just pretty easy, man, I reckon.
Yeah, just another day in the office for the young Orping King, that's for sure. And we'll see what the Kings might be able to respond back with, because they were looking red hot towards the beginning of the matchup. But seemingly after the tactical pause from Dynasty, they just completely switched on. They put their thinking caps on and they were ready for war there. Alas, it is going to be another half before us now. Dynasty on the T side, Kings on CT. Looking to go head first into this one. Seeing a little bit of utility across both sides, though. Eager to see exactly how that's going to come into play here, as Dynasty just look to launch a death ball composition so far, all just stacked up, trying to gain some presence on A long.
So they're going to march through. No sort of information gathered at all. So really, it's just that position of Cookie here, the lone soldier. Pretty common strategy to obviously have 4B, 1A. You never really know what those Glocks are going to do early on, but Cookie, he's got the information. Great decision to get the hell out of there as well. Sort of fall his way back towards jump up. The smoke will go down, and he is making the right decision in the end. I was going to say, is he going to try and take this fight? We'll have to find out, but the fight, it will ensue, and it's inside this maze position. Script swinging down as well. He's looking to find more, and it's trade after trade after trade, man, into this 3-on-3.
Yeah, seems like they're just playing with trading cards at this point. Maybe it's a CSGO or Yu-Gi-Oh! Who knows? A Super, though, going to be pushing straight into another engagement, fading off to Bank. Nub able to get a kill in the Bank from short there. Does find another one. Just looking to jiggle their way through. Has the backup on Thriller as well. And Thriller is able to launch it through for the side of Dynasty, kicking off their lead now 2 ahead of the Kings. And they can easily look to build on themselves further, taking away double digits out of this next one, perhaps. However, they might just be met with a force buy on the side of the Kings. It looks like they already have brought that one through.
8 rounds in a row, Matt. That's what we're seeing here right now from Dynasty. The second they won that one back, it was 16-20 Kings to kind of force it back, put them into a bit of an eco situation. Got one more, and then, it's been just the Dynasty show ever since, and they are absolutely decimating accordingly. 16-20 Kings really trying to go for some, different plays here, sending the member of Cookie all the way up long, nor watching towards long bathroom. I'm actually not too sure what I feel about this situation here as well. They are going to flash their way into party, so not really looking to take the fight just yet. Night Raid playing it very, very passively, but if Cookie doesn't hit this shot, and he's got no Kevlar to boot as well, it's going to make it extremely awkward. There's the info. He finds one. He sees the second as well. Not exactly in a position to trade here, as Nor has to get out of there as well. And also, on the back of that, now he's stuck kind of on an island here inside long toilets. He needs to call his teammate down on Cheeseball to come and try and find him. That's exactly what they'll be doing. Jeez, having a bit of a hunt around, but they're happy with the information that they've got so far. They've got the pick. They think it might be a little bit of a stack. So the only call for concern that the side of Dynasty have right now is this position, of course, of Forvint and Script. They are tucked up very nicely over towards this monster position with 35 seconds coming, Matt. I think it is going to be a tough one for them to try and lock down.
They are going to be swinging straight into it. Forvin goes down. Script straight to follow. So alas, their defenses all for naught there, and will result in a plant going the way of Dynasty here. Another kill to follow in result as well. Cheeseball now the last man standing. Deagle and a grenade in hand. Might be able to single out a player perhaps, or may just opt to see what else lies in store for them. Looks like the T's are just going to be continually just clearing the angles just in case Cheeseball tries to pull a fast one over on them, but not really going to be the case this time. It's still a bit too far from the promised land, it would seem. Just going to be holding in the exit kill angle through towards Connector. Thriller quite close by, could be on the receiving end here. Does have a teammate behind him. Cheeseball waiting patiently. Ooh, getting a bit antsy. Could find something. There it is. Say goodbye to Nub. As Cheeseball does at least find one kill towards the end of the rounds there. It will be Dynasty taking it away in the end, though.
Yeah, no weapon recovered either. So good shot, dropping away that Galil, but ultimately, I think he could have been hoping for a little bit more here. So once more, it is going to be Dynasty pushing the pressure down even further. 1620 Kings just on the eco. So I guess we sort of use this time to have a bit of a thought, bit of a conversation about what we can potentially look to see from the 1620 Kings. As we saw from Dynasty, their real change of pace in how they kind of, stepped up to the plate and really changed the tide of this game was just by getting that little bit of extra aggression, sending their buddy systems out towards Connect, out towards Long, trying to sort of take that early control. Those late to mid-round pushes out Monster as well were just absolutely brilliant. And, 1620 Kings have had absolutely no presence since then. So as we, see them walk over somewhat towards this stack, I think the bomb heading up towards Long, so it should be absolutely fine. They'll gather that information very, very shortly as they start to send the line out accordingly. But, the bait is set, the trap down on that B site. And realistically, at this point in time, it doesn't look like it's going to be catching a whole lot.
Yeah, it's really just going slow and steady at the moment. Nothing being snared in the trap here. It will be the T's just looking to make their way down towards the A side at the moment. Still just thinking on it, really running down the clock there, waiting to see if any of the CTs will be lurking nearby. Ultimately, they are going to have to go for something soon, though. Looks like the bait is coming through towards B right now. Counter utility being used there by the Kings as well. No one really going to be dedicating truly close to them. However, Cheeseball now going to try and rotate over with the grenade. It could be well positioned. In the meantime, though, Super does find a couple of kills onto the B site, losing their life in the end, but at least stifling any of the counteractive powers that could come through from the Kings here. Will now be down to the 4-on-3 situation, though. Nub, good hold towards short there. Can cut them off in Connector. Does spot one. Unfortunately, not able to react in time. Does let him past. But at least knows that the CTs are trying to launch some kind of concoction towards them. We'll see if they will be able to figure it out. Ultimately, Nor, though, not going to be able to figure out anything. Will be taking a tumble through to the dirt there. Nub finding 4-vin all on Cheeseball now. Does almost get flanked, but does bank a kill in the end. So not a bad way to close it out. Night Raid certainly happy with the way that one came out.
I was going to say, yeah. I wonder what the comms were just then. And Night Raid did well, actually. I thought he was going to go down to the bomb there, though, but they had a little bit of extra time. But look, spirits are high, and that's exactly what you need. The big benefit of these player cams, not only do we have 10 beautiful faces on our screens from time to time, of course, we do actually get to see the emotion. And, Counter-Strike, it is still, to this date, one of those games that can be, very emotionally taxing to kind of play. And if a team's feeling a bit flat, quite often that can sort of show in the server as well. The comms aren't up, the spirits aren't high, and that's where you can kind of really start to fall apart. So this is the first real buy that we've seen out from the 1620 Kings in quite some time, certainly this half. And Dynasty now with, what is it, 9 rounds, 10 rounds in a row that they've actually managed to pull through. It is just on the Kings to see if they've got what it takes to kind of defend this. And, minimal utility, playing that extremely passive route as we were talking about. Nor's not been able to kind of activate either. And, even in this position, Matt, right, sure, he can get a frag, maybe even 2. But the second he goes down, he's immediately overwhelmed. And look how much extra space that the rest of the team has to actually make up to get back towards that site. So whilst, you've got some teams with a little bit, players rather, on that CT side with a little bit of control, it can be very quickly overwhelmed if they're unable to hit the shots. So as it stands, a little bit of a hunt towards B from Dynasty at this point in time. They are adopting that 2 monster strat again from the Kings, but whether or not it'll pay off for them, I think the member towards monster is going to be Cheeseball, listening out for some audio. But 30 seconds, good use of the utility. Let's see if they can lock it down from here.
It's all going to kick off as soon as that fire goes down. 4-vin does find one. Script good to trade it. Finding another one. It's all coming together for the Kings there. Mechanical at least finding one back. Leaving it all onto Super now, though. 1 on 4 goes down, and it will be the Kings finding success there towards the end. Really great that they created that pressure with the utility, and it all just fell into place from there.
Off the back of that audio, the flash comes in from Script and they lock it down accordingly. Very nicely done. Great job from the B players. Great utility usage. And yeah, Script, he's been really impressive so far. You know, he's able to find, you know, plenty under this team. I think he was always sort of that quantity that we all knew quite well, but you know, hadn't really sort of found his way into a team that he's comfortable around. And what I keep seeing is that 1620 Kings keep showing like good signs, but then they can't quite, you know, get it all the way through, which I think is something that's going to take time for Vint and Nor. They're, you know, prospects that I think potentially even Cheeseball might need to be a bit more loose with the structure, right? You know, let them go hunt, go kill, whatever you can sort of throw at them and really kind of boost these guys up. Because if you keep a leash on your fraggers, even on that CT side, you know, sure, you've got to keep them away from over peaking, over pushing or whatever. But at the same time, you've got to allow them the kind of freedom to learn and test the limits of some of these T-sided players and teams. And that's kind of what we're seeing now. So the utility will be put back down, but for 1620 Kings, they're happy with the information that they gathered inside that position. More looking over towards site, does spot Night Ray, but he gets legged as well. So it's still a very interesting dance in towards this mid position. Okay, Nor, I see you.
Wow. That was an impressive shot, to say the least there. Barely getting away with his life, but his energies will not be stifled. You can't extinguish that flame. Will be 35 seconds to go, though, for the remaining two Ts here, looking to stack themselves up towards the B short position. Thriller and Nub trying to see if they can scrub their way through the site. Do have a few CTs left to consider, though, for Vint, as well as their teammate Script just around the corner. Vint gets the spot. Info gained. Script able to peek from the ramp. Does set up base camp there, taking out one. Nub good to find another, though. Good 2K. Could still be possible considering how low everybody truly is right now. Will at least be able to get the plan down, but alas, Nor coming from heaven will be able to send Nub straight to heaven, giving another round in favor of the Kings. So maybe they're now starting to find some of that energy we saw at the start of the game once again.
Absolutely, and now let's just have a little bit of a look at the money here from 1620 Kings. How is it going to stack up into this next round? Because if they've got this momentum behind them now, that's really, really good to see. But of course, it is such a task to, you know, really, really claw back. And they have definitely made a bit of a standpoint to it. It looks like we will see an eco come out from Dynasty here, meaning that there will just be some sort of gentle pistols thrown around. But that'll pretty much be it. Warp back up, still in play for Cookie, holding on to that one. It doesn't look like there's going to be a quick approach either. So they're sitting back, waiting for that molly to be dissipated. And potentially, Dynasty going to try and sort of play around this lack of mid presence. A couple of members up connector here as well, trying to clear that one together. Just hearing the footsteps potentially of Nor, who is back divider. Again, no real help for him here. This is where it can potentially get dangerous. Can have 5 pistols faring up again, well, 4 at least, faring off against him. There we go. Not in a position to be traded. And now Cookie, he will have that information, but he pretty much just has to fall back to site, call for a rotate, and that's all she wrote for now.
Yeah, good that Cookie's able to reposition, though. Can at least try and single out one of the T players. Should they look to strike ahead here? Looks like they're going to exercise their patience as well, though. They've got a couple of smokes they can play with if they want to cut off line of sight here towards A. Looks like Cookie's going to do a bit of the same, however. But as time ticks down, the Ts really need to figure out exactly where they're going to go, because it looks like the CTs, they're getting pretty keen to actually take them out before they can even get closer towards the site here. 40 seconds to go now, though. The T's still just standing, holding their ground. We'll be looking to set up util towards the site now, however. But in the interim, Super does cause a nice distraction towards the B site, taking out Forvent there, actually opting for the rotation. The CTs basically have completely opened up this A site. Cookie at least still there, though. Script in a great position towards the short side of things. Does find one. Will not be able to find anything else. Cookie at least striking back nice and hard there, leaving it all down to Super, though. 1-on-2, could catch the angle, but not going to be happening today. My gosh, Conky, that was such a close round. Like, honestly, Dynasty, they could have done that.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I'm not really, you know, in a position to kind of feel like I can throw out any sort of calls against that, right? You know, Dynasty, they had such a perfect start there. They were able to find the 2 opening picks, and then they even get down connector and ultimately, you know, trade out script. But by that point in time, they'd already started to panic. They'd already started to hesitate. And I'm just wondering what the call was there to send it down connector, because, you know, the second you heard Cookie's AWP, it was in a position where he had to fall back towards bank and, you know, basically left the A side open for taking. But that over rotation allowed Cheeseball to get back down from heaven, find the frag onto, I think it was Thriller on site trying to get that plant, and ultimately, you know, then Super was left alone by himself. So a interesting back and forth turn of events. 1620 Kings did well to find the round back, but I think, yeah, Cookie, you know, how he was able to find those 2 frags in bank was huge.
Absolutely, a great way to stack things up for the team. Speaking of which, though, it will be Cheeseball to start things off there. Great little bit of suppressive fire through towards the connector position. Does allow the Kings side to take point on this round here. Looks like the T's are looking to do a bit of the same, though, trying to clear things out towards bathrooms. They've actually swung straight past Noor there, so he's in a perfect position. Goes for the swing, takes out 2. Cookie able to pull through as well. It all comes together for them. And they will be able to leave it all down to Super now. 1-on-5 situation. I don't know what his options are at this point. Does he go for it? Save out the AK. Looks like he's still going to maybe make an attempt. He's just pushing up along here. Considering their options, do have 28 seconds to go now. Things are getting quite limited, however. So I don't know if he's really going to be able to achieve too much. Not looking to heave it completely. Ooh, almost getting a shot there. Looks like he is going to try and make a plan happen, though. Time is of the essence here. Will they be able to manage it? It's all going to come down to these last few seconds. Going for the swing. It will be the end, though. Cookie sends it and equalizes for the Kings.
And that was an absolutely phenomenal round to come out from 1620 Kings, and so important for their economy there. 5 alive, not a single member taking a lick of damage. Able to hold on to a bunch of their utility as well. All got kits, everything that they need to take this forward. And unfortunately for Dynasty, they're going to be back onto those pistols there. So they did get an opportunity to sort of wiggle their way back into the round and only sort of fell flat in their face with about 30 seconds left on the clock. And they do go for the aggressive peak. So they should have that information now. Cookie, dangerous spot. Not setting themselves up so much for a real big trade, but they do flush the AWP off. Cookie also shouldered out. This is what you want to see. Super is absolutely had enough, and unfortunately, Cheese can't quite connect on the shot too. That's the AWP recovered. Super does go down, though. Great HE grenade now held back, and this is the hesitancy, right? They've already had the site almost in control, but the rotation was quick from 1620 Kings, and they completely flushed them back. So now Dynasty, whilst they did have some sort of element of control here, Thriller doesn't have any Kevlar to work with. Potentially maybe an idea to send that one over towards Nub, who does have the armor. A little bit more HP to work with as well. They're going to reset and at least approach the long position now. But once again, you know, they set themselves up very, very split. Sending Night Raid, who's got low HP, to see if he can maybe potentially find a flank or sell a bit of a fake towards B. But for now, it is still an even game. HP definitely goes away with 1620 Kings as well as utility. Cheeseball is just being flashed in to go for a little bit more of a peak as well. 35 seconds left, Matt, so I think we definitely need to see Dynasty get a bit of a wriggle on here as they send utility towards B. That's pulled the rotation, and here could potentially be the round for Dynasty, but Cheeseball might be onto something.
Not completely falling for it here, and there goes the information. It will be now Dynasty able to take advantage, though, taking the kill and getting the plan straight down. CT is quick to rotate, however. Looking to just clear the close angles before trying to wrangle their way onto the site. Forvin going to use the utility of their teammate to at least get away in, though. Do manage to claw their way through towards the truck. Night Raid going to be able to strike fast there onto script. Forvin good for 2, though. Looking to see if he can get the next one. Nub's been spotted, but he's not able to get the shots. It will be a Dynasty taking away the round there. The Kings go back down again.
Jeez, man, I honestly don't know which way this game is going to go. Topsy-turvy keeps just flipping on its head time and time again, but Dynasty well earned in that round. The fake pays off, and the rotation from 1620 Kings puts them into a bit of a predicament there. So now their money, this is really where it starts to get awkward, right? They had so many rounds sort of string together back to back, but after some of the damage was dealt by the Dynasty side in finding those frags and leaving 1620 Kings only down to sort of 1 or 2 members at a time, means that this is their final round before they have to potentially look at the back of a save, and by that point, it'll be Dynasty with 13. So that's where it could potentially start to have this map, this series, really fall away. 16-20 Kings, if they don't walk away with their map pick of Overpass. I mean, you know, they've certainly got a vertigo in them. But the way Dynasty were playing up against a pretty formidable opponent in Kanga, some experience along there, some sharp players at the exact same merit. Walking into short, Script, very lucky to be finding that frag there, and he has to get out immediately as well. 19 HP. But right now, look at this rotation, Matt. They actually do start to send their way back. Forvin is there, bunny hopping. He does get a smoke grenade down. He has some utility. He's got a bit of a feeling as they start to walk out B.
Looks like their Spidey sense is tingling here. 43 seconds to go. Tees have got great territory. They're not capitalizing on it further yet until now. Toxic player goes down there in Forvin. Now trying to clear out Script as well, forcing him a little bit closer towards the site. Does create the full opening, backed by the flashes as well. They should be able to take full advantage there. They do, but Cheeseball pulls through for 2, keeping it nice and clean. All going to be on Night Raid now, though, finding one back. It's all going to be down to Nor and Cheeseball here. Night Raid needs to get the bomb down. It won't be able to make it happen, though. Nor catching the timing and getting the round for the Kings there. They've got to be happy with that one, but with the rounds going so back and forward at this stage of the game, it really does start to get terrifying for both of these rosters. Every round counts.
It's all they needed right there. You know, the pressure was mounting onto them so much. They picked up the double AWP. They've actually managed to send Dynasty back down into a form of an eco as well. Pistols that come through, Dynasty have won probably 3 of those force rounds as well. So maybe with this pace change again that hasn't really been adopted to, Nor looks for the first pick, but this time he actually does fall away quickly, but still he's in a really awkward spot. Might be going down here, running out of bullets. He manages another, but Night Raid does find that trade. In position is Cheeseball, does manage to at least find the shot there, dropping it back to just 2 members. And it's a good line that he's still able to hold here. They're about to walk into his crosshair. Good step, Cheeseball with another. It is all left onto Thriller, and Cheese might even find a third. Not quite. Flash goes up, and Thriller does want to try and find a plant, but it's got to be Script to take him down. 16-20 Kings, 4 alive. No upgraded weapons, but there is going to be a pause to come out as well. So 16-20 Kings take the lead back, and this game is just playing with my bloody emotions right now.
Yeah, really pulling at my heartstrings as well, Mitch. I'm not sure which way it's really going to go for either of these teams, honestly, because it's just so tight right now. And speaking of which, we are going to be heading to a pause here. Seems Script has escaped the seat there, so probably just having a little mental break there just to see exactly what can come through. I think it's good for both of these teams to be able to take a breather as well. Just get that reset so then they can maintain their focus, keep their head in the game, and then give it their utmost heading through towards the rest of it. Looks like the unpause is going to come through as a result now, though. T's stacked up to the buggeries there. Do have a full buy behind them. Util to follow, and they are looking to strike back and take it back to the equalizer.
Oh, no. Poor Mechanical and Super a little bit CSGO'd there. The smoke goes just a bit too far on a walk. Doesn't quite dissipate the smoke that they did need. But look at this lean again from 16-20 Kings. All the aggression is down towards B, and maybe if they go hunting nice and early, could be able to find a wild Thriller there. But immediately the control comes out from Dynasty early on. They should get this info very, very quickly, noting that there is a heavy stack towards B. Night Raid goes in for the pick, but Nor will be able to find the swing. He has really, really lifted himself up out of the dumps here. It's about 6-3, and now he's definitely getting back into it, but quickly traded out by Mechanical. Cookie hits one, and now that's the information gathered. He's heard the shots out from Thriller as well. The Thriller very much stuck in an awkward situation here. Super walking up towards the site, but unfortunately, Cheese is looking a little bit too high up there with the scope, and now Super taken down low as well. Should be a round going the way of the Kings, but if Dynasty have got something to say about it, they find the site, they find the plant. It's actually a leg as well. Will he find it? He will. Dropping the bomb. Cheeseball, well done. It's a 1-3 for Super.
My gosh, you love to see those orb shots through towards the side there, just completely denying the plant, leaving it all onto Super now, trying to see if they can achieve things where their teammates didn't. Cookie could stop it though, not going to be getting the timing, and will get the kill in the end, but at the very least, for the T side, they get a bomb plant down, so they will be able to stack up their money a little further. which should potentially reinvigorate them to go towards a full buy heading into round number 27. The Kings now getting 2 ahead of them, though. It does create a bit of tension here, because if the Kings take even one more round, that's map point, and then it's all just going to be down to overtime for Dynasty. Really does put them in the mindset that every round now is crucial. They need to take this one, because otherwise we could be into a deadly place.
Really their last opportunity here, Dynasty. They don't want to be playing for overtime. Not in the first map of the series, that's for sure. And now we see Cookie trying to get real aggressive. These are the players you love to see. Might even try to find the line. He's up super close. He's double scoped in. Will he find the timing? Not quite. No, now he's falling off. And it's going to get real awkward as there is a member towards Playground there. But they do at least have a support mechanism to help get old Cookie out. So he will be starting to fall away now. Looks like he's had his hand held by his teammate of Naught. And that's the buddy system that I was talking about earlier, allowing that position to be found. Now they start to walk their way back towards B here, Dynasty, inside the connector. Already Cheeseball lined up. He's edging closer towards 30 kills as well, having an excellent start. Forvin thinks he spotted something, does hear the information over towards the barrels, and now the footsteps pick up on towards this B site.
Looks like there's going to be a few more things picking up there. The T's able to pull ahead in the man advantage. Forvin to looking to pull it back from Toxic, though. Does still have the smoke to cover him. Maybe not for much longer. Does at least catch Mechanical, though. And another one. It's all down to Super. He pulls ahead of it, even finding another kit shot onto Nor. It's all going to be down to Cookie now. 16 HP in a dream. All Cookie needs to do, though, is just land that one AWP shot. Super, similarly, all they need to do is land 1 or 2 shots here. Looks like Cookie's getting close, though. Does hear the plant fade, gets around it. There it is. It's going to be map point for the Kings. My gosh, what a ripper of a match this is.
Jeez, Super almost absolutely doing it all there to clutch it out and, you know, give a little bit more wind in the sails for Dynasty. But unfortunately, the wind has dropped and it is a bit of a complacent water now, as the 1620 Kings have really just, again, taken something out of the page of what Dynasty did. They had that sort of shifting half. They changed up their approach. They started to find control and information. And, yeah, Nor has stepped up. Cookie has stepped up. Cheeseball doing bits. And, you know, in that previous round, we saw Forvin a couple of times. It's worked out for him now, smoking himself off those barrels. But it is going to be that double up in Divider this time. I like this a lot more. Front toilet smoke does go down. No real control to come out just yet. Connector has been established. Good damage, though, from Super. Forvin, I think, biting a little bit too much off in that situation. Didn't exactly need to take the duel, but yeah, this is the setup in toilets that I'm talking about, right? They've locked it down super well, and even if they do have one found, they're in such a good position to trade, and that is likely where the first duel will be taken in just a minute. It's a 5v4, but still, 1620 Kings are in a position to push back.
And the Kings have found kills in this position in previous rounds, so I'm eager to see if they're going to be able to strike back again here. Nor looking to push up, though. Could spot one. Does go for the peek. Mechanical peek straight back, though, and it will be a trade to come through from Cookie. So nice start there. 40 seconds to go, though. Nub looking to see if they can land some blows onto the B site as well. Not meant to be this time. Now the T's, pressure is starting to build for them. They need to get onto one side or the other quickly. Otherwise, the round is going to escape them here. 25 seconds. It's all going to be down to this. They need to make a move on. Otherwise, it's all going to be over. Cookie misses the shot, though. This is the opening that Dynasty was searching for. 2 players remain for the Kings. Will they be able to stop this? Otherwise, we could see Dynasty potentially making a recovery here. This could be... It's quite the fearsome combination we are seeing, but ultimately it looks like the Kings, they're just going to latibulate at this point, look to play towards victory rather than just trying to send it and hoping for the best. I can definitely respect the save decision to come from them.
Yeah, look at the money here. You know, Cookie's got enough to buy himself the AWP. Of course, Cheeseball can drop one over as well to Nor. Forvin's got enough for himself, so this is definitely an important round to save here. And also really onto Dynasty, like they can't hunt exactly, right? You know, they don't have a whole lot of money to work with themselves. Just need to make sure that that bomb does detonate. They don't allow 1620 Kings to win this one. But yeah, man, you know, another position of where it was so well set, but then unfortunately Nor got a little bit too excited and went walkabout. And he was punished for doing so, you know. They do say never walk alone at night. Because unfortunately, sometimes you can get caught off, and that's where exactly it's happened. Unfortunately, his friend Cookie goes searching for him as a result of it, but can't quite find him, and gets caught off himself and gets run over and overwhelmed. So that is a, bit of a rough one there. But look, at the end of the day, I still think 1620 Kings are in the pole position here. Reaching out for their buddies. Night Raid straight through the Molotov there. I don't think Scripps actually spotted him. Sure that he heard the Molly, sound of the tick of the damage, but I don't think he spotted any of these two members. This is huge. All of the control that these guys have potentially found here off the back of this boost. Orvin does get another smoke down, but my God, it's looking a really solid sort of forthcoming position for Dynasty to start the round.
Looks like the CTs are still peeking towards it, though. Not quite convinced. Script does go down, however, so the information will be gained in the end there, forcing the CTs to reconsider their defensive strategy and do put at least a little bit of util between them and the site to try and cause a delay there. The T's now going to be stacking their efforts completely towards the B side, though, to at least leave one player in Mechanical isolated through towards the A short position. Still just dishing out some utility there, making noise, just making sure that not all of the CTs will be there to deal with their teammates. Looks like, speaking of their teammates, they are creeping through Monster now, getting ready to just send it. 39 seconds to go. It's going to be the time to do it, and the time is going to be now. They do have at least a couple of players to think about, though. Util to come through from at least one of them, trying to make it happen. Vorvin actually going to be shut down, however. All going to be on Cheeseball here to keep the side alive. Not going to be able to do anything, though. He takes a dive, and it will be now down to the 2-on-5 situation, similar to the last round. Nor and Cookie just left to hold on for dear life.
This time they can be hunted too. Mechanical is sitting there. Nor questioning himself a little bit here. Does he want to go for the peak? No, he doesn't. Good patience. Can recover an AK off the back of that as well. Is also smart. Make sure he doesn't dive straight in. He checks the line. But Nub's hunting. He's really, really hungry for this as well. Great shot from Cookie. But I don't know if they actually spotted Super on the pass. Is he going to be watching the right line, or is there to defend? And they do actually line up, but Cookie hits a nice one. The unfortunate thing, though, is here, Dynasty is going to have that full buy where 1620 Kings aren't going to have a whole lot to work with. 2 AWPs saved over, taken into the next round, but we are staring down the absolute barrel of an overtime here, Matt. And overtime, first map of the night, it certainly sets a spicy tone for the rest of the evening. So look at this buy. Exactly what we sort of mean, right? A couple of pistols, an MP9, a FAMAS, and just that AWP up for Cookie. But as it stands, better economy going the way of Dynasty. They set themselves up in the pole position to take this one to overtime. And for 1620 Kings, I see no change. I see no difference. It's just leaving Nor all alone in the bathrooms again.
See if they might be able to find any kind of salvageable moment here for the Kings. Is proving rather difficult considering the strained economy that they do have. See if they will be able to at least to figure something out, try and slither through the cracks and potentially launch some kind of a comeback here. Otherwise, all directions are pointing towards Dynasty, potentially taking us to OT. Night Raid and Co. looking to see if they can explode out long at the moment. Do have at least 2 CTs to think about. Cheeseball as well as their teammate Nor looking to hold the corner. They do go for it. Cheeseball good for the first, looking for a second. Nor at least good to trade it. Bomb goes down. Flash to come through though. Night Raid still going to be holding it with the AWP. Is able to pick up the bomb at least. Trying to fall back now. Nor still on that corner though. Flashes coming in plentifulness. But alas, it will result in a CT lead here. So maybe there could be some hope behind them. It's all going to be dictated by these last crucial seconds though, Mitch.
Yeah, 25 seconds now, and just look how much they've sort of left it up. The fact is that, Forvint actually managed to live. He's still got the utility to send down. This is going to be such an awkward position. Nor still in position. The man is a menace, and Forvint dives through. Night Raid, 1 versus 3. Buddy, this is the one to take you over to the next. But it won't be quite happening. It is going to be a victory going the way there of the 1620 Kings. There was a very, very long period of time, Matt, that I could not quite put my finger on what the hell was going to happen, who was actually going to take that series through. But in the end, it's 1620 Kings that secure their map victory. Definitely got a little bit cautious for them at some point. Dynasty put the foot down on the pedal. They took all the momentum away from the 1620 Kings, but it seems like both teams kind of had a very similar CT side, right? Where they just decided, okay, you know, we can actually take this a little bit more forthright with the aggression, and that's when it started to pay off for both those teams accordingly, and 1620 Kings take it away with a victory.
Yeah, it's great to see that they were able to claw it through in the end. You could really see the explosive energy coming through from the Kings initially, but Dynasty, they just struck straight back and were able to push us through towards that 16-14 scoreline. You can really just see so clearly just how close this match is. Like, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we go to map 3, just based on what we've seen already.
Definitely on the cards, but of course we do have to make it through map number 2 first, which is going to be Vertigo, and there will be a short break in between, guys, so make sure you go refresh the drink and come back. We'll be sitting back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. And we are back. Thank you all for your patience in this. We do appear to have all 10 members in the server, so we are going to be resuming that series, of course, of Dynasty versus 1620 Kings. It's map number 2. It was a tight one with those full 30 rounds in the previous map of Overpass, which did go the way of 1620 Kings. Of course, it's their map pick, so they are now going to be on the back foot moving into the map pick of Dynasty here on Vertigo. It's an exciting one, though, because, you know, in the Australian region, the Oceanic region, it can be quite tough to kind of keep an eye on who's actually really pulling this one forward, right? We've seen some, you know, teams that are kind of on the come up, fell some greater teams on this map, and we've also seen the absolute opposite. We've seen some really, really one-sided stomps and affairs, but it's an exciting map all the less, and I'm absolutely stoked to be bringing it here with you. My name's Conky. I'm alongside Matsy, and Matt, mate, walk us into Vertigo.
Yeah, pretty excited to see exactly how it's all going to come down here, Mitch, into Vertigo. Obviously, both teams definitely eager to dive headfirst into this one. Speaking of, looks like we are going to get things underway here. T's are bringing a little bit of utility forward into it. So have a couple of smokes and flashes there, followed by the molly. So not too shabby to get onto a site. CT is looking somewhat similar. A couple of flashes, the kit. Everyone else just respective default armor play there. So the T's are already pretty close, though, pushing up the scaffolding, looking to see if they can fold their way through towards the side here. Already putting a few smokes as well to try and create some distance there. Speaking of, they actually push right through the smokes. Thriller able to get a couple of kills through. Nub going to be going down in response. Does push us through towards a 4-on-3 situation for the post plan. Forvent, though, is looking to advance from the T-ramp position. Might just be able to land a flank of their own. Speaking of, there's Super finding a kill on through towards Script. And Thriller's able to shut down Forvent as well. Cookie, last man standing. Will he be able to stand tall? Nope. Gonna fall this time. And it will be a Dynasty taking away round number 1. So a great comeback after losing out the first map there.
Absolutely awesome start there for Dynasty to get the ball rolling on this T side. You know, they had 3 alive. Now they can move in with the Mac-10, with the Galils, and of course a couple of AKs as well to boot. But this is the round where they sort of need to set that momentum. 1620 Kings did super well on their first half of managing to play out the counter eco and the third round as well. But this time, of course, with the force in, you know, we do have Script holding that mid position. There was a good nade to come through early. Flash out to look for some further information. But 2 members have actually already crossed here. It's a great line. And whilst Nub does get tagged, it's a great shot in to find the kill accordingly. First frag on the board. I'm just trying to keep an eye on what sort of control we've got. That smoke down towards a ramp will give Cookie some extra space, but still he has to choose whether or not he walks down accordingly or just tries to sit back and wait for the aggression to come to him. And the rest of the members are sort of spread out between mid and, of course, B. So it is a slow start from Dynasty, waiting to see if any aggression will come out accordingly. Super about to take this fight. Spots out Forvent, and I think he might quickly have to fall back to the site, which he will. So Dynasty giving a lot of respect to this counter eco. You absolutely love to see it. Now Cheeseball also looking to take the duel, but 50 seconds left on the clock. Still a lot of ground to make up for Dynasty.
It could be made up quite quickly, though. Cheeseball forced back. A Cookie looking to strike back is spotted there by Thriller. Going to find a headshot. Not going to be able to land it, however. It seems Thriller is going to pull through there. Leaving us now down to the 5-on-3 situation here. CT still trying to claw through, though, to find the kill through to Mechanical. So a weapon is gained for them in the Mac-10 there. They do have at least the SSG to play with as well on their side. We'll see what they manage to do with it, though. Looks like they are just going to be falling back through the B side at the moment, trying to see if they can regroup with their teammate in Forvent. and then potentially they may just be able to find an exit kill or two. Or perhaps they just save it out, look to have a further attempt at it all through towards round number 3 instead. At least they've got options like that available to themselves. Considering the T's economy right now, obviously early days isn't going to be well established. They're not going to be able to really hunt things down either. If they do, they might be forced to dive a little bit deeper into their own pockets than maybe they would like to. Ooh, looks like some shots are going to come through in the end.
That's
there,
cheeky.
though. I've never seen that little angle before. Cheeseball almost doing some dire damage there, but ultimately it will still keep them alive. Certainly keeping them on their toes, though, at the end.
Yeah, that's a rough one. I'm not exactly sort of too sure what was happening in Camp Dynasty there. You could sort of see it as they tried to take that fight on the ramp. The comms just weren't really there, I would say. Everyone kind of looking around at each other. Cheeseball managing to get 2 for free, it felt like. And on the back of that, that's really all she wrote. It just felt like a limp sort of round. And now as it starts, at least Super has got the real early pick on towards Cookie. So that's the AWPer taken down immediately off the back of that flash from Mechanical. And at least changing up the pace much more to what they kind of need in this round. You know, you can't really let those rounds kind of wash over you too much, or, you know, maybe hold you back. Just, you know, shake it off, say we had a bad round, and get straight back into it. That's exactly what's happened. So looking to get a little bit more control of ramp here. Forvin is up close, though, but they're looking to dive back in for the retake.
Ooh, they might be able to do it. Super cheeky little angle through the stairs there. Doesn't manage to take away an opening kill. A couple more found straight back, however. Could be another one being found. Cheeseball not shooting quick enough. Does go for shots eventually, but not able to find it. Super eventually does go down to 4-bent, though. So good stuff to come through there. The equalizer, 3-on-3. In the meantime, however, the T's are now trying to venture their way over towards the A ramp. They do have Nor to consider close by. Cheeseball now joining in on the fun. It would seem 4-bent is also going to be committing there. So full committal coming towards this A site. Looks like there is still a lurking player in Nub, though. Does go down. All going to be on Thriller and Night Raid now. Trying to edge their way closer and closer to the side here. Do have Cheeseball around the corner to think about. Nor also trying to dive in and get a piece of the pie there. Not going to be able to get close enough just yet, though. You can see he really wants to go for it. He's so desperate to make it happen. With the smoke in front of them, they might be able to do it. Thriller goes down. Night Raid, good to trade it. Looking for a second. Not going to be able to land it, though. And it will be Nor there to recover, taking away the round for the Kings. They've got to be happy with that one.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused with sort of what's going on right now, Matt. It just seems to be this really interesting back and forth, you know, seeing the openings come through, but then all of a sudden the mid-round calling from Dynasty just doesn't really seem to be there. And that's exactly what I felt like I was sort of experiencing, you know, in the previous time that I saw them and got to cast them on this very map on last week against Kanga. They think got maybe 5 rounds they managed to sort of drag forward, but then after that it was really just not much else to kind of play for. And the big one was the CT side. When they did finally get that swap, they managed to get the momentum behind them. So 5 rounds, definitely not something to laugh at. You know, it's always a good start on that T side to be leading it out regardless of where you end up in the half. But I think Dynasty would be a little bit disappointed if it's a similar situation to what we saw in Overpass, right? Where it was Dynasty that had a little bit of a start. They got a few rounds, but then, yeah, 1620 Kings kind of ran with it for a bit, and then it was traded back and forth. Like, if they've got these early positions here, we need to see more. Great Molotov there from Cheeseball. Sends Thriller away. But they do have that ramp control again. Smoke towards the side of sight to lock off Elevator. But again, it's that position. Already having these members up close. 3 members around the A site. Cheeseball, he's playing with fire here. He's not going to quite go for the duel, though. Still a standstill in this 5v5.
See who will be able to land this blow in the 5-on-5, turning already to 4. 2 trades come through, one across both sides there. T's now actually thinking about the B side instead, considering how close Super's already gotten here. Flash from 4-bent, though, could cut off that closeness. Nice spot there, fading back around the corner. Not looking to push any further towards that angle, knowing if they expose themselves again, that could be the end of them and could be an opening for their enemies to take advantage of. Still, the T's know exactly where they're playing from, and they're going to double back. 10 seconds to go. The bomb goes down. Will be all on the CTs now to try and retake it. 4-on-4 to get it done here. Are they going to be able to do it? They're trying to press a little closer to the bomb. Cookie trying to clear it out towards scaffolding there. Does have a smoke to at least cover some vision. Would be the right vision to take away, though. That's really going to be tested here. Dub & Co still going to be ever close to it, though, playing around it. CT trying to bait out the defusal, trying to make something happen. It's not going to be anything, though. Dynasty completely mop the floor on the site and take away their 6th.
Beautiful stuff there. The quick rotation away from B. They definitely left it pretty much down to the wire, but I think, you know, by the time they had that site, 10 seconds left, getting the bomb planted, at least by the time the teammates rotated around, they were in a really solid position there. So Dynasty strike back, and the good thing is here, 1620 Kings, well, they got no bloody money. So they're going to be down back onto that eco. Of course, they've got a couple of nades. They've got some Kevlar in the back of Nor, but Cookie's going to be walking straight down towards that ramp. Smoke will go through once more. Thriller does throw the warning nade up. We'll actually tag onto Cookie a little bit, but Thriller's not going to push any further than that. He's going to sit away, wait to see where the rest of the control will come through. I'm liking this little tuck-in, though, from 1620 Kings. It is kind of a one-and-done position. You know, if you get mollied out, it does get a little bit awkward. They've actually made a step. I think that was big amounts of information there. Picked up very quickly. Cookie stuck in the corner as well. Wants to go hunting down towards Thriller, but that sole member keeps them at bay. Cheeseball should get some information in a second, but he sent his way a little bit too far in. So they're going to be striking on towards B here, and can we see the defense? Super's in position.
Will be the trade-off to come through there. Positioning working out wonderfully for the side of Dynasty. Bomb does go down, though. Cookie and Nor left to try and see if they can recover. Nice little jump there from Cookie. Almost finding a kill. Maybe if he had his knife out, get the swift right click, could have been. But alas, Nor is going to be the one to find a kill. And we'll go downhill from there. Dynasty sending us through towards the 7th round in their favor. One more is all they need in order to secure victory in this half. And 1620 Kings, they are going to be on the warpath to try and recover as many rounds as possible if we do want to see a similar round margin to what we saw in that first map. Looks like we are just going to dive into round number 11 now, though. T is already going quite quickly towards the A site, setting up every which piece of utility. Do force the CTs back, though. See how they respond even further.
So once again, ramp control given nice and early. No real contest has sort of been there these last few rounds. I feel like 1620 Kings, after getting punished a couple of times, they're a little bit more cautious towards this position. Nor is in the spot, does get the Molotov down, so at least will buy himself some additional time. But whether or not they actually need to try and reflash and take this chill, Cheeseball playing a very dangerous game on the top of the triple stack. But still no contest. Nub's going to walk away, join the rest of his team. Super. It's going to be the man to hunt, find the control. Molotov to flush out the middle of sight. Forvin does get the smoke down, however, so we should have some additional time. Script's actually going to be here too. So 50 seconds, they're still yet to sort of make a decision. The bomb definitely is there, and with Super up top, they should be going towards this B site quickly, but I'm also keeping my eye on this lurk as well from Thriller, trying to find some sort of control, some sort of positioning in towards A. He might actually be able to keep a member or two here as well. Nor is just on the line. Thriller fires those couple of warning shots, Matt, but it is going to be that. No, they're actually rotating. They're rotating again. It's pulled the rotation now. What is this call?
Absolutely insane stuff to come through there.
No.
It all works out for the Kings. That is what you would call an oh no Joe moment down in the Challenger Leagues there, and it will come through for the 1620 Kings. They do manage to pull through with the victory, so seemingly Dynasty's plan is just completely running away from them.
Oof. I just had to take a little bit of a breather there. Bit of a blunder in the round, unfortunately, as they give themselves more than an opportunity. They have full B control, it almost felt like, but Forvin apparently too big, too jacked, too scary. Here he can bench 130 kilos or something, and he's doing exactly that in this round. Heavy lifting towards the A ramp again, denying some further control. But it is that 4-on-4. Super. Only with the Deagle. Rest of the team, though, does have some equipment that's worth sort of getting the job done. Once again, they're up A ramp, but this time they don't have the bomb. It will be coming with them in the hands of Nub back towards this A site, however. And once more, it is just going to be Super to see if he can fake towards this B site. Will there be a rotation? There absolutely will be. It's just going to be one member in Nor, and he jumps up to heaven. Is he going to spot anything? He absolutely will, and that's an excellent round to continue here.
Yeah, loving the continuation coming through there. We'll be down to the 2-on-4 now, though. Thriller trying to gun around the corner. Could spot Script, perhaps. 44 seconds to go. If they can get another kill, this could be the blow they need to open the side up. They do spot the boosted player, though, in Nor. Now trying to re-smoke their position. Bomb going to go down as a result as well. So good start there from the T's. They are a little bit damaged, however. Thriller quite worse for wear. One shot is all they need to send a Thriller to the graveyard. Will be a bit of fire coming through. Not able to take out Thriller. Nub, good on the angle. Able to strangle through. Another one is Thriller. All down to Forvent now in a 1-on-2. One flashbang left to do it all. Doesn't actually find the angle. Thriller, good for the AWP shot. Taking away victory in this round and the half in favor of Dynasty.
Jeez, what a round. Awesome stuff to come through from Thriller there. This time they were much more confident, lent into the round accordingly. And I swore the second that Molotov went down, it was going to burn him away, but it did not indeed, and I'm sure that's going to be a tactical pause on the side of 1620 Kings here. They're going to start looking at each other, questioning their financial position, seeing what they've kind of got, because as you mentioned, Matt, they've actually won out the half of your Dynasty, and that is a massive, massive result. It is their map pick, of course. It's actually, okay, a Dynasty tactical rather. Love to see it. Maybe just rubbing salt in the wound a little bit to 1620 Kings here, but they are going to buy some equipment. Of course, it is going to be Cheeseball with the MP9. They want to make sure that they've got the AWP up, obviously, to look to close out the rest of this map as well. But yeah, look, Dynasty, they're in a position where they could potentially pick up sort of 10 rounds here, Matt. And 10 on the T side, certainly not something to laugh at. And ultimately, after going down in that first map, super tight, we could potentially be seeing ourselves head towards Ancient here in this series.
Oh, I'm excitedly thinking about Ancient, that's for sure. Favorite map in the pool, and we'll see if we will be able to push our way to it. The Kings, though, certainly not going to be hoping to see the Aztec-like map there. Certainly going to try and close things out on this one. Looks like they are just going to take it nice and steady, though, through towards the A site this time. Dynasty looking to just clear the usual suspects out. No one going to be playing sandbags. Cookie, however, playing up high. Does find one onto Nub. Good trade, though, from Mechanical on the other side of the map. Does at least keep it competitive so far. Cookie at least good to find an AK, though. Could be used into a future round, perhaps. Maybe even find a kill into this one. Speaking of, there's Cheeseball finding one onto Thriller. Cookie to find a couple more on the AK. Talk about it, and it will happen. All going to be down to Super now in a 1-on-4. This is already looking worse for wear. Surely he can pull off a miracle here to take the round back. At least does have the fire to try and cut off one angle, but there's only so many angles you can look at once before the CTs completely overwhelm you. Speaking of which, Cookie is able to do it. AK in hand. 4 players hit the deck to Cookie in that one and take away the round for the Kings.
Matters into his own hands, hey, you know, taking forward that big play with the pistol, and then ultimately finding the AK to close out another good position here. 1620 Kings at least giving them some life to push forward. The weapons up, of course, but only in camp. 1620 Kings Dynasty, they want to make sure that they get to that final round of the half as confidently as possible. Forvin, he looks pretty hungry to try and find this fight, but now he does have to get the smoke through. It's going to be a rush straight into position now. Does he have enough to lock it down? There's one, but good flash up from Script. Should be just a nice and easy round here. Yeah, look at that. Exactly as you need it. Perfect control. Forvin and Script shut them out immediately, Matt. And the round is over before you can even bat an eyelid, which means that we are now into the final round of the half. And of course, that is going to be the full purchase in on the side of Dynasty. They're not going to have all the utility that they really kind of need to fully get back into this series on the half rather, but it's still a good result. You know, walking away with 8, I definitely think they'll be a bit disappointed that they could have found potentially some more. But there's been some big individual performances on both sides of these teams, right? You know, we've seen play out of Super, play out of... Uh-oh. Have we lost a player too? Yep. Just noticing that one. Night Raid is a server, and I think that's a potential rebuild on the sense that it was no damage dealt, I believe. We'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll find out if there's going to be a match medic to come through there. Looks like they're still just playing it out for the moment, though. No pause coming out just yet. Cheeseball finding a kill or two, and will take away the round for the Kings. So trying to see if that round is actually going to count. Looks like Night Raid is actually coming back into the server now. If it does count, we're just going to go next into the next half. Similar scoreline like on both maps so far. You know, Dynasty pulling ahead at the half, 8-7. And it looks like they're going to do the exact same thing. Very nice to see that the Kings, though, have managed to find that rejuvenation in terms of their energy towards the end of that one. You know, they had a slow start, but they've warmed into this map. They've managed to find their ground, really find their identity. And we'll see if they can carry that momentum through towards this second half as well, because you can see they're already still focused up. They got smiles on some of the players there. They're pretty happy about how things are going so far, but they need to continue to maintain this presence.
Look at Tom, old script, super lounge, laid back, giving the team the pep talk that he needs. And it looks like there is going to be a little bit of a conversation. I heard some ticks there back and forth. An interesting beast, right? Because I think there wasn't actually even a purchase to come through from Night Raid, so they could have been a potential way where that extra weapon definitely would have, you know, had an impact there. They ended up playing the round super quick, so I think there's just some mediation going on in the background right now, so I'm sure that that'll be addressed shortly. Regardless, it's a close half. It's definitely a position where Dynasty are in the forefront, I suppose, here, you know, being that city-sided map. It's their map pick. From the, you know, sort of history, what I've seen, I know that they've got a good CT side here where they're sort of confident enough to kind of get up into the face of the T's a little bit more. But look, 16-20 Kings are definitely a chance. So I think this round, the outcome and the change, whilst it might not completely upset the pace of the series, is going to be important. So I definitely think it's appropriate now for the admins and the team to make the right decision and make sure that everything is sort of right in this round here, so we can potentially determine whether or not we need to rebuild. But half is done, Matt, regardless of whatever the scoreline is going to be, whether it be 8-7, 9-6. Yeah, look, I think it's certainly, you know, gone in line with that overpass map, as you mentioned. It ended up being a close half, and ultimately, I just cannot put my finger on, A, if this is going to go to map 3, and B, who the hell is going to win if it does.
Yeah, that's just the nature of great games of Counter-Strike like this one, right? Where both teams are just so evenly matched. They're keeping it competitive all the way through. You know, everyone's having a good turn at this tug of war, if you will. Both teams able to get a bit of momentum at times, and then the other one just strikes back and tries to pull the rug from under them. It's always so exciting to see just how the games do play out there, but I'm super excited to find out whether we will be seeing the half finished or whether the last round will play out. Looks like we do actually have the call out now that the round is going to stay. Looks like they've decided, now just go next. We'll play it out in the next half and seek out revenge. So it is still going to be maintaining that 8-7 scoreline in favor of Dynasty. So good to hear that. If you are a 16-20 Kings fan, obviously their round win will be staying consistent. But we'll see if they can take another one, heading straight through to round number 16 now.
Always an interesting beast here, those kind of situations, but it sounds like the call was made and it's all okay in that regard. I do sort of think that the way that the round started for Dynasty, it's always a hard kind of call to see if it actually would have changed it. But, you know, we won't harp on it because when the decision is done, you've got to run with it. And ultimately, it is going to be the opening pick here, found by Thriller. He's been having a great game as well. Such an entertaining player to watch so far in this series, where Mechanical, who has been the guy I've very much had my eyes on through the course of the competition, has had a bit of a rough one. So it will be that bomb planted early on. 4v4 in position now. How is this retake going to come through for Dynasty?
Looks like they're going to try and make it through the back of the site now. Do take down Cheeseball, so good start there. Nor able to find one back as well, though, taking us on to a 3-on-2 now. They know where Nub's playing from. Doesn't seem to matter, though. Nub scrubs past one. Mechanical good for another. Redemption coming through there. All going to be up to Scripts now. See if they can find some energized gameplay. They do not find it. Losing their focus a little bit. They're going for what's in front of them, then thinking, wait a minute, someone's on the bomb. And then they get caught off guard by the player that's still before them, which does result in a round going the way of Dynasty to kick things off in the second half here. So they're certainly going to be pleased with how that one played out, as they will be able to secure a 2-round lead now Looks like, though, the T's are thinking about a little bit of a take here. Looks like Forvent's got a lot of money coming through with the AK there. Some of the others getting pistols, but not an overall dedication here.
Yeah, I don't mind this because effectively the mindset that they're going in for here is that Forvent could go hunting with that AK. They've obviously got the Kevlar behind them as well to swap a couple of weapons around if they do manage to have some success, where Cheeseball's probably just going to pick up like a MAC-10 or something on that side and play it out regardless. So I actually don't mind this purchase that they've sent in here. It's a bit of a risk, but it does have some high reward in the exact same light. And I think if 1620 Kings manage to sort of break this momentum early or find a fight back in, Cheeseball also spotting out Thriller early, that should be a really kind of good start for them. You know, Dynasty haven't exactly felt like they've found some sort of consistency in this series just yet. And I think that's going to be massively important for them to actually close this one out, because as T-sided or CT-sided rather, as this map feels like it can be, you can never, ever put that when a team is feeling it.
If they're feeling it, you'll certainly be knowing all about it. Looks like a Dynasty is able to find a bit of early damage there dealt towards them. Speaking of, though, they do some straight back. So good start there for Night Raid. Will actually be finding a teammate taken down, though. They do at least find a couple of T's as a result, so it's not all for the worse there. It will be all down to Nor now. 23 seconds to go. 1-on-4 situation with a P250. It's not looking like the best situation, but at least Nor might just be able to find perhaps a kill here. I don't know about a plant, and yep, not going to result in anything. So they will just be looking to go next into the further rounds and see what else they can achieve from there. Good stuff from Dynasty, though, taking double digits here.
Well played. Sort of sending that AK and putting it to bed. They're not allowing them to get that momentum back in that they were kind of hoping for, and here's exactly that buy. So it's not a MAC-10, it's going to be a Tech 9 instead, but that's absolutely fine. And also just commenting as well from earlier on, just to get it down there, Dynasty was actually the team that made the call in the end and said, bugger it, let's just go next. And I think got a lot of respect for that call. So well done to them for keeping the integrity up and allowing the game to proceed forward. And as a result, you know, they've managed to establish that momentum. They're on that CT side. But that's a good opening here. Nor only good for one, however, as Night Raid gets the trade accordingly. So still at the advantage here in a degree. Cheeseball recovering the AK. But there's Night Raid with another. That's the bomb. It's going to be actually dropped here. And he's done some good damage as a result to that final player as well, which is going to be Cookie. Still wants more. Night Raid is absolutely up in their grill here.
Really love how they can just get up in their face there, keep them as far away from the side as possible, because if they mess with the Night Raid, then they will be taken straight out of a position. 50 seconds to go now, though. The T's are looking to push their way up the ramp. Do have Thriller to consider, holding just closely towards their position. Not able to scope them out unless they come close like Forvent is right now. Could go for it. Flash to come through. Doesn't affect him at all. Thriller going to be able to prevail out of that engagement. Does take us now down to just Cookie and Script here. Both players separated, but maybe not for long, considering Nub does go down, at least on the other side of things. Script looking to see if they can go for second innings, perhaps, through towards the B side. Do have a player at the corner to think about, though, in Night Raid. Still going to be holding that ramp push, see if they can push up the stairs there, and Cookie does find it. Going straight for the plant here, may be caught, though, before the timing. There it is, from downtown. Thriller does take away the round. That could have been a plant, but luckily they got utility behind them.
The dunk in. Getting it done. And another round going the way of Dynasty. That's sort of the break point, I guess, that they really need to drive themselves forward for the rest of this map. So, good start, I suppose, on this CT side, and also keeping the money up nicely as best as they can. Only sort of mechanical, having to drop down. And Night Raid, he is absolutely hungry for it. Picks up 2, 3. Will it be 4? Not quite. Thriller's going to take that off his hands. And Nor does have the Kevlar. He goes up fighting for something, and he will be able to pick up one. He looks to sort of move around. One shot as well. That's a great second. Don't tell me he finds a third here. Oh, Jesus. That would have been nasty, a bit spooky. 1 HP, Super, lives on, gets the AK, and Dynasty, they do secure 12, but it was looking a little shaky there as the damage was coming in.
Yeah, shaken, not stirred, it would seem, but it will be, alas, another round coming through for them there. The Kings are now pressure on into their bye round. See if they might be able to go toe-to-toe with a Dynasty here, as they do go for some quick pushes towards the B stairs there. We have a few players just outside of the A ramp position as well. Night Raid prepared for them, however, might be able to land this initial shot. Still just trying to creep around the corners, see if they can catch anyone through towards that smoke there. No one going to be revealing themselves just yet until they see a bit of T utility to come through, so they know something's happening here.
It's a great flash as well to get the AWP off the line. There is a little bit of a one-way angle, and 4Vince managed to find Thriller. This puts Night Raid at a very awkward situation, Matt. What a response. Come out from 4Vin. That is very much the gap cleared, because this starts to beg the question, do they just save? Like, they already have started to kind of moonwalk away here without really seeing any control of the site taken by 1620 Kings. There was a couple of warning shots sent away by Nor. I think if they do find this frag, there might be a little bit of a talk of the town, but now with that information that they've got, they know that the bomb's being planted on A. And 45-second starts. It's a little bit hard to kind of get their way back into it, so they're just going to wander down ramp, save the rifles into the next, and be absolutely happy with that walk-away round, 1620 Kings. But look, even I think Dynasty, though, with this save, that's not the most horrible of rounds to kind of be losing. Like, the AWP can still come up for Night Raid in the hands of Super. He's still got plenty of cash and, 2 AKs to drag through too. So that is the potential chance for Dynasty to keep on pushing. But if 1620 Kings do break the economy after a couple of extra maps, rather. Oh my god, I'm already skipping too far ahead. Rounds, rather, is what I was going for. When that economy breaks, that's very much 1620 Kings' chance to get back in.
We'll see if they can manage to take that chance there, or whether it could all fall in their faces here. Certainly a lot of pressure heading into these upcoming rounds. You can see that they need to remain ever focused. The Kings need to be able to take more rounds, because otherwise Dynasty might just be able to send us through to Ancient. They're certainly close to it, and they could get even closer. Initial stages of this one, though, do see the T's just looking to set themselves up for a position to get intelligence here. No one actually going to be revealing themselves just yet, though. But Nub could scrub through a little bit of damage. Not going to be good for it just yet, though.
So are they going for a cheeky little boost or just a little bit of a hunt? It will be the boost. Jumping up top. Nor gets the info, and that is an awesome start to the round. Very, very nice early frag here to come through from the side of 1620 Kings, because, as I say, it's only going to be that 1 or 2 rounds. Whether or not Dynasty even look to buy into the next, potentially, it's only going to be that 1400 loss bonus for them. Night Raid also in a bit of an awkward predicament here. He does manage to at least clear back to the other side of the line, but look at that AWP. Cookie's so ready to peek this if he does so choose. They've got the flash, though, ready to send it across. Another good one, and unfortunately the shot is actually missed. And Night Raid, you better get the hell out of there, my friend, because there's a hungry bunch of members of the Kings coming up that ramp.
We'll see if they can take the Kings off their thrones there, or whether we'll see the Kings fight for their kingdom here. Night Raid seeing a bit of util coming through, though. Knows they're coming, takes one down. Still 3 more to follow, though. Thriller around the corner could support as well. They have found the bomb, however. Night Raid good for another. Thriller, unfortunately, not able to hold steady enough. Does crumble in the end. Now Script trying to see if they can launch a flank through the smoke as well. Oh, great positioning. Super's gone. Night Raid to follow. That is how you dismantle a site. Mechanical, though, does get the kill. Ooh, they get the plant down just in time, it would seem, and it's all going to be on to Script here. 1-on-1, finds the angle, but no! Mechanical gets it done in the end, and will be able to send us through to another Dynasty round.
My god, that was absolutely disgusting from Mechanical in the end. The confidence to just dive straight through that one and get the job done in the end. Definitely thinking that Script will be a little bit sore after that one. He did so well to break the defenses and, pinch into ramp with only 4 seconds left. Definitely only a half second left on that plant. So unfortunately for 1620 Kings, it feels like they do absolutely everything right. But Dynasty are just one step ahead. But again, the additional risk is the fact that they are right down to the wire with these finances. Again, it should only be just a tiny bit for 1620 Kings to get back into it, but their finances are sort of feeling the same position as well. Very sort of regimented these last few rounds. I feel it's been a tough one to kind of get your head around. But once more, it is that slow start from 1620 Kings. Mechanical, he's definitely picked back up here, now up close in mid. I don't even think they're going to clear it, but Script, he's a little bit ready for it. And the trade comes through as well. Cookie gets it, and this map continues forth.
And it will wage on even further here. 5-on-3 now, favoring the Kings. It seems they have managed to find recovery after the last round there. Still need to see if they can find a few more kills, though. Just over a minute to go, so there's still good time to see if they can find a further opening. Could it be located by one of the CTs, however, should they choose to pass by. Nub holding the close position, supported by Thriller there. This is solid, tight defense through towards the side here. They can definitely look to just maintain their stance here. Same can be said of the T's. Looks like they are going to put a little bit of fire towards the site, though. Could potentially cut off some of the further angles. Not going to be holding close, however. Nub's still going to be there, still breathing. Still waiting to see if the T's are going to heave past them. In the meantime, though, the T's have actually opted to go for a different angle, pushing over the sandbags. They do bag all 3 kills, and it will be the round going the way of the Kings. And so they push a Dynasty back down to the drawing board here on a complete economic reset.
Yeah, quite literally the drawing board in this situation right now. Absolutely nothing to hang on. All right, they've taken out the texters, the permanent markers or something along those lines. They want to force. They want to go straight back in, and I actually don't know if that's the right play here, Matt. The investment, you know, the save actually could have benefited them. It wasn't like they were on that double force territory, but they've kind of thrown the kitchen sink at this one. Looking to put all their eggs in the basket, giving an opportunity for 1620 Kings to very much get back into this now. You know, they win this one, it's 10. They can walk away with 11 afterwards on the back of that eco. Regardless, whatever's sort of happening, you know, Dynasty, they've clearly got the confidence in themselves. There's the opener for Vin, 1 and 2. Will he have a third? I think he will, just for good measure. There it is. Straight in. Happy with that. And then the last couple of frags, super almost good for 2, but another round kind of goes by the by here, Matt. You know, you're talking color, but apparently it's splashing all over the walls very quickly. And there's a pause. So this time, okay, never mind. Mechanical's gone away, so I'm assuming it's going to be Dynasty again. And a perfect time to do it, right? Also, shout out to Nub's cat in the background. Can see that. Very cute. Love it. But no, I don't know, man. That was such an odd round to sort of take. Like, you know, always that kind of force in. Let's do something different. Let's do something aggressive. Try and sort of, you know, break that economy. We know they don't have much money, but 1620 Kings had plenty. So I think that Dynasty are starting to lose their control a little bit here, which we did see various times throughout Overpass. So pause is now done. Round starts up again. This one's the full eco that they really, really just need to use this round, take their time, have the conversation, and just do not let slip what they have in hand.
Yeah, because if they do, then the Kings get just a little bit closer to them once again here. It really does put them in quite the uncomfortable position. Looks like the Kings are going to try and make it even more so now, though, as they press up towards scaffolding, looking to push straight past the CTs, finding one onto Mechanical there. Could even find another, but one of the CTs actually swings past them. As they find that, they find a few kills in results, and it will be all down to Super now. 1-on-5 situation here, left to hold the site with just a USP. See if they can pull it off John Wick style. Ooh, almost getting it on the Cookie there. Nice little dink. Down to 20, but alas, it's not a kill. And it will be the round going the way of the Kings. Basically unscathed there as nobody falls. And let's see what we will find from a Dynasty now, though, as they come at you with a full buy. Pretty good amount of utility as well.
All right, do or die, really, I feel. They've invested absolutely everything here, and they've got no kits and minimal utility to kind of do it, really, it feels like, as well. Night Raid does have the AWP back up, but 1620 Kings, they just have so much money. I guess the only thing that's kind of playing against them here is rounds, right? Only a few more left to kind of work with. You know, they've only got maximum 2 more that they can lose before it does start to close out the map in its entirety, before it goes to that full position of regulation. Last map, we did go there. 30 rounds, it was the full suite. But still, more time, more opportunity. I'm playing a very aggressive spot in the middle of the B site here as the utility actually does start to get its way sent up. There is a bit of a rotate. Mechanical's boosted up. Will Script find the line? I don't think he's actually going to try and fight it just yet. Before Vince found one, onto Night Raid, and this is where the B side execute's going to start to come through.
Looks like Nub's there to try and hold it down, though. Does at least find 1 kill. Mechanical good for another. 3 on 3 now, however. Nordo's down. It will be now 2. Let's see if Forvent and Cheeseball can pull through here. Thriller going to be the sole A-side defender, not before Mechanical looks to swing through back towards it. Thriller great on the angle, though. The T's not quite clearing it. Would be caught here. In fact, they are. It's all on Cheeseball now. Tagged down to 17, trying to see if they can get this bomb planted at least. But as soon as they go for it, Thriller swings. Maybe one of the others. Speaking of which, he tries a swing of his own. But it will be a round go the way of Dynasty. So, after they get their buy back, it seems they get their energy back too.
Needed, well needed. I was sure that if 1620 Kings, you know, pulled that one back, it's another eco. They start to question themselves. They get a little bit nervous, but not really much damage kind of dealt there. I was sure that, you know, after getting that early control, only having the 1 member in Nub just sort of sitting open sight, it was starting to get a little bit tight, but not at all apparently. Dynasty definitely still fully in control of that round. Cheeseball does manage to dodge away from the utility just a little bit. Now they want to retake ramp here. Straight back in towards the railings, around towards side hall, having a bit of a pick and a choose. Cheeseball, if he gets into position here, he actually might be able to walk away with a couple of frags. It's just going to be 1. Now he repositions towards that side lane. Flash going to go around. Thriller still hunting for it. This is where basically we can just see Cheeseball be a menace for the rest of the round. Doesn't have to overstep, doesn't have to overstay. Use his utility to clear out the remaining extremities of this position. But the team is still relatively split, Matt. I think that's going to be the potential changer. Good flash in, the peak, but Cheeseball just walks away so casually. And then even gives a little bit of a tag here. As I see you, I see what you're trying to do here. But 49 seconds. They aren't going to be aggressing towards this A site just yet. Still yet to make a decision on where they want to go. And at the same time, Matt, they're losing frags.
And that proves to be dangerous for both sides here. It will be the Kings down to 2, Dynasty down to 3 here. Nub still holding the elevated position, though, alongside Thriller around the corner. Speaking of Thriller, it's both shots. Boom, headshot, taken away. Map point here for Dynasty. 1 step closer to Ancient. The Kings now, it is imperative they take every round they can going forward to bring us to OT. Otherwise, we could be through towards the wonderful place on Ancient.
It's definitely on the cards right now. All 1620 Kings have the chance is that shot to take it all the way to overtime. And then win it out from there as well. Unfortunately, Nor doesn't have any Kevlar to work with. I'm not sure if that was a mistake or not. Regardless, it puts him on the back foot for sure. Dynasty have definitely woken up out of their slumber that they did have these couple of rounds. And it's looking like it's all starting to pay off for them. They go to Ancient. Got the opportunity to close out this series. And just to remind you all at home, this is an elimination match, of course, and it is going to be information gathered early. But Thriller does have to get away. Forvent taken down. That's one of the Kevlar members cruising up on towards this site now. Cheeseball takes point, but they're still slow on the aggression.
Not going to be pulling the trigger just yet. Just waiting to see exactly where this round is going to take them. While they do wait, though, it seems the CTs are going to cut them off temporarily with a bit of util. Just trying to bide their time as much as they can because they know that the time the Ts have is only limited. And it does grow thinner and thinner as the clock ticks down here. Cookie, though, looking to see if they can catch an orb shot. Good bit of fire does get pressed through. Flash to come in response, though. Won't allow Cookie to get any shots there. Speaking of shots, though, Nub finds one, Thriller onto another. All going to be up to Cheeseball and Cookie now. The CT's already looking to see if they can establish positions onto the side here. Thriller trying to take the high ground, does spot the head of Cheeseball, won't be able to be a decapitator yet. Mechanical good to support a Thriller to get a kill, though. Leaving it all on Cookie with the AWP. They're trying to take down this defusal. They're sticking it down. They use their bodies to block him off. And that will be the game going the way of Dynasty. We are going to Ancient, baby.
There you go. Beautiful. All the way through to map number 3 here in this series. And being an elimination game, Matt, I think that is the perfect way to send either of these teams into the next stage and also home. Unfortunately, you know, we're really getting down to the ends of that stage 1 of LPL CSGO season 1 of the year. It's been an electric start to the year so far and an absolute treat the whole way through. Of course, guys, as mentioned, we do have Ancient just around the corner, so I won't hold you guys too long. I'll let you go get a little bit of a refresher and then we'll see you back in 5 minutes. All right, stay tuned. Hello, hello, hello. 3 hellos for the 3rd map of the series, guys. I just wanted to give a big shout out and say massive thank you for all of your patience, both to the players and the viewers, of course. I just think there's been a couple of technical issues with the map, but we are pretty much ready to go to my understanding. So we'll be diving into Ancient very soon. If you have just joined us, you are watching a series between Dynasty and the 1620 Kings. It is currently a 1-to-1 map scoreline, where, of course, it was 1620 Kings to take their own map pick of Overpass 16-14, and then on Dynasty to take away Vertigo 16-11. So it's very much gone down to the wire here, Matt. We're on the green map, and it's Ancient, and definitely a good way to close out a series and a qualifying spot for stage 2 of this competition.
Yeah, I'm super eager to get into Ancient, honestly. You just love all the green and naturey stuff coming through in that one, and I love to see some of the different takes that the teams have towards the sites, like applying the right amount of pressure, you know, definitely can allow the teams to culminate their efforts towards success there, but obviously, more often than not, it might be met with a bit of resistance. And that's exactly why, as you were talking about earlier, it can be a bit CT-sided at times. But with how the teams do play in our wonderful region, it could even end up being a little T-sided, depending on how they do launch their strategies. Because I've seen some great T-sided play on the map of Ancient, and the CTs have just really struggled to actually be able to adapt to what's coming before them, because the utility is just on fleek all the way through, and the kills come through in the same nature.
It's all about those spawns, right? And that's where it favors the CT so well, because you can dive your way straight in towards that left side of A main urgently. You can look to take mid control off the back of some good utility. You can get straight into Cave and Cheetah, and you can already sort of lock into these positions as a CT before the Ts have even really left spawn. So that's a huge sort of play to be around. But if you're a CT-sided team that does sit back, doesn't take that aggression early on, you do leave yourself very much open to be punished, like rotating through Donut, getting in towards the mid and house control that the Ts can sort of establish there. Then all of a sudden you've pretty much split the map in two, right? Between the A and the B sites. And if you get that pick, you catch that rotate, you can take the control pretty quickly. So I really think it's an exciting map. And given how still early it is, I suppose, in how long it's been played for, you know, some of the maps that we've had in the pool, Jesus, we've been playing Inferno for 20 years in competition, right? Like all of these things can kind of change. And as the map sort of develops and has the meta shift and all that kind of thing, it's still just super early days. And I'm just so happy that a map has come into the pool that did it get adopted quite with some good, you know, feedback, I guess. Like there has been some changes quite quickly, but it was like Vertigo, you know, God, Vertigo's accepted a little bit more now, but my word, did CS try to make it happen, right? Like it was like, we don't like Vertigo. It's like, no, you will like Vertigo. We're going to keep giving it to you and change it up enough. And finally it is sort of there. But, you know, Ancient just really did seem like it slotted in super early. And I'm excited to see more of it, obviously, in the future as our region does continue to progress. But one thing I'm lacking at the moment is a little bit of nuke. I haven't really had much nuke going this season so far.
Yeah, it's been pretty similar, like down in the Challenger Leagues as well, where, you know, nuke isn't as much of a commonality as it used to be. Like, I remember, like, maybe a year or two ago, the nuke was basically just going through pretty much every single map. I think there was a meme on Twitter where we had it, like, 8 weeks in a row, and we had, like, every single team picking nuke. I think, yeah, that was a good time. But, nah, it's good to see how the map picks have evolved over time, and I'm really eager to see how they're going to continue to evolve heading into the future, whether, you know, maybe the active duty map pool does get changed up by Valve again, maybe we see old Cobble come back, maybe we even see Cash or Cache? Like, do you feel like maybe we could see potentially a map come into the active duty map pool in the future? Like maybe we see Season come back there, maybe a
Oh, that'd
Toscan.
be a treat right there. Season
Yeah.
would be interesting. Hey, that would really, really be running back the years. It was like queuing up on ESEA or something, and all of a sudden it would just like come out of nowhere. You'd be like, "Wait, this map exists? I can't even believe it." But yeah, no, that one's a lot of fun. I personally wouldn't mind seeing one of those map picks that has been around for so long. Get rid of it, cycle something in new. You know, I think it's about that time. Like me personally, look, I actually dislike Inferno a lot. I like watching it, I like casting it, but sometimes I don't like playing it. But maybe Mirage as well. There are a couple of those maps where really we could start to sort of, you know, think about something new. I would love Train to come in. I know that's a very controversial opinion. Lots of people would like old Cobble. I think that would be awesome, but whether or not that would kind of fit the mold, you know, I feel like Cobble definitely did get a real good run before it got sent out. So I think you could be right, you know, potentially bringing in either a completely new map, like obviously we saw in Ancient, or, you know, getting another one of those ones that has been around for a little while back in with a little bit of a rework. But ultimately overall, and it's just funny, I was thinking back to that Nuke comment as well. Remember that period of time where it was like only Chiefs that played it and no one else wanted to? Everyone was like too scared to do it pretty much. But also just an update quickly, guys, like we are aware obviously of the slight delay here. So we are trying to get it into Ancient as quickly as possible. It's not players issue. Do believe it's a server side issue. So we are working as quickly as we can to get that rolling.
Yes, thankfully we do have our wonderful admin team there to try and get through the kinks there, but we'll be able to get through to it pretty soon. But Mitch, how have things been shaping up throughout this pro season? Like, do you feel like there's some maybe rising stars heading through towards stage 2 here who could be met with some of the invited teams? Might be able to, you know, push some waves there?
This is something that we can spend some time on here, right? Like, it's been such an interesting season overall. So not only have we had the awesome Elfish guy and obviously Pilsky along with us for some of the broadcasts, it's felt like a completely different season in a sense, where this time around we don't have your Paradox, we don't have your LFO. Obviously LFO is international, Paradox is doing some other stuff, and they've had some roster changes as well, which are a little odd, I guess, in the current setup. So it really gives that opportunity to so many other teams. The only real returning teams that we've got is, of course, Overt and Vertex, and, you know, the Kingsmen, that's X-Fury. So there's a lot of sort of different opportunities now for the teams that are playing in the early stages. So these teams that have come in, they're not entirely brand new, but a lot of them are kind of like revamped rosters that have had some changes. Like this year for Counter-Strike in Australia is going to be massive, right? We've got DreamHack down the road, which is, of course, going to be like our first big international kind of event locally back. We've got another tier 1 international sort of qualifier coming along later in the year in Melbourne, we believe. So there's all these different things that are popping up, right? And other calls for competition where it's just like, the competitions like your LPL Pro are the ones that you really need to sink your teeth into. It's that grassroots focus with a pathway directly to pro, obviously versing up against other pro teams, because I definitely don't think that whilst Vertex is as strong as they are, whilst, you know, obviously some of the other rosters are as strong as they are, they're not a given. They're not a shoe-in to the end of this competition, whereas in previous seasons, you're kind of like, yeah, LFO or Paradox, they're probably going to win it. This time around, it's like, who goddamn even knows? I don't know. We'll definitely see. But talking about talents that have really been kind of stepping up, I think DGG, that's a resurfacing roster, like obviously of old players that we've seen for quite some time. But geez, man, we saw Tux playing again. I think Infrequent's looking for a team. Like, it's just an exciting time for Counter-Strike, man. But without further ado, I'm going to stop rambling. We've got the green map. It's ancient, and it's making me feel a little old right now. I'm going on 30 next year, and I'm still casting Counter-Strike. But, Matt, walk me through this beautiful green map.
So there's definitely some great points to look at on this wonderful map. Looks like we are just heading our way through towards Donut, I believe, at the moment. Love this little map flyover. You can see all the different nooks and crannies. Obviously, taking a look at the A side at the moment. It's great that they've got all these different little angles they can play off of, even having a little visitor there in the chicken on the site. Looks like we are just going to be seeing, as we've talked about, 16-20 Kings versus Dynasty. Heading headfirst into this one. I do see a pretty default setup. Looks like the Kings are going to pick up a couple of smokes and flashes, followed by the kit there. T's looking to do pretty much the same with the extra flash behind them. Looks like they're going to make a dash through middle, though, through the cap position. might be met by a player in a Cookie holding patiently towards House at the moment. He's going to be smoked off, trying to dish out some damage. Won't be catching it just yet, so at least finding a slither of damage onto Thriller, but ultimately not resulting in a kill, does allow the T's to gain a bit more traction through towards Donut and the B side here.
So the cheeky waltz in, already all of that control, all of that aggression for Vint. He's the man to sort of sit back. He does have some utility to work with. I actually like how much they've kind of invested into this position here, 1620 Kings, but it's a great shot to start from Super. And, Cookie did miss a couple of headshots there. The old reverse character model, right? Without the ability to hit the headshots with the USPs there. Now it's on to Cheeseball and Script, who are in a really awkward situation. Not much to work with. Script does find at least one in, but Super, he's on for 3, and there's potentially another in here as well. Night Raid takes it, and that will be the round done. So Dynasty, they walk away very, very quickly, and whether or not 1620 Kings are going to look to force into this here, looks like they are going to just actually take, nope, it is the force, as is per usual. They're going to be buying in full and taking it nice and comfortable. Hopefully they can kind of get back up into the grills of Dynasty, right? You know, Dynasty seem to have the momentum behind the map from that previous map. They definitely had a couple of rounds where they sort of started to get a little bit shaky, but if they can start off this map strong, get those T-side rounds down early, they can kind of at least take the pressure off themselves a little bit and very much focus on the second half in that CT side.
Yeah, we'll see if they are going to be able to focus up here and now as well, as we do go slowly but surely into the round here. Night Raid and Co. looking to clear out the angles, see what they can locate early on. CT's not looking to actually give themselves up yet. Script will be spotted, however, by Super there. So a good start. Playing for the intelligence does allow the T's to get a bit of positioning as well. Looks like, speaking of, Thriller does find the kill through towards the ramp position there onto the B site. So already creating an opening. Still got Cookie as well as Nord to deal with. Holding that close angle though. Thriller good to spot another one. Not going to pick up the kill yet, but might be able to go for the swing here. Certainly thinking about it. Does have a util now to back them. CT's throwing down a little bit of their own though. Trying to delay the plant here. Flash to come through. They need to pull through with something sooner rather than later, as it's only going to be 35 seconds ticking down now. Script, though, does find one back. Nor going to be going down in contention. All going to be up to Cookie holding the site now. Does fall as well. It will be down to Forvint and Script now pushing from both sides of the side. Script finds one. That's all it's going to be, though. Forvint at least landing a headshot onto one. Could even find another, but the angle will not be located. So it will be the round going the way of Dynasty, but the Kings, they certainly put up a fight there.
Well done. Definitely looking to sort of break that position there. It's always nice to see in the situations where they don't allow for the one-on-ones to sort of come through. For Vint, you know, if he maybe found some timing and kind of got to knife in between that pillar and find a couple of warning shots, that definitely would have been a good run. But not today. It will be indeed, Matt C. It is going to be Dynasty continuing to push forward. And of course, 1620 Kings just in this position. They've got the one singular flash and they're not using it just yet. It seems like they've kind of got the setup where they're going to throw it straight over the top of mid and maybe try and fight that duel in the position here accordingly. Cheeseball is sitting back. That was absolutely disgusting. Straight through the smoke, no information, just completely dry. And poor Super, he's probably sitting there with his head in his hands. Regardless, they do start to at least walk their way into Cheetah. And from the back of it, it's just going to be still that one pick so far from 1620 Kings. But I think Dynasty still need to be careful.
They need to exercise caution, that's for sure, because the Kings might be able to find a sneaky kill just like they did early on. Boost actually coming through onto Script here. They're trying to reposition, ultimately realizing maybe they can't find something, but in fact they do find another. Cookie good for 2 in the round so far. Does eventually go down. Will be pushed on to the 4-on-3 situation now with the bomb planted. Does it give the CTs a little pressure, almost alleviating it there. Mechanical does find Nor. CTs are trying to see if they can settle the score, though. A little bit more damage being dealt. Mechanical and Thriller just on the edge of life here. Need to hold on as much as possible, but no! Forvint's found a kill here. This is already getting a little bit spicier. They're holding a crossfire, though, swinging into it, taking them all down. So close, yet so far.
Jeez, it's so nice to at least wipe the sweat off the brow there, hey? Like, after losing that many, that many members, yeah, it can get real dicey when you're only facing up against just the USBs. There's only a single flash, and someone check him PC in regards to Cookie. He was hitting some nasty shots inside mid there. But overall, it's okay. Dynasty can still continue to reset. They managed to take on 2 more of those rifles. It was funny. I got a message before, Matt, right, from one of our regular viewers, Mr. Spot the Aussie. And he was telling me, he goes, man, Nub is looking so relaxed this entire time. And I absolutely agree with him.
Yeah, he's just vibing out, just having a good time. Honestly, I can respect the calmness coming through, especially at this level of competition, because you need to remain calm and you need to keep your head in the game here. Speaking of, though, looks like we are just going to check out a little replay of how things shaped up. But maybe not. We're going to be back into the round ahead of us. So we'll be the mechanical wizard there, just holding through, waiting to see if anyone's going to press into him. No one looking to do that just yet, though. It's all just going to be a slow and steady dance here. But the teams are now going to be looking to take some territory as the round does slowly head its way through towards the later stages. Script at least does have utility to deal with them should they push a little bit too close to the sun there. No one's going to be venturing deep enough as yet, however, but that could quickly change off Nub trying to fake out this A site, while the rest of the team looks to stack their efforts up towards the outside of B.
Couple more warning shots. No real back of that. 30 seconds Dynasty certainly leaving this one very much down to the wire here, and they are going to be diving their way back into cave. Not exactly sure what he was looking at over there. Maybe just seeing if anything was over towards the long position, but nothing has come through, unfortunately, for him. He's going to be at on-site plants. Does actually manage to find Nub, but we'll get 4 and 4. It's going to be awkward on this retake for 16-20 Kings as they are dropping like flies.
And it would be down to the 2-on-4 situation now. Seems that the Flyers will be swatted once again here. All onto Cookie. A good kill coming through, though. Might be flanked, however, by the T's. Still holding point. Do find one, though. So not too bad. Bomb's still going to be ticking down, though. So Cookie probably just looking to send it through to CT spawn and just save it out. At least coming out of it with a couple of kills. Maybe another. No, not going to be. Dynasty pulled through with it in the end. And so pressure good from the Kings, but at least the Dynasty players maintain their grasp on the site and take away a 4th round consecutively in their favor. Certainly quite alarming for the Kings at this point.
The start that they need, right? This has been a very drawn-out series, very long in the sense that no one really sort of felt like they've had the drive the entire way through. We've seen both almost split down the middle, a half of this series where it's felt definitely like these teams have had different positions that have been of the series, and no way have we been able to sit back and go, okay, this looks like this team's going to win. It's all the way through. Trades now do start to come through. The issue Thriller's able to pick up too. Nicely done, and super to close. So Dynasty already with 5 side of Ancient is quite a statement, and if they can continue to keep it nice and sharp and smooth, that's when 16-20 Kings are going to start to second guess themselves a little bit. But now they've got the AWP for Cookie. They are going to be in control in this position. Lots of utility to work with. He's been the only real one to sort of find a lot of damage so far, though. Script in the same boat. I'm going to get that smoke down early. Early utility to block the members out of the mid position. And that's exactly what you want to see, right? What we spoke about earlier. Getting that mid control, getting the CTs up in position, and not allow the Ts early to sort of flush them out.
Looks like the Ts are trying to flush them out, though. Cheeseball actually going to be able to take down a Thriller. So a good start there from the Kings. Ooh, almost furthering it. Mechanical taking a little bit of damage there. Will at least be able to fade away. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go here. You can tell the Ts are really starting to gear up towards a site take. We'll see if they will be able to manage it, though. Still just going to bide their time for the time being. Clear out some angles closely towards this B site. Leave a couple trying to lurk out towards middle as well. Looks like the bomb is actually going to wrap around just through towards the T ramp position. See if they can stack their efforts up through catwalk to middle. They do have to consider the potential donut player there in Script, though, who is holding closely. No one going to be in house, so they are going to try and exploit this opening. Script's going to be prepared for it, though. Goes for the shot, doesn't get it. Super able to line it up. Cookie at least finding one back on a mechanical, but Forvin's gone down as well. Dynasty completely boulder their way past them and get the plant down towards this B site, or A site, rather.
Where has this team come from? Jesus.
Narnia.
Super nice, man. Just watching how clean they've been. Look at these shots. They're consistent. They know exactly the lines that they need to hold for each other. And all of a sudden, I just feel like I've just had a new dynasty just slotted straight in front of us right now in this series. Apparently, the break has given them plenty of time to rethink sort of how they wanted to approach this, and that's exactly what we need to see, right? You know, it's kind of up against them, the odds here, in the way that this map is that sort of heavy CT-sided. 1620 Kings have been taking control. They have been getting aggressive, but Dynasty have just been trading. It's something that can be, you know, so simple but so regularly overlooked, and whilst they do have a couple of members go down, unfortunately, to the bomb there, they do at least find another round. That's 6 now for Dynasty. They're feeling good about themselves. You know, they're all smiling. You know, they're all having a good time. And I think they pretty much just want this series to be over and done with right now. You know, there's been a lot going on for them all. But look, regardless, it has been a great one at that. You know, not all the way through this competition have we had super tight games. And this has been exactly that. Not quite overtimes on that first map, but we did see it go 16-14. But now look at that momentum straight in. And he doesn't quite clear the back end. That's exactly what I was talking about, though, Matt. You know, that early control into A main, a lot of the times they overlook the left side.
And not clearing the corners will be their downfall there, resulting in a 4-on-4 situation. We'll see if they can play off it further. Nor looking to hold it closely through towards Church at the moment. Might be able to find something. Does ultimately opt to fall back towards the cave position, though. Holding around the corner with support of their teammate. Mechanical might not anticipate this, at least pushing a grenade through to try and cut them off from that position. The smoke will come to be the end of that ordeal. So the T's now do have Super in the back lines. Might be able to launch a flank through towards the B side. Maybe could find the complete opening onto A, though. But it's going to be a difficult task for the T's to rotate through, considering they've still got Script to think about in that house position. But if they run it through Donut, perhaps getting past Script, it could be a little easier. Not going to be so easy this time, though. Script does find one kill. Looking to see if they can find a few more. No one going to be spotted, though. CT is now looking to rotate as well. T's going straight for the plant as they do it. Cheese ball's gone, and Thriller follows. 2-on-3 situation here this round, heading towards its ultimate conclusion. Surely something goes down. Super finds one. Cookie to find the trade. Night Raid looking to hold this one down all on their lonesome. As a smoke to play around, they found a kill. Cookie, surely he can do it, you would think. He's creeping right beside him. Night Raid not looking for it. Night Raid looks to the end. Cookie gets it. 16-20 Kings take their first round.
Jesus, what a build-up and what a wind-up. Cookie going absolutely massive to find out that round there. But they don't look super impressed by it, do they, Matt? They're definitely not feeling it 100% right now. As I said, it's been a long series for them. Definitely starting to feel the fatigue, but that's where these players are built, right? You know, long gone are the days of having to grind your way through bloody 8 hours of land before you even got to the finals in one day. So a lot of these players definitely feeling the fury and can look to keep up the pace where they need to close out a series like this. So an awesome first round, definitely well needed, allowing them to sort of fight their way back over time. But it's so late into this first half that you already start to get a little bit worried. They go for the boost over mid, but can't quite connect with it. Now the reverse boost coming in on towards the other side. Got to be careful here in this position. They give away the footstep audio, which I'm sure has in the end been heard by Thriller. But with this mid control, 2 members inside Cheetah, the side of 1620 Kings are just so split outside of that position, I guess, right? All watching very different positions, not really sort of setting themselves up to trade. So I think Dynasty, if they do find the right bit of momentum, especially if they end up pushing towards this A site, they could do well. Can rotate back now. 50 seconds left. Bombs still walking in towards main. But I don't think they're overly keen on Donut. So this is looking like it could be a potential start well for Dynasty, because look how far 1620 Kings have to rotate over if they're unsuccessful with an opening pick.
To go a long, long way. It seems it's already going to start to come into play. Trade to come through early on there. CT's trying to cut off a bit of positioning, leaving Forvint just hiding on the site. They don't realize he's inside that smoke. That could come to bite them later. Looks like it's not going to matter, though. Dynasty taking away a kill. Script fighting him through the smoke, though, but it will all be for naught. As Dynasty take us now 1-7 scoreline in their favor. The Kings, they were looking like they were going to be able to go toe-to-toe in the end there. But no, it will not be. And the Kings will be sent back down to the eco zone.
Another time where 1620 Kings have really kind of lost their momentum here. This is where the call for concern starts to come in, right? You know, Dynasty of lead looking absolutely excellent. Great shot from Script, but nicely refragged as well. Looking for more will be super. He has been absolutely electric on this map, and I've seen it many a time before. It has been such a treat having him on this roster. You know, when the original kind of team where it was what the Dynasty like Rewind and those kind of guys, when they all started to fall away, it was like, damn, you know, that was such an exciting team to be a part of. So it was good to see that Super still found a new home. And Thriller, he's either lagged or he's alt-tabbed there. I couldn't quite work that out, but in the end, they do win the round out. Super with 4, eco round sorted. And now as they move on into this next, you know, we've got 8 rounds in the back pocket for Dynasty now. They've already won out the half, and we're only 9 rounds into this map. It is quite a crazy kind of scoreline to even be expecting, but maybe it's going to sort of start to fall back, Matt, on what you were saying, right? Australia, we're a little T-sided, hey?
Yeah, just a little bit, it would seem. Seems that Dynasty is certainly playing true to that storyline at the moment. Might be able to find a kill early on, as a matter of fact. Oh, good spot above the smoke, but don't line it up. Script, very lucky to be running away with their life there. CT is going to respond with an abundance of utility as well, just cutting off the T's ability to run through towards whatever side of the map that they please here. Looks like they are just going to take it nice and steady, though, but Cheeseball could be taking it a lot more harshly. Speaking of, Cheeseball's gone. Nor to follow. Dynasty looking to completely just smash their way onto the site. Cookie, the only thing standing between them now. It leads towards the A side, though. Forvint able to find some success there. Slowing things down for the T's with only 55 seconds to go.
So this rotation back, already starting to pull so much information away. Poor Cookie. I feel like so many rounds throughout the entirety of this series, he's just been on an island, hey? Like, very rarely having the support to kind of trade him out accordingly, nor has been there at times, but now he's got to hold 2 different lines. Utility starts to come up. The smokes are going to be there for the execute, and now it's just like, what the hell does he even watch? There goes the smoke. Mechanical probably a little bit too keen, a little bit overzealous, but as the Molotov does go down on towards the site, will he be able to potentially flush off the plant? No, not quite. Molotov goes in just a little bit too deep. Now, Forvint, he is going to be the man to keep your eye on here, Matt, as he is on that big flank. And then, of course, inside of the cave will be Script. But let's see if the pace picks up. There we go, Forvint and Script. Super in a 1-on-3 now. Is he going to be able to pick up anything else for his trouble? Swinging around, looking to pick up the extra here. Forvint walks away, but it's going to be Script getting the round done. And 1620 Kings do manage to close another.
Good way to get it done there for the Kings. They will be able to take away their second. It's a now or never for them at this point, considering Dynasty have already taken that 8th round and will secure victory in the half. The path ahead of us, though, is going to be a redemption arc in the makings here for the Kings. Will they be able to potentially work their way towards maybe 5 rounds? Maybe we see 7 again. Who knows if that trend is going to hit the hat trick. Certainly going to be 2. Maybe. You never know, Mitch. You never know what could come out, though.
Oh, bro. All I know is the second we start calling overtime, that's when it happens, right? So let's go overtime, yeah?
Oh, 100%. Yep. OT map 3. I love it.
I'm strapped into this series. May as well just do it.
Production has just said no in our ears. They do not want to hear a word of it.
Oh, it always happens. I'll still never forget the time where I think I had enough time to go to the gym and come back, and a series was still going where it was like into the 60 round mark or almost 70 on Mirage one day, but those things do happen. Now, my eyes are on Nub at this point in time because he's found 2 very, very large frags, and basically just kind of sold a bit of a soul over towards that site now, because look at this position. It's straight up B, Matt, and they should have this site for free.
We'll see if they can make it happen. Looks like Nor's going to be cut off towards the lane position there, so we'll just be holding their ground. Speaking of, Thriller holds still and does get over the hill there, taking a kill onto Script. Going to be down to Cheeseball and Nor now. Left to consider their way forward here. Do they look to attempt this with the FAMAS and the AWP, or do they just slip away, live to fight another day into round number 12? Looks like that is going to be the case. They're going to slip through towards CT Spawn, or run it back towards the A site, and live to see if they can make something else occur, heading through towards round number 12. But with round number 11 going the way of Dynasty here, it does mean we will not be seeing another 8-7 scoreline. So thank God that trend has been broken, and Dynasty are very happy with themselves as a result.
Just having a little bit of a look-see as well. I've just seen that there's some activity on Twitter. Apparently, over in New Zealand town, the internet has been, like, attacked or something. So that's why there was those little issues with the stream earlier. That's nuts. Hey, it's super funny. You always sort of think it about yourself. It's like, oh, what's happening? You know, maybe some technical sides on our end. It's like, no. The whole internet broke. Please fix. That looks like it has at least started to settle for now. But for all of you that have been watching earlier, again, appreciate your patience on that. That's the reason, okay? Hasn't been us. But Cheeseball, he's picked up the AWP this time round. Obviously still with that double up, that save over. It hasn't really led to any success just yet. But look, potentially hoping for a bit of a change in pace in that. Script, if he hits another deagle, I might lose my mind. He's looking like me in a pug right now. Only can use the deag.
I'm sure there's a few more bags of tricks you've got available there, Mitch. I'm sure that you might be able to find a thing or two. Maybe there's a Zeus kill in the works for you. Who knows?
I wish. It's getting to that point now where it's like, I didn't even have much of a heyday, but I had enough of a heyday that now it's just downhill from here. Nothing more is going to change. I don't have the hours to put into the aim prac anymore, so I just rock up and kind of flail around in the match.
I'd love to see that, man, as long as you have fun. But looks like Corbin's going to have a little fun there, finding the Deagle headshot on to Nub. Looking to scrub past another as well, seemingly smothering their way through this one. Super does get caught in the end, though, by Scripps. Good bait from Cheeseball. You know, he misses the shot, and then his teammate's there to pick it right back up. So, nice round, actually, coming through from the Kings. You think that, you know, they'd be on Recovery Avenue, but it looks like they're going to be able to find a successful recovery mission there.
Yeah, for sure. This is a much better looking 16-20 Kings here. But then again, it's always that question of, is it a little bit too late? Now, Dynasty, the last time we saw them in this kind of economic situation, they just bloody bought up, which I think is probably the right way to go about this now. Definitely a position where they've taken the pause here, having a bit of a conversation. Actually, I don't know. Just looking at the cash now, on the side of 16-20 Kings, it is that good where they really should have no issues for kind of a fair bit of the half here. But like, still, it's such a close line. You know, if they maybe did a little bit more damage in that round, it might have been a bit more justifiable. But whether or not you have the one member drop to the Deagle, well, look, it's Super, and he can use a Deagle pretty well, so that's fine. So not too upset with that decision. They've still got some utility to work with. They've got a few rounds to burn. And I guess all they can really hope for here is that they can maybe break the economy of the 16-20 Kings for the last couple of rounds. If they took the save here, moved into the next, then it would still be a very, very tough task where they would have had to go buy on buy for the last few rounds. But now by taking this gamble, sure, they might have to eco into the next to buy up for the 15th. But if they do win this in that chance, they certainly have a go at potentially pulling away, you know, maybe even potentially a 12-3 half, which would be absolutely brutal, especially given how close this series has been to date.
We'll see if that brutality is going to come through right now as the T's look to stack up their efforts straight through towards long at the moment. They're pushed up quite tightly through towards the halls right now. Not looking to deck the halls with sounds of Jolly right now. They are looking to deck the halls with blood and guts. Speaking of, there's Super lining up 2 kills right from behind there, completely opening up this A side. Script trying to recover, but will not be able to do it. We'll see what they might be able to do heading forward, but it's just going to be all running through for Dynasty. Absolutely amazing stuff. Super gets behind, and it all goes by the wayside for the Kings there.
Did I not say you could use a dig? It's certainly a man that you want under-equipped in a round like that. Now, unfortunately, he does go down to the hands of Cheeseball, so no 4K here. But regardless, doing the heavy lifting, he has been such an impactful player. You know, to be 19-7 in just 12, now 13 rounds is such a massive statement to be had. It's pretty much GG at this point, I would say. 10 rounds on the T side is certainly a sort of murdersome feeling to come back from, but overall, I'm just very, very impressed by the way that Dynasty have been playing. You know, they've taken this pause time to refresh, to reboot, because it's exactly what I told the boys. Like, I actually had the pleasure of playing with Thriller, Night Raid, and Nub. We've had plenty of Counter-Strike action tonight. It's been absolutely blasting through. And now that we are back and ready into the server, ready to rock and roll, we'll be seeing who is going to be taking the last 2 rounds of this map, or half, rather, and then see who actually does manage to walk away with it. As we kind of know, this map being extremely sort of T-sided, you know, Dynasty have just done absolutely disgustingly well. And Cheeseball, well, he's in a little bit of a rock and a hard place here as they just barrel straight up towards B.
Yeah, take complete control of the site there and are looking to take a little more as they push past to blasting some bullets through the smoke there. Not actually going to be good to find the first kill, though. Great start there for the Kings. Still need to establish themselves a little further, however. Bomb will go down eventually, though, placing us into this 5-on-4 situation. CTs, they got plenty of util to try and take this side back. Smokes and flashes are just in abundance for them. We'll see if they can cut the T's off from each other, or whether the T's cut them off, as a matter of fact. Super hold in the corner could be spotted, does go down. It will be Forvent. Good to find another kill there. Night Raid, though, finds even more luck, finding a kill. Mechanical taking him down, taking down a few more CTs as well, taking down almost all of them. He's dropping everything. No, Mechanical. Oh, that's so tragic. He had everything behind him, and then he runs out of bullets. And he drops his pistol. Oh, man.
Rough. Couldn't tell if he was trying to go for that fake flash or something, hoping that Forvint wouldn't swing on him, but he does actually manage to get the timing right and ultimately the round done. So I guess the good thing here is that, you know, Dynasty tried something a little bit quicker. They kind of, you know, threw it against the wall a little bit and see if anything would react accordingly, and they absolutely did. Cheeseball is great with his utility. He managed to get that down very, very quickly, did a lot of chip damage with the HE, and put Dynasty at a little bit of an awkward predicament. So this time round is going to be Dynasty trying for something different, which is Mechanical go kill, and unfortunately he meets his own demise as Cookie will fell him. So look, it looks like 1620 Kings actually are somewhat bringing this back. It's not going to be a completely abysmal one side for them. I mean, it is still not exactly what you could have wanted here as they do start to run out towards this B side. Are they going to be able to lock it down? Forvid starts out well, but it is traded and Script has to try and deny it.
Script will deny it, as a matter of fact, does get the kill, and potentially another. Nor good to line it up there. Super now down to the wire here. Does have at least potential for a flank on the Cheeseball. Ooh, almost catching him on the reload. They now implode upon Super's position, though. Take the 5th in their favor, and that's going to be a 5-10 half. So nice recovery from the Kings towards the end. You know, you thought maybe Dynasty rather might be able to potentially further themselves, but at least for the Kings, they have a nice recoverable scoreline.
Yeah, absolutely. They've done quite well here. So still a little bit of a call for concern. I'm hoping that they will actually have the you know, T-side extraordinaire to get this pistol, because if they don't succeed with that one and Dynasty do manage to walk away with it, that's where it can get a little bit scary for the rest of the series. You know, you win out that potential way to 13 very early on. And all of a sudden, it can really sort of get into your head a little bit. But Dynasty, they're moving very, very quickly. The 1620 Kings out towards the Dynasty side, and it is going to be that A-side hit. But, oh, Nabi's thrown in a smoke. That's a bit brave.
Bravery pays off, it would seem, and not for Nor, though, pushing in Donut. Night Raid at least able to parade through towards the Donut position, looking for another kill. Forvid still alive and still kicking for the moment. Super, though, could be good to shut him down, perhaps. Now circulating toward it. Forvid good to at least take one out. Super now going to be shot from behind, and it will be 1620 Kings leaving this round behind, taking away the first round of the second half. And this creates a nice bright path towards recovery for them. And we'll see if they will be able to take away the second round as well.
Absolutely. This is the time, where we do get to see that comeback potential train, right? As I mentioned, if you lose out that pistol, it starts to get a little bit more hard to think about a world where you do get that victory. But man, Dynasty, they'll be absolutely kicking themselves for that. They weren't ready for the aggression at all. And that's the thing when you're playing up such close quarters with USBs. The Glocks are certainly the preferred weapon. And now Thriller, if he goes down to that HE, no, he won't quite. But look, at least the Kings, they've started off this round nicely. They've done plenty of damage. The rotation has to come through now from Nub. He's so far away. Cheeseball should find Thriller here easily. And now that they do have the bomb, where are they going to take it, though? It looks like they are going to go for a bit of a slowdown. But it's Nub just in this 1v4 overtime.
See if Nub might be able to at least scrub one more kill back. Cheeseball going to be holding around the corner, though. Does peek at the right time, but not going to be quick enough. Nub actually able to get past him. Might be able to find something a little further out of this, but still, they got plenty of time here. Tees haven't even gone for the plants yet. Nub making a little noise in middle. Might be given away if some Tees are close enough. Still just going to be anticipating an angle, though, it would seem. Nub now looking to meet them face first towards Donut. Getting closer and closer here. Does see the util, knows what is going to be imminent here. Another smoke to come through, though. Does cut off his line of sight. Still just going to be holding for it, though. Ooh, waiting for something. Forvent. Good to spray through the smoke again. Does clean it up in the end. And takes away round number 7 now in favor of the Kings. So, Dynasty just going to be stuck down towards a further eco here. It's unfortunate, but at least it gives the Kings a chance to take another one.
Does indeed. One of those throwaway rounds now. I mean, look, given the last half that we did see Cookie almost ripping off plenty of heads with those USPs, I think poor Dynasty only had 2 alive in the end. And look, it could be a similar position here, but no Thriller. He's got different stories. Through the fire and the flames, he will go through and unfortunately taken down. So Cheeseball, no, and a nade. As he does unfortunately miss the mark there, but that is absolutely fine. Bomb has gone down. Round has been done. And ultimately, that is going to be 16-20 Kings walking away with an 8th here. 2 rounds now, the difference. And finally, we do see the full purchase come up for Dynasty. Of course, it is going to be the big green in the hands of Night Raid. So I think the call for concern for me has got to be, like, if I don't see anything from Dynasty, no aggression, no confidence, I'm really going to start to think, Jesus, 16-20 Kings going to pull this one through? So it is going to be that mid-smoke nice and early on, usually just isolating the house. 16-20 Kings are the ones to do that. But Script has got up very, very close and personal here. He's almost ready to be actually potentially sent through this. He will have a player that he has to overwhelm, but just super quick. They're straight up in towards that mid position. Mechanical's on a good line. Doesn't quite want to check Forvent, though, but already so much is happening only just sort of 20 seconds into this round.
We'll see if they will be able to find something heading a little bit deeper into the round, though. Mechanical just holding right around the corner. Same will be said of Script here. No one going for a peek yet. Mechanical trying to look through. No one are going to be peeking, though. So it will still be Script solidified towards that house position there. Waiting to see what else comes. The T's now looking to dive onto this A side here. Mechanical catching one with a bit of fire and bullets. Good to at least solidify an advantage for Dynasty here. They hear them going for the plant, though. Looks like Script does at least manage to find a kill there. At least creeping around, seconding it, and it will be now Super trading it back. Another good for another 3-on-2 situation here. Cheeseball holding through towards the connector position. The teammate close by as well. CT's now looking to pincer on through, though. Nava going straight for the swing. Doesn't actually get him. Nor's taking him out. Thriller good to trade it back, though. It's all going to be on Cheeseball now. He locates one, locating the other, trying to get it. Cheeseball pulls through, taking us now 1 round between these teams. My gosh, 16-20 Kings. They've done it again.
Man, 16-20 Kings win this, hey? Like, Dynasty, the way they've sort of thrown that through, yeah, 16-20 Kings are definitely, in my opinion, in the pole position, even though they're down, even though they're on that T side, just the way that they're playing, You know, that round, for example, was a perfect sort of rendition of what it looks like when you are sort of happy with your position, right? You know, they traded out the frags. They were stuck in a very, very awkward situation. And look at that from Cookie. Straight up B-Long, finding the opening pick onto Super. And he should be lined up for a couple more as well. If he is lucky, there's one. Great shot from Thriller. But it is just a one and done. He might be able to find an AK off the back of this, which could be huge, but the spray into the smoke is a potential. Yeah, Thriller, back off, buddy. Taking a bit of a risk there, mate. And Cheeseball even yeets it out the server. Look at this guy. Big brain, as is always. You ain't having that. And only 2 members left now, both on the B site, Mechanical and Thriller. Thriller, he's even looking for it. He's disappointed. If he gets the shot, get owned. That's so funny. I love that round as it is.
Yeah, it's a great little round to come through there. Definitely having its own personality, that's for certain. Still could be a little bit more flavor to come of it, though. Mechanical going to be cut off by a decent molly. Could find a kill off of it. Only 5 bullets left, but unfortunately they are not able to take any more out of it. It will be the Kings taking us now 10-10, pushing a Dynasty there through towards a full buy. We'll see what a Dynasty might be able to deliver, though, as they do come at you with full utility and plenty of guns to boot.
Ollie straight over the top. Gonna sort of play a little bit of control of that donut side, but look at how quickly Nor is just straight through there. And that's the best thing, right? You know, he hasn't exactly had the most amazing game so far, 6 and 16, but at least he is going to be a bit of utility in his own right, just getting up straight into that mid control, already isolating the position, because so hard will it be for Mechanical inside the donut. If he doesn't get any sort of support here, Nub is ready, but that's the old M4A1S dink shot coming through. Forvent finds the opening. He does get taken down, but with that control, look at Nor. Is he going to be able to find it? No, not quite. So he is overwhelmed a little bit. It is traded out by Forvent again, who finds another. This guy is an animal. Bomb gets planted, 3 on 3, but Night Raid's got something to say about it.
It seems they've spoken of volumes there. Cookie is taken out of the game, leaving it on Forvent to 9 HP. Peeking through, actually finds 2. Hello? Forvent, my gosh, dodging bullets like he's straight out of the Matrix there. A grenade sends him straight through to the graveyard, though, leaving it all on Thriller. Script's going to be holding from the flat position there, looking to see if they can cut off the defusal. Thriller baiting things out, though. Script's not falling for it. Tweaks on the angle and takes away another round for 16-20 Kings.
That was nuts. Forvent, take a bow, as he does take charge of the server. It looks like he's joining now. Old mate Super up on 21. Yeah, as I said, this guy to me, it was only a little while ago where he asked, hey, Conky, can I have an invite to this platform? And it was like, dude, I've actually never heard of you. And then he was like, oh, no, you know, that's okay. I'm playing in this. I'm sort of improving over time. I was like, hell yeah, man. Like, keep going. That's awesome to hear. And now I'm casting him in LPL Pro like 6 months later. You don't often get that kind of player development arc out very regularly, and I am so happy to be seeing it, because I'm all for it, right? Like, if we've just got the same players doing the same stuff over and over and over again, it doesn't really sort of beg for a good storyline, but that's exactly what we've got right now, a story, Matt, and it's Nor this time who does open up with a couple more. It is going to be a bit of a rough round, though, of course, for Dynasty. You know, they're only cruising around with these couple of Deagles. They will move their way up into window, but Nor is there, and he wants eco frags right now, Matt. He's had not too many this game, and I think just give them to him at this point in time. Oh, poor Nor. Super great shot.
Yeah, not going to be able to stay alive any longer. Seems that they won't be giving him anything, unfortunately. But we'll see what they might be able to achieve heading into the rest of this one. T's still just clearing out the B site, thinking about, who could be there? Seems Nubba could be there, pushing through straight towards them. Cookie does catch them, and it will be all down to just Super now. Probably just going to be forced to save it out here in the donut position. Holding on to an AK on the CT side definitely will be imperative towards your potential success. So I can definitely understand their positioning heading through towards the end of this one. Looks like the Kings, though, they're starting to really build up some solid momentum, just training their way ahead, pressing through round after round here. And Dynasty, they need to figure out a solution to this, because otherwise we're just going to see the Kings take complete control.
It's already happening. Just absolutely feeling it at this point in time. You know, Super, he does live on. At least he does have that rifle to take through. He can drop over an AWP for his teammate. Looks like Nub's actually going to be picking up the secondary this time as round, which I absolutely love to see. You know, it's at this point in time, you've got to take some risks and find some reward, because if you allow a team like 1620 Kings to have this many rounds back to back to back, I mean, look at that goddamn scoreboard, bro. Perfect time to sort of break it down here. You know, we didn't even see 1620 Kings get rounds until about round number 7. And basically from there, it's just been all of the 1620 Kings show as we swap the side. I think it's about 8 consecutive now. 7, rather. No, I think it was like 8 or 9. Maybe even, I don't know. Can't do maths. I'm old, right? But we've got momentum. That's all that matters in this game that we call Counter-Strike, because it doesn't matter how CT-sided a map is. In our region, unfortunately, again, if you don't have that confidence on that CT side to take point, to take mark, and especially to deny this momentum that is in the form of 1620 Kings, it's going to be a little bit rough for you. And we're seeing exactly that, pen to paper.
Looks like Cookie, though, could be the one to potentially send the Kings a little bit further ahead. And not going to be able to manage it, however. Do see the shot swing straight past the player holding the angle there, and Mechanical. Do have a couple more players there to support this B side as well. We'll see if the T's can manage to strangle their way through here. 45 seconds to go. They need to move now or never. It seems that the CTs are throwing utility at them sparingly as well. Just trying to keep them as far away from the side as possible. In the meanwhile, Script at least does make some noise through towards House, but there it is, the opening they were searching for. Cookie spotting one, a Night Raid, good to catch the lurker, and Script there. Cookie going to be shut down though, nor at least able to find it back. Mechanical looking to do a bit of the same. Tees ultimately will go straight down for the plant, however, pushing us into that 3-on-3 situation. CT's already being close to the site does inspire hope, does instill focus. And it looks like they're already cutting off that cave position, looking to see if they can push the ramp. Borvent going to be cutting them off on the off angle, nor to be good on it as well. Does take away another round in favor of 1620 Kings.
Beautiful stuff. Honestly, I'm feeling it still. It's just so close to happening. It's actually crazy. Oh my word. Are they just picking up pistols here? I think they are. Look, Super's got so much cash. You would have thought that potentially maybe just goes for the hero rifle or something along those lines. You know, take that forward. Potentially drop over the pistols for the boys. Not really sure. Just wants to make sure, I guess, he establishes that AWP for Night Raid or Nub. But, you know, they can probably buy their own. They've got such a big loss bonus at this point in time. But whatever you can see, it is, again, this is stamina, right? This is about a 3.5-hour series, I believe. When did we start, Matt? I think it was just about 3:30 my time. So, yeah, look, we're really getting into the meat and potatoes right now, right? You know, it's definitely a long series. It has had a massive run. So you can just tell that 1620 Kings, they're the team that have kept their composure. They've kept their momentum behind them, and they're happy to not kind of, you know, throw anything by the wayside. Whereas Dynasty, you can just see in their team play right now, their team dynamic, that they are just not really all there right now, and they're certainly losing it. But regardless, it is going to be that walk into House, and they are set up to the right side of the map. So will they find this info, or will it all go pear-shaped? Orbit, you're insane!
Looks like it is already going a little pear-shaped there, turning into apples and bananas, fruit salad. Maybe we'll call the Wiggles.
They've just run into the stack and won.
They came in like a wrecking ball, huh?
Oh, bro, absolutely. Yeah, definitely need some fruit salad, yummy, yummy at this point in time, mate. We might have to go back to the kids' musicals at this point. Try and amp them up.
We'll get the big red car.
I wonder which member of Dynasty is called Jeff. Definitely needs to wake up at this point in time. Oh, not quite. Nor tries to make it happen. But the man's an animal. He's out mid every single round. Like, not once have they fought. It's like this big, scary top mid smoke has freaked them out so much that they literally have not taken mid control once, Dynasty. I've not been expecting this in any way, shape, or form. I was certain that Dynasty was going to clear house on this. But Nub, what do you even say there?
That's so unfortunate. It's coming through there. Like, they started off so well, getting that pick on a 4-vent, but then just like that, a spear through the head sends a Nub out of the game. As Night Raid, though, is good to trade it back, but Nor going to be good to find it further alongside Cookie. And even more furthered as Mechanical is stripped away from the server right now. And it will be just down to Super, but alas, Super not going to be able to do anything. The Kings just continue to just dominate this battle right now, sending us through towards series points. And Dynasty, they're going to be stuck down to their last dollars here. Night Raid, at least good to have the AWP, seeing a bit more of a sparing approach though. Famus has picked up alongside the MP9, and 4 to come out on Mechanical as well. This is looking dangerous, and they are looking to go straight into the danger zone.
Straight in. No buggers given at this point. Look how sharp he is. He has absolutely started to pick up here, looking for a second as well. Maybe even making a third, not quite. For Vince, though, his partner in crime did find one over towards the other side of the map. Now it's very much into this 2v2. Cruising on in. Trying to find something, but oh, it's so tight. He's giving the info away. Will he find it? 1v2, Matt. Close it out.
Surely they can do it here. Nub going to be even burnt out of position there, creating the opening for the T's to get straight onto the side here. Nub still holding it from the lane, though. As soon as that fire goes, he's going for it. 4-vent not watching him. Could be the opening, but no, it is going to be game, set, and match there. Look at the sigh of relief.
He's had enough. Yeah, they've just absolutely over that. Look at his face. That's perfect. Cheeseball has literally just said, what the hell has happened, boys? They are so over that series. Oh, man. All right. I'm happy to just completely overlook how long that ran for, Matt, and just be super happy with how it's ended, right? Like, I almost just sort of have a feeling that, yeah, just the way that 1620 Kings was able to keep their composure, not lose the plot. Remember that it was, 10-3 Dynasty were up, then script DCs. They have to wait another 10 minutes, and then all of a sudden we come back and they clear out that round. That was, I think, like 12 in a row that they managed to come back from. No, 13 in a row. 13 in a row. That's insane. Anyway, we won't ramp on about it too much. We'll talk about it in the pregame a little bit before our next series, because we do have another series, ladies and gentlemen, by the way. Exclamation Orcon in chat, by the way, as well. Take a break. See you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, good day. Hello, welcome back. It is a pleasure to have you all here for the Let's Play Live Pro League Series Season 1 of 2022. My name is Conky. Alongside me is Matsy, and Matt, my friend. We have just had a banger of a series between the two teams in 1620 Kings and Dynasty. Unfortunately, we do have to say farewell to Dynasty, who did fall by the wayside after 1620 Kings pulled off some absolutely disgusting T-side Ancient and completely walked away with it. I think it was, 13 rounds consecutively.
Yeah, really phenomenal stuff coming through from the side of the Kings there. You know, they start a little slow, but after, some lulls in the rounds there, they did manage to completely build themselves up for success, and they will be able to qualify their way through towards stage 2. So this is only the beginning for them. There's still a bit more to be dealing with, but we've got another game on our hands this evening, Mitch. We've got Nutty Gaming coming up against Deadweight.
We absolutely do. Now, this one has a big old question mark sort of next to me here, right? Because I know there's been like a couple of little changes to the deadweight roster, I do believe. Mr. Shark has gone elsewhere, and then Nutty's also in a sort of similar boat where they're still developing and learning as a team and that kind of thing. So, I really have no idea how this one's going to kind of go. It's going to be a team of which is sort of the team feeling the most confident, I feel. But why don't we introduce them for you guys, just to give you a little bit of a reminder of who is actually on both of these rosters. So, of course, it is going to be a team going through to that next stage, and one will be going home. So, of course, Velocity, Mega, Super, Talaj, and Shah. Mega is the one at the helm of the team, of course, that IGL. And the rest of the boys, look, they've been coming a long way, right? Some of these players have been around for a little bit, some of them sort of fresh faces. For me, Super is not one I've really had a huge chance to sort of commentate around, and Shah was similar. I've played with him a little bit, same with Talaj and Velocity, but look, they've all got capacity. It's just whether or not, they're going to put sort of the right tools to the trade to actually get the job done in a series like this.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to actually pull things off here. Obviously, having the abundance of experience behind Mega on that IGL role definitely does stack them up for success there, as obviously Mega formerly playing on the Caught Off Guard roster. So I'm curious to see if that's really going to play an element into their play here, whether they'll be a bit more disciplined or whether he'll let them run free.
Absolutely. It's definitely a team where it's that question, how far do you let them go and how far do you reel them in? But it's a similar story for this team in Deadweight, of course, which, as I mentioned, have had that recent change where they brought JKR in replacement of Mr. Shark. I do believe he will be the one picking up the AWP. Muffin, obviously, is the man on the IGL. He was doing some really, really good things over the last couple of weeks when he's leading the boys in a good charge. Drox is one of those players who I think if he has faith in himself, he's going to be nuts because he's always the guy questioning, being like, oh man, had a bad game afterwards, sort of thing. It's like, nah, bro, got to be confident because you are bloody sharp. And Clover, another WA fellow as well, one from across the lake, as I guess you could say, with on my side of the fence, and he's also a really impressive player. So look, fundamentally, like down to it, and Jacoby, of course, as well, like they're a really, really solid roster, but I think they just need a little bit more time in the oven at this point in time.
Yeah, just need a little bit more time to really stack themselves up. I can definitely understand that, considering they are, more of a newly formed team there. They do obviously have that diverse amount of experience behind them, though, particularly Clover. Definitely have seen a lot of Clover over time, obviously playing for quite a significant chunk of time there, even having a bit of an origin story back in the Evolution Leagues couple of years ago, playing with Danger on the Royals roster. So
wow, yeah.
Definitely eager to see how things shape up here for Clover and Co. heading into this matchup.
For sure, for sure. So yeah, two kind of teams in development stages, I guess you could say. And here's our head-to-head right now. Of course, Mega, the IGL. And I do believe Clover has had some sort of, runs in the IGL realm in the past. But regardless, both fantastic players, all sort of stepping up. Mega for me, again, I can't just quite put my finger on it, what sort of style he's trying to sort of lead. Because he constantly always has these, really good teams behind him and puts up some big numbers. But you kind of question maybe how the calling's going at times. So I really want to see this guy step up to the plate and utilize these, teams that he has in hand, because Nutty should be nutty, right? Like they're a real solid bunch of players, and Deadweight, I think also, they've got some real capacity behind them too. So hopefully Clover will step up in the server tonight and really take the team forward. But regardless, we're not going to know until we see what vetoes are coming out, right, Matt? We've had a very interesting one in the previous, in the sense that we are completely away from the middle of the map pool, and are we going to go right back there? Oh god, we absolutely are. Dust to Inferno and Mirage. Would you have it any other way?
Oh boy. Here we go again, Mitch. We talked about this in the first series. That's our typical veto, and in typical fashion, here it is. Oh my gosh. I can't believe it.
It's such an odd one, right? Because you always wonder, I guess it's always that comfort feel, right? Where these teams, they're constantly pugging, like a lot of these players you do see in the pug realm quite a fair bit. And these are the three maps that you see pretty much all the time. You might toss the occasional overpass in there. It's pretty much whatever players are like, ugh, I have to play this map. And then they play Mirage 600 times instead. So it is an interesting dynamic. I'll give it a bit of space, in the sense that, as we know, both these teams still in development phase, right? So they're still trying to work each other out. But, it's always a tough one as well to think about, because since you both are on the cusp of both elimination and qualification, it can be a bit hard if you're like, oh, we've been working on this map, let's try bring that out. So a lot of the time teams end up just going back to that, stock standard that they're super used to. So I'm wondering what they'll actually have, to have the confidence to pick Dust 2, and then for Deadweight to obviously pick Inferno. We'll have to find out what their strategy is going into these maps.
Yeah, I'm eager to get a handle on exactly what their thinking is going to be heading into this one. Like you were touching on earlier, thinking about exactly what's being said behind the scenes on the team like Nutty Gaming, with that leadership of Mega 2F there, or whether we do see maybe something interesting coming out from the Deadweight roster as well. Because, both of these teams have definitely proven themselves to be able to get to this stage of the Let's Play Live Pro League. So they've got what it takes, but it's all going to be up to this final step as to whether they will be able to contend with some of the invited teams heading through towards stage number 2. Certainly eager to find out exactly what is going to come out of them, though, considering just how much is at stake here for both of the rosters. Heading through towards the first map of the series, though, on to Dust 2, do you feel like maybe we see a pretty close series like what we saw in that first one there? Maybe it ends up being 8-7, maybe a little bit more? Or do you think maybe this one could go a bit more one-sidedly?
If I'm thinking correctly, I'm trying to run back to the series that I actually did cast on this one, right? But it was deadweight, pretty sure, to open up on Dust 2 against Bandits. And it was like a 16-3. It was probably one of the cleanest CT sides of Dust 2 I've seen, including casting your Renegades, LFO, etc. And it just felt like, not because of a team dynamic or skill level, or, sorry, not a skill level, rather, it was more of that team dynamic element, right? Where it was just one team completely decimating another team just on retakes and rotates, right? Like, it was super beautiful to watch how well they played. That was with Mr. Shark, though, and he always has, you know, some sort of big impact on that AWP. He's over on the 8-ballers now, so I'm interested to see how he's going to go there. He's definitely one of those upcoming talents that I think has some good capacity. But yeah, look, going into Dust 2, I'm like, I definitely can see Deadweight really stepping up to this one, but they've got to make it happen, right? So without further ado, guys, let's dive into it. We're sick of talking about potentials and what could happen, what will happen. Let's actually get the players do the talking in the server right now. And guys, if I do remind you all of the broadcast show that we have had, thank you again for being a part of it. It has been an absolutely long haul, and as part of that, I do always have to shout out our amazing production team, of course, over in Kiwi Town. If it's late for you guys, it's even later for them, so they're running it back here past midnight, getting these series done, and you know, pushing all the buttons for us, as well as hitting the sticks for old Metaphase on that production, but on the observing, rather, that will be joining us. But for now, it's me, Conky, alongside yourself, Matsy, and we are going to be diving into Dust 2 for Deadweight versus Nutty Gaming.
Good way to kick things off here. We will be heading straight through to Dust 2. Nutty Gaming going to be on the T side, and it would seem Deadweight on CT. Looks like Drox is going to be holding things strongly towards Long. Clover trying to go for an early kill, though not actually getting through the shot. A trade comes through in favor of Nutty Gaming. So good start from them as they try to take a bit more control. JKR also being taken down to 18 HP there. Could prove to be a little bit more dangerous for either side. Looks like the teams will at least be able to glide their way a little further as well, taking Jacoby now to 26. All these players are ever so low on the CT side. It seems the more time ticks down, the lower that they get. Somebody call a doctor. These guys need healing desperately. Not going to find any of it for Jacoby, though, leaving it down to JKR on 1 and Muffin on 2 HP now. Both players just seemingly distancing themselves as far as possible from the site. Just trying to maybe maintain ownership of the armor there, maybe the kit. But yeah, it's not really looking too pretty so far.
That's rough. Very, very rough. And Super, he's happy to just charge on through with those jewelries, get the job done. And it's really only on Muffin to just try and hope to save the kit, right? You know, that can be an important item to take through into the next round. But if Super throws a couple of wild shots, all he needs is just the one, but he looks the wrong way. The bullet, actually, the rogue bullet comes out from Muffin. He's lucky. But that's an opening round that's looking very, very strong from the side of Nutty Gaming, of course.
We'll see if they will be able to continue that energy heading through towards round number 2 here. Looks like Deadweight just going to play it safely, not go for any kind of force here. Drox, though, does try and go for an opening kill. Will be traded out there. It seems that Nutty Gaming continuing the same momentum that we did see from them heading through to the initial round. And there's nothing there to stop them whatsoever. Jacoby and co completely just barreled past here. Does leave it all on to Jacoby, though. Good little kill to come through there. Could even find another one, but it's just not meant to be. Can't go Kukli style onto that one. It will be 2-0 in favor of Nutty Gaming.
Good start. Exactly where you want to be. Not letting anything sort of come back into it, but it will be something that we don't see often, I feel like, these days, you know, in sort of that second round or third round buy-to-buy. Going in for the second round, full eco. Jacoby does get tagged up a little bit, but that's just the scout of Sharp. And Muffin looking to reposition. Does have a scout of his own. So it's just going to be that look to dive back in towards mid here. Nutty. Trying to find some sort of control as a result of it. Happy to sit back to have that one member in close mid. Does actually spot out Muffin, but pretty much just sends him away. No real further presence, not pushing through the doors just yet. So the early control from Deadweight over towards long means that they can have some lean towards mid. And of course, the short line. And that's exactly where one member is. But ultimately, it does appear that Nutty have got their sights set towards this B side at the moment.
See if they will be able to push their way into it now. They're certainly setting themselves up for success here. Do have a CT laying in wait, however. They're just going to wait and see exactly what happens. Jacoby still going to be waiting for something to come through, though. Seconds are ticking down here. We'll see if they can figure it out. He goes for the swing, does find one. He's able to fall straight back to the site, putting a flash in the air there, trying to create a bit more distance. He actually catches one off it. Mega and Talaj, though, able to find a couple of kills as a result. It does allow them to climb their way through towards the B site, setting us up for a 3v3 retake here. We'll see if the CTs might be able to find a little bit more traction as they do push their way further into this round. With only one flashbang behind them, though, and just the kit on Muffin does prove quite difficult to get onto this site. The T's don't have much behind them either, however. Do have at least a bit of fire to take their time a bit more. See what else they can find, though. The T's do find a little bit of suppression, but Clover finds a kill. Mega able to back it up. JKR looking to do a bit more. Won't be able to do it. It's all going to be up to Reply there, taking the third away for Nutty Gaming. What a way to get it done, but you can tell Deadweight, they got a little closer there, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was sort of just going to touch upon, right? You know, the B side of Dust 2 can be one of the toughest maps to, the toughest sites to retake in the entire active map pool at this point in time. So well done for them to even sort of have a real chance to dive back into that. It was looking good. And Shah, goodbye, Jacoby. It was obviously just an eco round, but still a good shot nonetheless. And an early start here off for Nutty Gaming. I'm really hoping that, you know, given that it's a little bit of a different roster, of course, you know, I'm not exactly sure as to what we're dealing with here. You know, it was our original understanding that Velocity was going to be playing. It looks like Reply is in his place, and Reply's had a fantastic start here, so no going to be doubting on that. But maybe the fact that Nutty are just sort of approaching this maybe in a little bit of a different roster, potentially. It could even just be a looser style of gameplay, right? I know that they've got a, pretty sure they're going to be playing at that Bris Vegas event coming up as well. So potentially a little cheeky boot camp on the way, I hear, for the team. So it's great to see another, you know, org stepping in and really kind of putting in what we need to this region. You know, of course, org support is absolutely awesome alongside TO support. And as I mentioned, like I keep telling you guys, if you guys are sitting there going, I think I could do better than these teams or players in the server, well, shut up and do it, because there's a big, big amount of opportunity in the region this year for gaming. So that's all I can sort of say there as maybe some loose words of dad encouragement. Get playing, get fragging. Look at the game a little bit of a different way than a lot of these other teams are looking at, because quite often, you know, it seems like the big issues are CT side, everyone's scared. T side, everyone's super confident. And there's definitely a lot of kind of gaps that new players and teams that are developing their strategies and their meta can actually find a space. So always a cool opportunity here in Australian Counter-Strike. And I think eventually, you know, Renegades, LFO, Order, they want some other teams to start contesting them as what we're sort of seeing now with some other of these rosters. But regardless, I'll stop talking because it is going to be the round victory now for Nutty. And it is just going to now be obviously 3 members alive. They didn't want to give any more money over to the opposing side. So there will be this full buy coming in for the side of obviously Deadweight. And will it be their first round of success? We'll have to find out shortly.
We'll be heading straight in to round number 5 now, though, so we'll figure out exactly if it's going to play out the way that Mitch has said it could. Heading into this one, as the CTs look to give themselves away slightly through towards the middle doors there. Muffin just going for a little bit of a jump through, just trying to scope things out for their team. Not going to be caught, though, so at least good to play those information plays early on. Does at least create an opening through towards the CT side. Maybe they can play off of that. Looks like Nutty Gaming, though, is playing a lot more passively into this one now. Not looking to go so aggressively. Just bide their time for the moment before making a true decision as to where exactly they want to go. Speaking of, though, it is going to be a Mega taking a bit of damage down to 69 there. at least able to maintain their grasp over their life. But alas, Talaj will not be able to do the same, as they do manage to find a kill from CT spawn there. Muffin opened it up.
Exactly the entry that they needed. So with this extra mid control that they do have in hand right now, it's going to be a little bit of a look up towards short, but still again quite split, yet to make a real decision on how they actually want to approach this. Just having a bit of a peek through mid. Actually a slow walk through mid. Where are the other players here? It looks like Deadweight do have a bit of a focus. JKR still has his sights set over towards this position of short, and that's now a very good molly and smoke in. Muffin, he's going to have a very, very large task at hand. He looks away from the smoke. He gets one, gets two, almost gets a third. Will he even be able to find it? Not quite. Mega does get the trade out. Jacoby, though, is there, and he will be able to find it, and I love watching this guy play. He always gets so hyped up. Holding down that B site. Deadweight, not looking like Deadweight in that round, as they do secure it. But that was a very, very nasty hold there from Muffin. Great flash from Jacoby. It was just looked like it was good calling, right? You know, Muffin calling for the flash. Jacoby able to get it done. And now as it stands, it is going to be at least a buy and buy. Again, good money still for Nutty to a degree. Whereas Deadweight do kind of set themselves up nicely with that 4 alive position. Muffin actually going for some control in mid. Doesn't quite find it, however. And he is going to cruise away as the round starts. It sets a little bit of a standstill, but I'm liking this late mid control. Deadweight have tried to take short nice and aggressively. There is that one member in reply cruising down through lowers. With mid long control established, that definitely does sort of start to set a good tone for the round for Nutty.
See if they can play into that tone a little further here. They are already scoping things up towards long, leaving the lurk there in reply could create even a further opening for them, depending on how the CTs position themselves. Looks like they're still just waiting for some kind of information to be given to them as yet, though. T's only a minute on the clock to go, starting to push some utility now, flowing its way through towards the site. Could restructure the defenses around it. Looks like they will have a little bit of fire to contend with. Speaking of, reply finds a bit of firepower. Now is trying to smoke off the mid to B position, baiting things out for their team, throwing out all the which utility they can. Just create noise, try and see if they can make these CTs move away. Looks like the T's, though, are going to be caught whilst they try and cross through towards the site. Mega and reply go down. All going to be up to this 4-on-3 situation now. 25 seconds to go. They're trying to get the bomb down. Drox isn't able to stop the plant, but at least stops a player, making it 2. Talaj now after to try and pull through onto it. Will be actually taken 1, but no more to be located. And so the round will go the way of Deadweight there. Just look at that energy. You can tell they're happy with that one. Oh, yeah, pumping the chest. You love it.
He is such a funny guy, man. I've spent so much time in the server with him, and he always does make me laugh. Good fella there, Jacoby. But yeah, look, this is a good response from Deadweight, right? You know, they lose those first couple of rounds. Nutty really started to sort of take it away, but now they actually are going to be looking down the barrel of an eco here. So I don't really kind of send too much on Dust 2. You know, this is the most strange map in a way that back once upon a time, you know, this map has been around since the absolute dawn of time. And it was always kind of a little bit more city-sided, right? Whereas now you just don't know at all. Muffin, good position, gets one, and he is done. Still outside towards long. Another member of Nutty. A little shaky there from Muffin. Pulls out the USP. It does get traded. No teammate in sight to sort of help him out, so the IGL does go down. But regardless, you know, Deadweight are showing much better signs. Got to be careful that they don't give over too many more weapons. Want to make sure that at least they can lock down as much as possible. So JKR is going to rotate back in towards mid, the newer member of old side of Deadweight. As I said, you know, it is a big shoes to fill with Mr. Shark not being in the server anymore. But now Jacoby is going to be trying to lock down B on his lonesome. Drox actually is there.
As well, there's good way to close out the round for the side of Deadweight. So 3-4 scoreline will be secured by them. Nutty Gaming now, however, are going to be responding back quite decisively with a full bite to have a pretty good amount of utility behind them as well. Looking to see what they can achieve with that one. Alas, it is going to result in the Deadweight side still just going to be standing in a pretty steady position themselves. They've got plentiful amounts of utility, We'll see exactly where they're going to be shaped up here as we do press on into the early stages. T's taking a bit of tunnels control, are going to be cut off at least by a bit of CT utility. Do have the Xbox smoke as well, so not allowing anyone to see each other eye to eye just yet. That could quickly change though, considering the smoke is now going down. And a Molly's there to actually follow it up. Clover going to be forced off the angle, taking 10 HP of damage. But at least they will be able to work their way around that, taking a bit more freedom of control through towards that short position.
One thing I'm really liking at the moment is sort of watching the way that Muffin's been playing. You know, he's been really trying to get aggressive down towards that mid position, you know, with the changes, obviously a little while ago to top mid. It allows so much sort of extra space. Now the old bait and switch from JKR and Clover, it's beautiful stuff. So Nutty, they're kind of getting picked apart like a good old pulled pork roll at this point in time. Just realistically not able to kind of find the trades. Deadweight are very much stacking up further forward. And they're certainly putting the pressure on. So it looks like they're setting up these buddy systems much nicer. It's a very, very hard kind of side to lock down, the CT side of Dust 2. But I think Deadweight, they're moving around the map enough that they're getting early info, that they're doing it quite well. But now it is going to be that B side hit. Utility goes in. They try to smoke mid to B. The Reply actually does find an opening frag here. Now Jacoby's in a little bit of an awkward spot. Shah picks up one more, but it is just going to be down to Reply in a 1 versus 3. And I see the chat is a big fan of this man at the moment. So will he be able to find it? 10 seconds, flash goes in. Jacoby just looks for a little bit of a line peek. And will he find one? He does get one, but it won't be any more than that. 4 rounds now for Deadweight, Matt. And yeah, mate, all I'm saying is this is just a very good sort of comeback from Deadweight and somewhat similar to what I was experiencing the last time I saw them on this map, right? You know, as I said, obviously Mr. Shark did have quite some impact, but I felt like it could have been more around sort of Muffin's calling and on the retaking that really is what net them that early success.
Yeah, it really does prove to be important. Just having that proper communication there, being able to push their way towards success. Speaking of which, though, seems that Nutty Gaming is trying to do just that right now. Already pacing their way up long at the moment. CTs are aware of their positions, though. Taking out one, looking for a second. Bomb carrier actually gets towards the site. Does get shut down eventually, however, alongside the rest of the team. So it all will go downhill from there, pushing Deadweight towards a lead of their own now. Seemingly all the spark that did come through towards the Nutty Gaming side has now been extinguished and has gone the way of Deadweight.
So noticing that I think old Clover's got some new posters. Pretty sure he had blank walls before. Always loved the character development arc of some of these players' backgrounds and setups. It is always still funny though, right? You know, how long that these guys have been starting to put their player cams on and still only get half their face. Love to see it. But there's Muffin. Again, that mid-presence, that mid-aggression that he has just been getting away with time and time again. JKR rolling back the years, like 5 years, man. Very beautiful. Good flick across the side of top mid. And yeah, now it settles again. But it's once more, you know, the early fight that's been taken. Muffin just getting control time and time again. He keeps finding this info. And at the exact same merit, we've already got Clover top mid, but he might go a little bit too far and be punished for it. Getting control is one thing, but going a little bit too far is another. Now Long given up. It's going to be JKR to rotate over.
Let's see what JKR and co can do now. Looks like the Nutty Gaming side is trying to slide their way onto the site now. Reply at least good to start off one. JKR good to trade it out though. Super goes. It will be the battle of the Orpers. Whether Shark can do it is going to be tested. He actually pushes around the smoke there. Utility to come as a result. Not going to find much else as yet. But at least does create an opening for their teammate to potentially exploit here. As they do try their very best to press their way onto the site a bit more. Not going to be able to claw it through yet. JKR letting him pass. Will be able to allow the T's to get the bomb planted down. Do have Jacoby, though, holding through towards Catwalk. Potentially could create some traction, but alas, they're going to give it away. Look to see what else they can do if they pincer onto the site from CT spawn, short, and the long positions here. Shah's holding long, and they've got their teammate holding short. Not for long, though. He goes down. It's all up to Shah now. These rifles can easily overwhelm. Will they be able to? Yes, they will. Drox gets it done. Sends Deadweight now 2 ahead.
There we go. Another good round, another clean retake. And, you know, this is the thing, right? Obviously, on a map like Dust 2, where the sites are so spread apart, it can be so tough to rotate. But if you do it right, if you do it as a team, you make sure your utility's set up and ready, and you've got that kit in hand. It's all about the flow, baby, the momentum, the motion in the ocean. Getting your way back on towards that site and keeping 3 alive as well. It was beautiful stuff. So Deadweight very much take the lead. They've done it strongly, and now we sort of find that territory, right, where it does feel like it's just going to be that buy after buy after buy for Nutty. They haven't really shown us anything exciting since those last few rounds that they did manage to pick up at the very, very start. And Deadweight have just been all the way through ever since round number 5. And if they keep this up, take it consistent, you know, obviously they're close enough to winning out the half already. I think that could make it pretty tough to old Nutty if they sort of take their way through onto that T side.
See if they'll be able to manage it. Muffin looking to pull a cheeky one over through towards the T's, pushing deep into the smoke. Might be able to find reply, perhaps, if they venture any closer. To have support of Clover close by as well. Smokes dissipate now. Muffin almost good for it, but reply will be able to take it out in the end there. 8 HP, but still kicking on, supporting their team to see if they can launch a strike through towards the A side here. They've got CTs to worry about though, but it seems maybe not, as it will be the side of Nutty Gaming having their patience pay off for themselves. The same almost could be said of JKR here. Still just going to be holding towards the side though, but with so many T's pushing up, they're going to be overwhelmed, creating a complete opening here for the Nutty Gaming side. And it will push us potentially towards that 5-6 scoreline, but Clover is still going to be kicking on here, trying to keep the round alive, but they will eventually dive straight down, leaving it all to Jacoby here. 1-on-4 situation. Probably just going to end up saving this one, considering just how far away they are. They've got plenty of money, though, so it's not the worst thing if Deadweight do lose out this round. We'll see if they can run it back into the next, though.
Absolutely. Plenty of money. No stress. If they continue nice and relaxed, it should be all good. But it's nice to see that at least Nutty have managed to sort of find another strike to get back in. It's really just about thinking forward into that next round. Drop to come over from Jacoby. Of course, everyone else will have a buy. Plenty of money still in that back pocket, as we mentioned. So even if they're unsuccessful into what will be the 12th year, there is another buy there and available. Now, Nutty also shouldn't have too many issues with their economy for the rest of the half either. Super will be able to pick up the AWP. And it looks like he maybe just had the spawn there, so he's taken that towards long. Nobody's actually peeked at all. Because Muffin, he's gone walkabout, mate. He's gone straight up mid, and I think this actually might not benefit him here if he does continue fourth. But no, he finds the timing. He actually gets it. He actually gets out of there too. If he spots down towards lower, they actually do smoke towards it. Look at Muffin. This guy, if they don't punish him, I think this could get really, really scary. Look at Jacoby. He's already in that position. Now, Muffin walking up in towards lower dark. This is where it gets really worrying for Nutty. They just can't find anything. They've just got this bloody baked good that's cruising all the way through their tunnels, Matt. I don't know how they're going to be able to sort of fight back to this. Good shot from Super, but he's got 4 more to go.
Yeah, and it's not going to be going anywhere here, Mitch, as Deadweight will be able to take away the kill and the round as a result there. So Nutty Gaming not able to get the stranglehold they were searching for on their map pick here. Will result in a Deadweight round to come through. Luckily for Nutty Gaming, though, they still got a bit of money to play with, so most of them going to be buying up AKs. The AWP on Shah says bye-bye. It will be a large now.
Don't peek again.
Oh, my word.
Uh-oh.
2 in a row? You can't be serious. Looks like the CT side are just going to continue from the last round, just absolutely destroying things. Luckily for Nutty Gaming, though, they've managed to at least find some kills back. 3-on-2 situation now. It's not unsalvageable. They still can find an opening here. Speaking of, they might just be able to figure it out. JKR missing the shot. Maybe they can manage to brush past him. Clover could be the one to find a kill on the side, though. Getting closer to Mega, but no. Mega's good for it. Bomb is going to go down as a result. Jacoby looking to see if they can find a kill as a result there. Do set it up. It's all on reply now. 19 HP, and it's to no HP. JKR good with the orb, torpedoes past, and takes away the round for Deadweight.
Awesome round from JKR, but that's the interesting play, right? It's on both the teams, really. You know, you have to have the confidence to go for that mid-doors peak. It is such a gamble, you know, dropping down into Sui now. It can be a bit of a tough fight to take as the T, where you used to be able to basically be there immediately off spawn. Whereas now that's kind of not the case. So it gives a little bit more time for the CTs to slot their way over and try and take that fight. But it wasn't just the first peak, it was the second peak that was really like, uh-oh. And now we've seen the exact same thing, but this time it's Drox. He's had the long spawn, and he's taken it over accordingly. Very nicely done. They knew that they had an opportunity to find that there, and, you know, JKR's happy to forfeit the gun for the time being and swap it around accordingly. So this Deadweight roster, whatever the hell they're doing, they're enjoying themselves. They understand each other's limits, and they're just doing the right thing together. And now, Matt, it's going to be on to Jacoby to see if he can lock it down here on the B side. He finds one, and Muffin gets another.
Good start there. Almost been furthered, but Muffin's gone down now. Giving a bit of side control the way of the T side. Going to be backing it with a bit of util, however. Not looking to go for it just yet. Clover right on the other side of the doors, waiting for their teammates before trying to go for a retake. Do at least have the utility to do it, but the TDs are going to be caught off guard by Mega. Good push there. Might be able to even further it. Looks like the CTs are still clearing angles. Might not clear them successfully, though. Mega goes down. It's all on JKR versus Reply now. JKR much healthier. Might be able to find it, but no! Just like that, Reply sends a swift reply, taking away round number 6 for Nutty Gaming. They're still in it. And surely, Mitch, we might just see the 8-7 curse come true again.
Very much so. It's definitely an opportunity. You know, Nutty, they have the capacity, which is what's the craziest thing, right? They always seem to have these big moments, but it definitely feels like they put a lot of the pressure onto themselves as a whole before they then go for the ultimate fight further. Now, Muffin is also looking to take the task in towards lower tunnels again. This time, though, Reply has got an answer, living up to his own namesake. Super, also ready. And this is where Deadweight have got to be careful, right? You can't be throwing the same old tricks, because Nutty will be definitely able to work it out, as we have seen here. So JKR this time is going to be watching out towards long. Super does find one, so does Jacoby, but it is still the advantage going the way of Nutty, even though they've only got the old Mac 10 in the hands of Sharp. But that's the thing about this map, right? There's so much space that Deadweight need to try and lock down, and I think Super's just going to be trying to barrel it straight out B, and JKR has to try and take real estate somewhere else. He's got to be one and done. Is there a flash? There absolutely is, but he's one and done. He has absolutely gone down, and now it's going to be on to Drox and Clover to see what they can find, but unfortunately, just Drox.
One man left to do it all, it would seem. We'll see if they will be able to manage it here. T's now looking to set themselves up towards the B site instead. Still taking it slow and steady, however, just in case Drox could be around a corner, perhaps. Might actually be able to find a position. Good little setup there, sending us now into the 2-on-1. At least they know where he's playing from, though, so the T's can dish out the utility accordingly, dependent on where he could potentially be playing here. Bomb will be set up for the plant now, though. Mega good to try and molly out window to at least cut one line of sight off. Drox pushes straight past it, though, just before it pops. Does get caught by Super on the back of Plat in the end. And so the curse comes true again. It's going to be 8-7. Another competitive series coming at ya, making waves there.
That's what I love, though, right? Having a personality. I literally saw something really funny just before on Twitter as well, where it was like, you know, Australian players, when they win, it's like, oh, 2-0, GG, guys, looking really good. Or lose, 0-2, guys, really not feeling up to performance. It's like, man, when there's personalities that are coming out, whether it be Twitter, whether it be on cams in these kind of games, it makes for such a better story, not for only us as the caster, but for the viewers as well. So as long as it's within TOS, of course, you know, but it's always exciting to see the goodies come through, and Jacoby is doing it exactly there. Shah opens up with 2, though. Drox good for the trade, but it is going to be a tough one now, as the advantage, despite the bomb being planted on this A site, the advantage still does go the way of Nutty, but they do have a kit as well in the hands of Talaj.
We'll see if they can manage anything on this one. Nutty Gaming looking to strike back from short at the moment. Do have one player pushing through bedroom as well. Could be meeting eye to eye to Drox here. Drox goes for the initial shots. Isn't able to set it up in the end, though. In the interim, action is occurring towards the side there. Will be a reply to take down Drox. Delage finishes off JKR. And Nutty Gaming, there we have it. We'll find the equalizer there. So lovely stuff. It goes 8-8. Luckily for Deadweight, though, they at least got a plant, so there's that flexibility available where they could maybe go for a force on this one and could potentially steal back the lead.
Man, oh man, what a turn of events. Very nicely done in the end. Need to see that confidence, right? Because that's where it all does sort of start to fall away. If you don't have that, now that buy coming in, obviously jumping straight down into mid, looking for the peak, will be JKR. He's had a very, very nice run so far, but ultimately it is still going to be a long haul to take this game through. So Deadweight looking to send it straight down mid, very, very fast. In towards the lower tunnels will be Clover. Getting that cheeky little one-way out, allowing them sort of some free space to get up short accordingly. And that does appear to be where they've got their attention towards right now. Jacoby just having a bit of a peek over towards B. Super, he is right up in the grill at this point in time. If they actually have the duel found, I don't know what he's doing here. Not the wisest, my friend. Drox is going to be able to find that, goes for the hunt, and now they have to reposition, leaving a bit of leaving a few holes, in the defense of Nutty Gaming.
We'll see if they will be able to actually take advantage of those vulnerabilities that have been gained there. Looks like the T's are now trying to push their way forward towards the A side. Do have Talaj holding the close angle, though. Might be able to stop them. Did hear a little bit of damage and now manages to launch some back. Not going to be good to find the second, however. Good strike there from Clover. Does send us now to the 3-on-2 situation as Jacoby does manage to set something up onto the B side. T's quickly running their way over as fast as possible, trying to get that plant down and prepare themselves for the retake. Speaking of which, however, Reply already going through preemptively, not going to be able to get support from their teammate. Goes down, and it will result in a deadweight round.
Did you see the hands up in the air there from Reply? That was so good to see. But in the end of the day, look, it was that early aggression, right? You know, you've got to be so careful when you're trying to push, when you're trying to take control. And unfortunately, maybe just a little bit of inexperience there from Super. But he basically walks into Drox, who's ready to give him a hug. But it's not the good kind of hug, right? It's the hug that actually takes you out of the server. So that's where Deadweight have been able to get back into this half. They take the response round, which is exactly what they needed. And unfortunately for Nutty, they have to force straight back in. They do have pistols, they do have Kevlar, but Deadweight have got a much more aggressive looking purchase, which will allow them a lot more control and confidence into the rest of this one. So they've already got real estate of long. They are going to be making their way out accordingly. Mega fires a warning shot, and now Super is going to be jumping up on towards the site as well. But realistically, this long walk should be nice and easy for them as long as they get the trades.
Looks like they will be able to find one kill there for Nutty Gaming. Looking to locate another. Will actually locate it. Already looking fantastic for the Nutty Gaming side. Keeping it down to 2 players remaining now for Deadweight. See if they will be able to keep this round alive, though. They've got a weapon advantage slightly. That can only last them so long. Looks like Talaj is actually going to go down with a ship there. Burnt alive. Going to be happy with that one, but at least gives the T's a little bit more confidence heading towards the rest of this round. They're still just taking it slow and steady, though. They don't want to give anything up further. Mega could be forcing them to give something up, but no. Mega is gone now, leaving us down to 2-on-2. Both players pushing up short. Do have a smoke to consider, but at least the T side will be able to get the plant down eventually. Shah trying to shoot through the box on the site, though. Trying to take out JKR, but JKR playing a game of Bop Goes the Weasel, it would seem. And
there
Jacoby sets it up with them. So Deadweight taking away the 10th there and eco out Nutty Gaming.
Starting to make me panic a little bit there when you started to see old mate JKR going for the peak, going for the fight on short, but clearly the call was there from Jacoby to just say, mate, relax, I've got your cross, I've got your line. And that's ultimately what managed to have them bring the round through. So in classic Australian Counter-Strike fashion, the Deagles take down 3 before Deadweight even managed to find the site. They They keep calm, they keep collected, and that was a 2 versus 4 to absolute perfection from Deadweight. Yeah, sure, it's just an eco, but I think they did that absolutely phenomenally. So now it's going to be on Clover to start to walk out towards this upper tunnels position. They do have some utility, going to get the flash off the Heaton box, and now some utility to come down as well. Muffin's going to send another flash out. So it does appear that all of Nutty is going to be ready for this one, but as much as you can be ready for a position, Reply does at least get one. Oh, hang on, it's starting to get a little bit more dicey than expected. Getting towards the side, they actually line them up. Oh my god, Jesus, there was way too much damage dealt there, Matt. But they keep it cool. They get the round done. 3 alive, and Jacoby's still screaming, so you know they're feeling good. That is the round that you want to see from Deadweight. And now they can, again, recompose into this next one, because I think, again, they've got to be careful that they don't let their emotions sort of run too wild. They just need to keep it cool, calm, and collected, and just, you know, remain focused, right? They've got the money. They've got the buy behind them, and on the side of Nutty Gaming, right, they've got really not a whole lot of money, and they're going to be straight out long, straight into this fight immediately.
Already looking good so far. 1 for 1 to begin. Could be sent a little bit further though. Shah and Co looking to peek through. Do trade it out again in favor of Deadweight. And it seems Mega is trying to take that advantage away. Does manage to get it done so far. But it will be Mega striking back. Right iron hot there. Looking to see if they can take down a Jacoby as well. 1-on-2 situation here. Luckily as the bomb, so at least if they can get the plant, they might advance further. What an elevated angle, though, to come through from Jacoby. He's baiting out the plant. He's got time to do it. Might even be able to catch Mega here, but no, Mega, he's not actually going to be conceding this position. Ooh, does spot the head, though. Jacoby might get the better end of it, but no! Mega gets it done, and we'll be able to take away a round for Nutty Gaming.
It's so funny, man. I was literally just thinking to myself right there, one of two things was going to happen, Matt. It was either Jacoby was going to clutch that out, and no one on the planet would ever hear the end of it, and ultimately that would be Deadweight taking the rest of the map. Or Mega won it, and maybe it's a little bit of a stabilization. You could see there that Jacoby, he did it absolutely perfectly all the way down to the 1v1, but then he started to question himself a little bit. So that's ultimately how we end up that round. But I've got to admit, man, damage. It's being dealt. And yeah, that means for the side of Nutty Gaming that they invest absolutely down to the wire again. Their only sort of saving grace here is the fact that Deadweight don't have a whole lot of money ahead of them either. They're still in a somewhat awkward situation. And of course, Nutty, if they can manage to find this round, you know, that's going to be 10 and it should be 11 as well to tie it up. These games, Matt, I'm glad. Look, it's always those nights where you kind of go, oh my God, long night. But at the exact same time, that's what we're here for, right? We've got these games that are going all the way down to the wire. And it's elimination station, right? These are the teams that are going to be facing up against our qualifying teams. Super finds Drox. And that's Nutty putting themselves ahead again.
We'll see if they can manage to push ahead even further now. It's great they've managed to find at least the one-man advantage. One step closer towards potential qualification towards stage 2 here. Let's see if they can get it done, though, as Deadweight look to pace their way through towards Catwalk at the moment. Going to be cut off by a bit of fire, but the middle side of things is looking a little bit more spicy for them. We'll see if they will be able to work off of this mid to B smoke, though. Looks like they're actually just going to send it. Mega and Co are going to be prepared for it, though. They're not looking under window yet. They haven't even cleared the angle. Mega at least does go down eventually. Reply to follow. Through towards the B side here. It will be the T's getting the bomb straight down. In the meantime, however, Clover could flank them, but perhaps not. Shah catches them off guard. 3v2 now. CT's getting closer and closer. Super spots one, looking for a second, slices it up, and it will be the round going the way of Nutty Gaming.
It is a little bit of momentum and exactly that turn of the tides that I was speaking about. I kept seeing everyone in the chat talking about that motion in the ocean, which is exactly what is floating the boat of Nutty Gaming. And as you can see, it seems to be a lot of sighs of relief there from Portalage as he keeps leaning back in his chair, happy with how it all is sort of starting to come together a little bit, I guess. But that's the round that they needed. Look at the money situation now, as we spoke about earlier. For Deadweight, they are back onto that eco. They are back into a spot where they kind of have to second-guess themselves a little bit. But they have looked like they are going to speed up into tunnels. There is the member there of Mega to provide that support up towards B. A flash goes in. Muffin absolutely charging. Doing it all solo dolo right now. Shah is on the line, so he needs to be careful. But all they can really hope for here, Matt, is just economic damage, right? That's going to be the name of the game. You look at over the other side of Nutty Gaming, they don't have a big bank account. They haven't been buying those NFTs, right? They've been sitting back and hoping that something will come to them. So if Deadweight can capitalize, make it happen, we'll see. But it is going to be straight into B. It's a little awkward. Drox with a good opening. Mega, though, still alive. If he gets collapsed upon, it could get a little awkward, but that's an awesome round from Mega. Very well done. And, yeah, able to force Deadweight away again. So tied up scoreline, 11-11. Let's check up on this fight. Are they going to try and force the narrative with the AWP? JKR certainly having to think about it, Matt. But look, at the end of the day, Dust 2, it's not always needed. You want to take those fights. You want to take those duels. So the AK can take point. But Nutty, they've got a little bit more cash behind them now. Not enough damage dealt. No bomb planted. This is starting to get to be a real tight one as the continued battle of tug of war ensues.
See who's going to be able to take away victory on this first map in this tug of war here. Already stacking up to be as close as possible again. You'd love to see it out of every single matchup here in the LPL Pro League. We'll see who will be able to come out on top. Looks like Deadweight looking to make some waves through towards a middle. Do actually get taken down there by Talaj. So a nice start for Nutty Gaming. Will be cut off by a smoke temporarily. The T's now forced to a halt to themselves. This may only be for a moment, though. Looks like they are just going to bide their time a little further. Drox, though, if they continue to hold that position, may be able to locate something. Perhaps Mega reveals themselves. Maybe even their teammate. Looks like they're just going to wait, though. Keep themselves slotted into position. Don't peek until the last possible moment. As time ticks down, it could be happening now, and there it goes.
Mega!
Nice little kill there from Drox. Not going to be able to find anything. Mega fumbles. The spray just not going their way. 30 seconds to go, and the CTs, they're just going to concede here. They've already accepted defeat. The state of their money just goes to show.
Matt, that round is like a perfect example of when you put on a new shirt and then you go and eat some spaghetti and the spaghetti sauce dribbles down and you sort of look down at your shirt and you go, oh, that's what Mega has actually happened just then, unfortunately. I think from what it looked like, he was actually keeping the focus down towards mid. He thought he had some control, but then they absolutely hard clear the hell out of car. And then poor Mega's kind of stuck in a rock and a hard place. And even though the flash was over there to support him, yeah, the spaghetti sauce definitely poured onto the shirt there. So nicely done there from Deadweight. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite happen for Nutty in that round, but it is certainly tight. They've got 3 alive. They've got plenty of money. The AWP can be carried over again. But this is going to be, again, like do or die territory, right? Deadweight win this. It's 13 and an eco for Nutty. If Nutty, though, bring it forward, potentially they can start to, start swinging again back at Deadweight. But tight game, real close, exactly where we need to be for an elimination and qualifying matchup.
We'll see just how tight this matchup is going to be proving to be as we head closer into it. Already looking good, however, could change quite hastily. Looks like the CTs are just going to be playing with their utility for the time being. Just waiting to see exactly where the T's are going to be coming from so far. No one giving themselves away as yet, though, but at least the T's do have an objective in mind here. Looking to go for that middle control early on. Do see some util to come through to try and at least support their efforts. Xbox Smoke is there. Shah's there as well. Gets the leg shot. Not actually lining up a kill into JKR, so it does give the T's a little bit of an opening to play with. Not for much longer, though. Good little double kill coming through, making it triple with Solage and Shah there. Now going to be a 2-on-3 situation.
Hang on.
Jacoby comes up long. It will maybe be the end of the song, though, as it is one man, one dream, but he does stream past Shah. So might just be able to make something else happen here. Going straight for the kills, though. Not going to be doing anything else. And the equalizer is gained by Nutty Gaming, 12-12.
My heart can't handle this round right now, but that double up in towards short was beautiful from Shah and Talaj. They managed to really lock it down, forcing those members away, and you could see it was so awkward, right? They kind of just fell into the short position, the side of Deadweight. Couldn't quite collect the bomb, couldn't quite sort of find the trade frags. And now JKR, you can see he's absolutely had enough. Look at this charge. He could find the site for free here, Matt. He will start to look to clear it now, gets the information. Shah, though, never mind. It's going to be Talaj with an absolutely disgusting double dink. They are going to hit the site regardless, so is this going to be a mistake from Deadweight?
Could it be happening? Looks like they are going to be looking for a little bit more. 2 more players remain, and they are sent straight down the drain. So Nutty Gaming managed to actually claw away the lead here. What a way to get it done. They're just speeding their way through this one. There's only 3 rounds between them and potential victory here on map number 1 as well before we get sent towards Inferno.
Crazy day. Crazy things that are happening right now. You know, this one going all the way down to the wire. Previous one started to get very, very close as well. It's all kind of happening for both these teams. Again, very much a series of, I can't tell who has the momentum. It looked like Deadweight did. All of a sudden, Nutty start waking up. They're having an absolutely stellar CT side now. They've got the momentum with them. Aid goes in from Talaj. That actually might tickle the members here. And as you can very well see, Matt, of course, you know, Deadweight, that full investment in JKR only with the Deagle. They've pretty much sent this map now. They've put all their eggs in the one basket. And it's not even Easter yet, so that's a bit of a gamble. It's like your nana who buys Easter eggs 2 months prior just to be ready. But we'll have to see if they go off or if they still keep in time. As Deadweight already losing that opening member of Jacoby, but slowing down the time. 50 seconds left on the clock. Good real estate taken by Nutty. Will they find it?
Certainly going to be searching for it right now. Do put at least a flash through, though, to try and launch them onto the site. Actually going to be dropping one to CT spawn. Talaj anticipating it. Does actually create an opening there for their teammate. Clover and Drops, however, have actually gained some momentum onto middle. Looks like Shah going to be the sole defender towards the back of Plat right now. Clover trying to clear him. He's alive! Not for long, though. Shah falls through with the AWP shot. Trying to take down Drops as well, creating time for his teammates to get there. Down he goes. Bomb goes down as well, though, so it will be another round going the way of Nutty Gaming. Luckily for Deadweight, they do get the plant, so it will boost their money just that little bit more. Maybe this is what they need to find their way back into this game, but even still, it's getting dangerous right now. They can't afford to lose any more rounds because otherwise, Nutty Gaming have map point.
They do indeed. And all I've got to say is they've absolutely earned it at this point in time. I'm definitely going to be needing something from Deadweight to show me that they are going to be making some form of a change. It's going to be a run boost. No, never mind, just a normal boost. I was going to say run boost out long. That's bold. But they do sort of slot in. Muffin going to see if anyone is going to go for that walkabout out towards long, but it is going to just be the sort of set default at this point in time. They've thrown some utility. They've got short smoked for now. But it is going to be another smoke down. Oh, Jacoby, that is a big, big play there from Mega. So often do we see these random kind of shift in pace rounds, and it's played into absolute perfection there. Massive stuff from old Nutty to take that early control again, because the last few rounds, which is what I feel has been that big mental changer for Deadweight, is they've lost the opening pick. That's happened 4 rounds in a row now, and ultimately Nutty has looked to pretty much convert all of them consecutively.
See if they can continue to play through towards this trend here. Looks like a run boost is actually coming through there. Shah just not even trying at it. Does fall off. Luckily, he has the chance to reposition, though. T's not going to be playing into that angle any further now. Looking to hesitate slightly before going for it, as the time is now starting to trickle down here. Shah Still going to be on the angle, however. Does get the spot. Not able to get the shot. Able to line it up at least with a flashbang. But Drox is able to shut him down. Good trade from Super, though. But the same can be said of Drox again. Talaj coming in, down along. And it's all going to be up to Drox now in the 1-on-3 situation. Trying to go for the short plant here. At least give his team a little bit more of a cash flow boost. We'll see if he will be able to achieve it, though. Does go for it, but does misplace the spray there. Just look at that energy from Drox. Very disappointed in the outcome of that round. And it will go the way of Nutty Gaming.
Insane. Map point already. Switching it along nicely. Nutty have absolutely stepped up to the plate in the perfect time. It's a stressful time, right? Elimination station, as we've spoken about many a time throughout the course of this evening. And yeah, whatever they're doing right now, they're looking like a really, really nicely formulated team. And to hear that Reply's coming in as a sub in stands for Velocity, you know, how nice will it be to see Velocity, you know, checking up on the scores when he wakes up tomorrow morning being like, damn, my team managed to take it through. And that's still the chance, still the prospect, right? You know, we're dealing with it still, but Jacoby, what a shot. There's that confidence that we've been lacking the last few rounds. Started to fall a little bit flat as it went, but crossing through. Information gathered. Drox down to 1 point of HP there. A little gust of wind will take him down as the nade goes all the way towards Goose, but it won't happen. It's going to be site established. Bomb gets planted. And Matt, will this be the last round of the map, or will Deadweight claw it back?
It's really going to be tested right now, isn't it? I think that we could see potential from them, considering the CTs are still pretty far distance from the site right now. They've only got limited time to go for this, but it seems they are actually going to try and make an attempt. Their smoke going into an interesting position there. They're still going to try and make it happen, though, but the time still just starting to run away from them. Not really going to have enough time to do anything here. At least they do get a kill there onto Drox, though. Another one to come through from Reply, but that's going to be all that it wrote there for the round. Bomb will go down, and JKR with it. So, Deadweight do manage to take away round in their favor. 2 more, and we could see the OT zone, but 1 more, and we see potentially map 2 here for the side of Nutty Gaming. It's all going to come down to how these next couple of rounds play out.
Pressure's on. Muffin does have a weapon in the end, which is good to see. But I think the scary thing is, Matt, looking at this money on the side of Nutty, right? Deadweight win this. They've got pistols. Likely chance for overtime. It's been a long, long run already this evening. If they do end up at overtime, it's always going to start to beg those questions. How will the stamina look? How will they make it? It's already quite late in the evening for some of these players. But, you know, they're gamers. It is real gamer hours right now, Matt, as we do understand. This is where most of the hugging does occur. But still, 2 more is the potential prospect. Nutty just need to keep their composure. Buy time. It's that CT side, but it is going to be the aggression up short. Talaj gets sent off. Does he have a Molotov handy? I don't think he does. He's just going to have to sit back towards the site there. So they relinquish control of short, but still nothing yet to happen. It's 3 members stacked up towards B. They're flashing in tunnels as well. This could be massive. Already gathering that extra control now. Reply can sit. But if he overstays and they over-rotate, that's always the call for caution. JKR, though, does find one. Now it's a battle in mid.
Looks like Mega is going to be the one to spray down a few players there. Talaj joining in as well, leaving us now down to a 3-on-2 situation. Luckily for Clover and Muffin, though, they do manage to gain some space through towards the B site. I'm liking this position held by Clover as well. Just outside the window there towards scaffolding, waiting to find one. Whoa, Talaj! Going absolutely large there, does take a kill. Muffin stabbed in the back, and that is it. Ladies and gentlemen, look at Super there. Absolutely pleased with it. That is going to be the map. Taking us now over to map number 2 will be the side of Nutty Gaming.
There it is. They've made it happen, Matt. After all that, it was definitely a big back and forth. There was so many times in that series or in that map, let alone, we're only just really starting the series here, where I just couldn't work out, exactly what was going to be the go. There was so much back and forth. And ultimately, in the end, Nutty, they just made this massive paradigm shift. It felt like they completely changed their pace up. They were taking that control of Upper Dark. They were pushing out through long and just ultimately really playing as a team very, very nicely. But ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to try and hold you for too much longer. We are going to throw to that break because we got 2 more pug maps around the corner, potentially, ladies and gentlemen. Inferno's up next. We'll see you back soon. So I've just been told by production that they need to add more Nana jokes, so I'll try my best, but I actually do love my Nana, and I was meant to be there for dinner tonight, so she's very cross with me. But we are here for gaming, and it's been a great time. It is, of course, the Let's Play Live Pro League, Season 1 of 2022, and we do currently have 2 real nutty teams duking it out as Deadweight has unfortunately fallen by the wayside here. Nutty taking out map number 1. It was a very push and pull map to start us off, right? The map didn't really kind of set a pace and we couldn't really work out who was going to take it forward. And then Nutty just absolutely cleaned house in those last few rounds. That last, I think it was like 5-6 rounds on their CT side was clean as anything.
Yeah, they really managed to just clean it up towards the end there, didn't they? Like, it certainly was a close one heading through all the way into it. But obviously, they were able to just calm themselves down and then just bring it home in the end there for themselves. So definitely great to see that from them. But I'm curious to see exactly how it's going to play out heading through towards number 2, because obviously heading into the map of Inferno, it could be a whole different beast entirely, because, the map obviously has many different nooks and crannies and very different play style to what we see on Dust 2.
It's a really interesting beast, right? Because I know you're obviously running a Challenger Gauntlet and all those teams, the up-and-coming teams that are trying to take it through. It's such an interesting dynamic of where we kind of find, right? It's like the teams all of a sudden, they go from Challenger, they play super confident, they kind of have a little bit of an ego driving them a little bit, right? And then they get to Pro, and it's like they hit a bloody wall on this very map, right? It goes from being able to run down mid with an MP9 or something like that to all of a sudden, Banana is the scariest place on the map, and I don't want to go near it as a CT, which is such an interesting paradox. And I say that because it's not just the newer teams that are like that. There's probably 2 teams that I pay dividends to for, being able to play a really solid Inferno. That's Renegades and Vertex. And not many other teams kind of stack up to the plate. So this map could be really anything of a tell to me, but I always kind of run with the back of it. And look how jacked Muffin is. Jesus, nicely done. Is how they play the CT. And I'm assuming it is going to be, of course, Nutty starting on this CT, right? So, no, is that right? Jesus, what am I even thinking of right now? Deadweight CT, of course. That's exactly what I was going for. If Deadweight have a good start and they run up those CT-sided rounds, it's like, okay, we're going to map 3. If they don't and allow, that space and have all these rounds kind of stack up nicely for Nutty, 2-0, we wrap up the series pretty much.
We'll figure out exactly which way that's going to go, though, because obviously it could go one way or the other if it plays exactly like the last series did. Who knows? Maybe we see a third map come through into the mix there. I'm sure the players would be thrilled to go all the way to the distance there, keep it as competitive as possible. I would hope that they're not going to be from New Zealand, though, if they're going to be playing at those times. I'd be worried for some of our younger players if they're at school tomorrow or something.
The funniest thing was always, like, I kept reminding myself because obviously formerly Direwolves, now LFO, they were the team that quite regularly won these, and we had some really late going games, and obviously Sterling from New Zealand, right? But then I reminded myself, I'm like, Sterling probably woke up at like 3 or 4 p.m. or something. He's fine. He's got until 6 in the morning before he starts to wind down a bit. But no, exactly right. A lot of these players still have work, still have school. So, always respect them on match day coming in and putting in the big hours because, Matt, I know you're going to be up early too, mate, and having a good run at work in the office tomorrow morning, and I'll be doing the same.
Yep. Just another day in paradise, my friend. But yeah, definitely eager to see a bit more coming through into this one. I feel like it definitely does prove to give you a bit of momentum what side you start on Inferno, because, you know, some teams, like you were talking about in the Challenger Leagues, you know, they just love to gun it, you know, straight down on their T side and just really pump up the energy before just switching sides over to a much more slow-paced CT side there. So I feel like maybe we see something like that come through as well, heading through to this second map here, because you touched on how Deadweight's going to be starting on CT. Maybe they look to like start it off pretty slow and then maybe pump it up on T. But I mean, even then, right, you could actually see them potentially just pushing straight towards their enemies, because that's what some teams with a lot of confidence will actually end up doing. So
Yeah.
I'm eager to find out.
Yeah, it's the one thing we need to see a little bit more. I think, you know, it's very important on a map like this to do so. One real difference maker, and especially like you're seeing it now. I remember one thing that I had a little bit of fun with a while ago was LFO typically haven't been picking a map like Inferno in the past, right? You know, they haven't been super well polished on it, but over in Europe, in playing in some other competitions, they picked it once. I think it was against AGO, and they walked away with a 16-8, and I was like, oh my God, I have to watch this demo. Like, what the hell did they do to be able to win out something like that? And then you see them go up against 0-0 Nation only maybe a couple days later, and all of a sudden they just fell flat on their face. And it was this really weird dynamic. And the difference maker was, Matt, one thing: CT-sided aggression. And that is what we need to be seeing a map like this, going in as a unit, playing the buddy system with each other and taking that confidence on the CT side. Because a map like Inferno, if you don't do it, the rotations are so far, the sites can be so pointy to kind of get your way back in. If you lose that momentum early and let the T's roll over you, they will do exactly that. So we are here now for Inferno, map number 2 of our series. Matt, it's been an absolute treat casting with you tonight, mate. I think it's actually our first time on the mic together after so many of these years. So it's been a treat, and I hope that we do manage to close it out strong. Will it be ending in Inferno, or will it go to Mirage? The full distance, the 6 maps, mate, run me in.
Yeah, pleasure to be casting here with you as well, Mitch. Definitely eager to see what's going to come out of this matchup, whether we do see it all come to a conclusion, Nutty Gaming take it 2-0, or whether it will end up going to the wonderful overtime central of Mirage here. Certainly keen to find out as we head straight into round number 1. T's going for a pretty default setup to have the decoy, couple of flashes and a smoke there on Muffin to at least set up a site. Could be running it through to B. Similarly, on the CT side, they got a couple of flashes of their own, but they're already taking a bit of damage through towards the apartments there. Good shots distributed by the T's. We'll see if they can locate a kill, however.
Still a very sort of passive route so far. You know, you've got that one spotting mid, but Nutty early, not looking to sort of take that control. Different story on the pistol round, you know, trying to take the fight up towards the top of Nana. It can be a bit dangerous, a bit dastardly. So this time they're just playing the sort of passive route, sitting back on the site, allowing to see if there's going to be any control to come through. But it's actually going to be Muffin and Drox to open up, and they're straight barreling into this A side. It's all on a reply.
Looks like Reply will be able to find the opening, but gets shut completely out as a result. Deadweight will be able to take away the plant there. See what they can come up with heading into the rest of this one, however. Looks like they are just going to bide their time, remain ever patient. Nutty Gaming are looking to see exactly what they can do. But alas, it seems they might just be looking to concede this one, hold on to their armor, and see if they can do further harm heading through towards round number 2 instead. Shah still going to be good to look for exits, though. May be able to establish something. Ooh, speaking of, there's a little bit of something. It's going to be cut off by the T's, though. Nowhere to run. It will be taken out of the round there. So at least for the CTs, Mega stays alive, keeps the armor. But that's going to be it. Done and dusted. Round 1. Go next.
Go next. Absolutely. Win pistol, win game, for sure. I'm absolutely certain of it at this point, but... Now, look, Deadweight, very good start. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Nutty are going to be going for the force in. It's pretty stock standard on a map like Inferno at this point in time. Especially, obviously, over on that CT side. You know, you want to try and find the fight. But will they change up the pace? Will they try and do anything different? It is some late utility. It looks like old Deadweight didn't exactly want to try and take the fight up towards Nana, but good movement from Talaj. Does dodge the nade. If he hits the opening shot here, it could be huge, but he pre-fires a little bit early. Now he has to fall back to the side accordingly. Utility up to flush them out, but no contest. It's just purely a get out of my territory for now.
Yeah, maybe the old grandma, you know, Nana saying, "Get off my lawn," perhaps there, Conky. We'll see what they might be doing. You know, they just run out the front with the walking stick and all hell breaks loose. We'll see what will come out of this one, though, as the CTs seemingly are just holding towards the B side, but maybe not for long. Good trade, though, from Talaj. Does manage to single out Clover there, so gives a submachine gun to the CTs. Maybe they can farm up a bit of cash themselves here.
All right. Holding on. Still time. 40 seconds remaining. And are they just going to throw a Molotov in the pit and leave? I think they are. Could be a very, very gigabrain play here. Talaj is there. Does have the smoke to get sent down. So he is going to be able to buy himself another sort of 15 seconds or so, which is going to make it very, very tough here. But I guess the problem is when he goes down, the whole team is going to be going down. So there's that utility. He's up close. He's up personal. Drox is going to be able to hit it. There was the opportunity there. Talaj saw it. And that's going to be an immediate save, I'm sure. There's nothing else he can do here. And that's a DC as well. Not sure if that was intentional or not. I'm sure we'll have him back in the server very, very quickly. But yeah, look, not the position you want to be in if you're Talaj. Great shot from Sharp. But look, round's done, basically. 3 versus 3. They're still toying with the idea of maybe finding some frags, but they just really want to keep the rifles here for as long as possible, Matt.
Yeah, certainly want to hold on to those as long as they can. We'll see if the CTs might be able to steal 1 or 2 more off of them, though. Looks like the T's are going to be running it back down Banana, though. None of the CTs really going to be able to hold that position. So will just probably result in nothing else occurring in this round. CTs are looking to see if they can find anything. Do actually pick up the MAC-10 there. So I guess it's not all bad. Looks like Deadweight still going to be pretty happy with themselves. Seeing some smiles come through from the roster there. Going to be certainly proud of what they've been able to achieve thus far. But still going to be a lot more to be decided. Looks like there is a pause to come through at the moment. Perhaps just trying to get Talaj back into the server. Oh, it looks like he's a little similar to me, Conky.
Yeah, he's having. You can see
he's bed, mate.
Yeah, you can see he's feeling it a little bit there. The emotion's always paying off, and that's what I mean. You know, these player cams, it always gives so much to tell. Maybe it was just a quick console quit after that round loss, but it's okay. You know, he's going to get his way back into the server. There he is. Happy with that. He's suited and booted. Ready to get back into another round here. And, of course, this time round for Nutty, it is going to be just the eco in full. A little bit of armor to boot, but not much more than that, really. So, main thing is here for Deadweight is all they can kind of hope for is that they, you know, continue true in this round. Unfortunately, Talaj, he was trying to get a little bit sneaky with that Zeusy, and he will look to peek back on in. Now, Reply trying to find something with this Deagle. He's going to reposition accordingly. But realistically, all Deadweight wanted to do was force him off the line, and they've done exactly that for the time being. Now they can settle, but okay, Reply getting a little bit hungry there, and now Shah left alone in a bad situation.
Yeah, this could be a bit worse for wear. They might find a single shot, though, still playing around it, not able to find anything, and running out of bullets, almost reloading, but it will be the site imploding on itself as the T's completely push their way through there. Now sending us through towards the 2-on-5. We'll see if Super or Talaj might find something back. At least getting 1 kill, a second from Talaj. Nice deagle shot there. Does put an AK in their favor. Talaj good for another one. Okay, looking a little better. Not going to result in a round though. So it will be Deadweight to secure it in the end there. Sending us through towards round number 4 now. But Nutty Gaming at least should have a bit of money behind them heading into this next one. And being able to destabilize the economy of Deadweight slightly will at least give them a bit more confidence heading forward.
So they're going to be moving straight up. Molly will go down mid, the old stock standard. JKR watching the line, but nobody wants him to take the fight. Does seem like Nutty is doing the right thing, though, over towards B, where they obviously are setting some early utility. And there we go. It's a take of Banana, and it's something absolutely beautiful. And another smoke as well to keep himself at bay. Lovely work. Nutty have done exactly what we need to see on the regular there. 3 go B early, get the control, and then you can send the rotate back over to A. So now Deadweight backs up against the wall. They do manage to get the AWP back into the hands of another player, and this time Muffin. Drox does have some apartments control, but he's going to be dropping into Boiler, see if he can spot out anything there. But Reply, he's going to be playing the old Haycart angle, so it does make it quite tough for these Ts to find extra control up Diggity. And again, there's already 4 there, right? You know, they're happy to leave Super over towards the top of Banana, and that's going to be Reply to do exactly that with a frag. Another one. Now, Jacoby and Muffin left alone in a 2 versus 4 on this A site. And with only 45 seconds, look at Super. He's straight down there as well. So over-aggressive. But look, it should absolutely pay off for Nutty. They've earned this round off the start. And whilst they're on the site, locked in completely, they don't know that 5 hungry members are here, Matt, to try and take him down.
They are going to be looking at every which way angle now. Muffin does get shut down alongside Jacoby, though, and it will be the side of Nutty Gaming able to take control of the side and the round. And it will be placing them with their first round on the board here. So certainly going to be happy with that one. Maybe we'll see Talaj take a bit of advice from the Wiggles there. You know, wake up, Jeff. And we will see them heading through towards the next upcoming round as well. Deadweight certainly going to have to figure out exactly how they adapt around this one, though, considering they're now stuck into the eco zone, which does give Nutty Gaming a bit more potential as well. Maybe they look to further their lead and take it only 1 between them instead. Looks like the Ts, though, they got pretty quick into this one. They might actually just send it. They're just looking to go next. They've already taken so much damage. The fire doing the majority of the work there. My gosh. CTs, the utility certainly coming in clutch. Only for so long, it seems the bullets come in clutch now. It's going to be down to Clover and JKR. Just JKR now round the corner. You see him. Have you ever felt like this? Strange things certainly happen when you're going round the twist.
Beautiful Australian icon right there. Always thing that made me laugh was just the ooh, ooh at the start. Jesus, it's been a while since that has been on my screen. That's when I know I'm starting to get real old. 30 round the corner, mate. 29 this weekend. It's all just bloody rushing past me. I'll have little conkies running around screaming louder than me eventually. But for the time being, I play and yell over some video games and am absolutely loving it the whole way through. Nutty. Again, early utility down Nana, and it's huge too. Muffin, Clover, both taken very, very low as it stands. Now Talaj is going to be lining himself up as well. He's got a smoke to reposition in towards Nana and even a Molotov to boot as well. Unfortunately, one doesn't quite complement the other though, as there will be probably a little bit of an overuse of utility there, right? 1:15 left on the clock. They could have definitely done with those smokes and mollies later on in the rounds. Looks like it will be Reply though to hold on to one, the other in the hands of Super, so he still will be there. Definitely looks like Deadweight, though, are setting themselves up to be taking up towards this B-site position. Super does spot one, gets the smoke down, and they're going to be marching straight on through.
And it will result in a 4-on-3 situation now. Deadweight at least good to get onto the side here. Get that plant down. No, they're not. Super sneak attack through the smoke. Does take us now down to a 3-on-2. T's ever hesitant to go for it. Might actually be caught again. My gosh, the timing here from Nutty Gaming. Every time Deadweight want to go for a plant, it's just like, computer says no. And they will be just stuck down to a 1-on-3 situation now. Drox is just considering, yeah, I don't want to go for this. And, well, they're not going to be able to go for anything now.
Yeah, for sure. The one thing I have noticed about Drox is that when he starts to get into his own head, he loses a little bit. So, but I think that, obviously comes with experience. Still a relatively new player on the block, and I think, he's got a long way to go, but definitely one of those, up-and-coming prodigies that we can see over time if he just continues to sort of back himself. But overall, I think that could be said for many of these players in the server. They're going to be the next generation of who's sort of on the come-up, but right now with so much of a dynamic in the Counter-Strike scene with older players coming back, we've seen it around the region. Some move to Valorant and they jump back in. What a shot from Muffin. How good is the LG ultra-wide replay as well? The exact same merit. A good LG monitor goes great with some Orcon internet too. ! Orcon in the chat, please. If you want to win some of those Razer goodies. It's not even a win. Well, it is a win. You get good internet and some stuff as well. Like, it's a no-brainer. But onto the round at hand. They've found Banana control again. Shah playing the one and done line, but he's got to be ready for this little duel that's about to come in. There's the opener. He's got to lock it down to 3 more.
Looks like they have managed to find one more there. Getting the leg shot onto Jacoby. It's all going to be on Jacoby now. And Nutty Gaming, they managed to steal away the lead once again here. 4-3 in their favor now. It is going to be up to Deadweight to try and locate a response here. We'll see if they can manage to figure things out or whether they will be met with some further aggression here. Luckily for them, they got a full buy behind them. Plenty of util to back that up as well. Just looking to see exactly what they can manage through towards the Banana side of things at the moment. They are going to be cut off by a bit of fire though on T-Stairs before they can really get things going.
It's just been a nice thing to see. You know, Nutty again playing into where they need to. It's still relatively basic, and I think it can be contested if they're not careful in the way that it's just been a few rounds of that 3-take B and ultimately rotate another over. You know, Deadweight now have been happy to kind of wait and play the later game in the aggression, but this time around it looks like they're about to collapse on brackets, and while they do only find one here, JKR is aware, and now Mega, he's picked up the AWP, but mate, you're a little bit too far gone there. Now they go for the wrap into CT. Drox taking that control. They know they've got the A site now, so they're going to be able to find that. And I think it's going to be very much just a quick decision on the save there for Nutty. They've still got very good money though, Matt, so it should be absolutely fine as we sort of start to think about the coming rounds.
We'll see what will come as a result of this one, though. Looks like the CTs are going to be spotted towards the end there. Luckily, Talaj is there to support their teammate to at least to find a 1 kill towards the closing statement of this one. The T's are still just trying to zone in on them, though. They know exactly where they could be hiding. They might just find them. Super going down even lower now. 1 versus 1 over there. But alas, the T's will be able to come away with it in the end. And so the bomb goes down, equalizer gained, and it's Deadweight to send us now 4-4. At least for the CTs, they did save their weapons though, so they can look to build their economy even further, despite having plenty of money behind themselves. We'll see if they can find recovery heading into round number 9 now, or whether we do see Deadweight continue on their path of blood.
Will they change anything up side of Deadweight now that they've got that buy? Oh, nice swing. Yeah, JKR not happy with that one at all, and I don't blame him. You'd be very, very frustrated if that one happened to you, having Mega just pretty much dry swing top mid. But look, it pays off, right? First time he's done it. It's not a repeat mistake. It's a calculated decision. They got the utility down there, and they were absolutely ready for it. So punishment is immediate, and then they get straight back out of there as well. So now it's going to be onto Jacoby to see if he can get the flash over the top to try and find himself some control. But it looks like Drox has actually hesitated a little bit here. Not looking to move out now. So Deadweight, they're starting to scramble a little bit here. Maybe not really sort of finding themselves as they kind of want to. It's on Nutty, though. You know, if they continue with this momentum, as we spoke about, Matt, and manage to break that economy of Deadweight, that is where they're going to be finding themselves a really, really solid foothold into this half. And if they walk away with a 2-0 in this series, given how close Dust 2 was, I'll be very, very surprised overall. But looks like Deadweight still have their sights set at the moment up towards this site of A. And Talaj, we've actually lost him. So that's a bit unfortunate. That's back down to a 4-on-4. It's too late in the round. Damage has been dealt. They're just going to have to deal with this one.
Yeah, they're just going to have to cop it at this stage. At least it does give the T's something good to think about. 4-on-4 here. Looks like they're going to actually run it down Speedway, though. Look to see if they can heave it through towards the B site now. Super at least does have a bit of an angle, though, to consider. But it looks like maybe they hear the T's now coming through construction. Shah able to find one, lining up 2, looking for the third. My gosh! Shah! What are you able to do there? Just completely destroying them, leaving it all up to Jacoby. But alas, time's up, over. It is going to be the round going the way of Nutty Gaming. And my word, what nutty shots came through from Shah there.
He is so quick. That was such a beautiful round. Elfish Guy was talking him up from about 2 weeks ago, and now I'm finally getting to see that form in the mind of Shah. There is that quick delay. It looks like, again, you can see from the pause camera, we actually have lost Talaj, but I'm sure we won't be too far away from getting him sort of back in here as well. So I guess that's a really solid round to be finding there. Shah has lost his player to join him on that B site, and all of a sudden they managed to turn it around. But yeah, as we can see, it's a completely different pace here, sort of being set up as it stands by the side of Deadweight. Their emotions are a little bit different. You can tell they're starting to get a bit scrappy. JKR's on his phone. Drox has got his leg up on the desk. No one's really talking. Muffin kind of putting in some info, and maybe there is just some sort of listening, but yeah, look, it is definitely not looking all daisies in Deadweight's sort of camp at the moment. But hopefully it won't be too far away before we do get the final member. And it looks like we are all ready to go, baby. Nutty's still holding on to that lead. They've got decent money, but they've still got to contest that buy for Deadweight, of course. They do have the full investment being made, a little bit of cash to splash behind them, but this is that turning point for Nutty. They find this, they get that round, and it's all the run boost across. Not quite finding the shot, unfortunately, but still a little bit of an explosive start to the round here, Matt.
And we do love explosions to come through there. We'll see if there will be a bomb planted down to create one big explosion heading through towards the rest of this round. It looks like the T's are just going to take some territory through towards the apartments for the moment, make a bit of noise while they do jump their way up, see if they can manage to find any further potential there. Shah going to be holding through just outside of the archway position, though. Might actually be able to stop the T's from taking bracket control through Boiler as well as middle here. Looks like there is going to be a smoke through, though, to actually cut off Shah's position. So good utility usage from the T's there. Does actually create that opening onto the A side here. Do have some CTs they need to think about holding closely as well, however. With 50 seconds to go in the round now, we'll see who will be able to land the first blow here, because no one's gone down yet. They've traded jabs, but nobody's really dead. We'll see who will actually manage it in the end, though. It is going to be Reply, sending a swift reply through towards the A side. And the same can be said of Shah. Good for 4 kills between them. All going to be up to Clover now in a 1-on-4 situation. Only way he's going to be able to do this is through sheer willpower and with the power of the 8K on his side. Looks like he's got 2 low players close by. He's gone low down as well, and it will be Nutty Gaming taking away the 6th.
A little bit of a scrappy round there in the end, but Reply very nicely done to kind of line them up in that smoke there. And of course, Shah playing from sight with his AWP actually manages the leg shot. Didn't even notice that, but no, well done. Look, Nutty locking it down, finding that 6, and that's the eco round that we were talking about, right? Now they apply the pressure onto this side of Deadweight and really are going to start to make them question themselves a little bit. Do they have enough to hold on? Are they going to be able to continue this fight? Because 7, rounds for Nutty is absolutely huge. Big nade to come through, but narrowly misses the shot back. Not going to be quite finding it. I think Shah continues this fight. It's getting a little bit dangerous, but Clover's also doing the exact same thing. The Molotov, never mind, it's the orb shot straight through the wall. He gets taken down. But it is just the eco, of course, here, Matt. Now we've got to be ready if you'll reply, because there is hungry members running at you.
And they are out for blood at the moment. Looks like they are at least going to be able to get onto the site, though. Mega able to catch one through the cracks there. Might be looking for a second, but no. Muffin trades it back, picks up the M4 here. Might actually be able to have enough firepower to potentially stop the CTs from doing more. Looks like Muffin is gone. Drox and JKR do line up a couple more, though, sending us to a 2-on-2. This actually might be doable for the T side. Super on 10 HP, Talaj on 83. Maybe this could be a possibility. Talaj going to have a lot of pressure on their shoulders here to potentially step up. Looks like they are going to actually find a kill, though. Nice little angle. Talaj cleans it up in the end. And it will be the round going the way of Nutty Gaming. But, that was a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, it was indeed. And I was going to sort of say, you know, the way that we saw Super moving up really aggressively, it was like, slow down, mate. Wait for your team. Wait for your team. Let him come back in and make sure you get that moving all together, because that's what we sort of need to see, right? Oh, that's what we're seeing right now. Clover is absolutely chowing down. I wonder what he's eating right now, because I'm starting to think that I'll have to order mine shortly. But you never know. It's that kind of thing. I sit here and I look and say, okay, you know, is it Nutty going to win 2-0? Maybe, just maybe. But then I bet you if I order, the food's going to arrive and we're going to go to map 3.
Yeah, don't do it.
Every damn time.
Looks like we are going to get headfirst into this one, though. We do have the T's just dividing their attention, playing stock standard for Intel early on. Couple towards the A side of things, leaving one singularly down towards middle. They can easily rotate around exactly where the T's focus lies, depending on where they can find something. Looks like there's going to be a much heavier focus now towards the A side, though, leaving Clover to lurk it out on Banana. Potentially can run it back as well. Shah holding this diggity position, though, might be able to catch the T's, pushing up through towards brackets. Not going to be the case, though, with a bit of fireplace between them. At least Reply is able to cut off the apartments in case someone's coming through, but no one is just yet. Shah at least does get the information that there is at least one T making themselves known towards Boiler right now. And the pressure is starting to build for the T's to actually do something. Whilst they spread upon the A site, they're actually taking the bomb B. So it's good that the CTs haven't fully rotated, and looks like Mega's actually rotating back. He's got such great awareness around this, but ultimately they don't have the intel yet. Looks like Mega will be striking straight back, though, as the T's try and run it through Speedway, trying to set up this B site. Talaj at least is good for one kill. Mega does find a couple more, though. Seems he knows exactly where they were going. We'll be able to cut them off from achieving their goals here. JKR and Muffin still trying to get onto the site, but they've only got 5 seconds. Have to go for a plant now. Super going for the peak there. Doesn't stop the plant, but does get the kill. So does give JKR a little bit more hope in this round. Not going to be able to torpedo a shot through the smoke, though. Just trying to play for X's at this point, it would seem. Ultimately will go the way of Nutty Gaming, sending the round in their favor, but they won't be able to steal the AWP back.
Well done. Another good round, another good force-off. Mega, fantastic positioning, just holding onto that rotator through Speedway. You saw he sat there for quite some time, waiting for the information, waiting for the calls in from his teams before he actually ultimately made a decision. And Shah, even despite getting taken down, and you know the wrap starting to work out, Talaj found the opening, and you know it's all starting to sort of pay off for them. And look at this again, straight down. It's beautiful. Goodbye, JKR. You have been grenaded, my friend. Talaj on the other side of the smoke. He's getting aggressive straight on down. He can even swing if he really wants to. Clover's throwing the utility up. Another Molotov to try and flush them back, but the smoke will go down. So a 2-man advantage. You don't want to overstep here. If you're Nutty, you've already got that control. You've already got this position on lock. Let it settle now. Mega finds another inside mid. That's all left on to Clover. He was T-stairs. He was spotted out early. Supar's already on that line. Nutty Gaming, 9 rounds. And I don't know what the money's going to be looking like here. It's definitely going to be a bit of a question to see what they're going to be looking like. It is good enough, is what I'll say. AWP up for JKR again. Yep, sure. They've got the utility. It's well and truly, obviously, you know, max loss. It has been for quite some time right now. But whatever Nutty are doing, they're doing it absolutely right. And they're looking for this Nada control again. It might be a bit of an ask for them to actually force it down. But look at this position right now. Talaj is playing the off flash, and he's going to be able to even dive up and find one. Nat, this is going insane. Talaj, you're an animal.
Oh my word, going absolutely bananas right now through towards the banana position. Reply looking to do a bit of the same, furthering their impact. What a swing of the wrist
Jesus
there.
Christ.
Taking away both of those kills. And this is the CT aggression we were talking about earlier, right? Just before the game began. There it is. They just absolutely send it and do manage to take away round number 10 in their favor. Sending a deadweight left to consider their options heading into the last round of the half.
It's just so nice to see, you know, deadweight have had absolutely no way into punishing it. It's super tactical. They're not just rushing down mid every single round. They're making right decisions. And Shah, he's even going to get a leg shot as well. You can just see right now that Deadweight are absolutely scrambling. They're not really able to kind of work out how they want to do it. It has very much just been nutty plays that are coming through, but that's a good response, at least from Jacoby. You know, they need this round so desperately to just keep the momentum up, because that's where you see them start to get sloppy, right? Shah, not a good position to be in. He goes for the repeat. He tries to get flashy, and ultimately it doesn't quite pay out for him. The good benefit is here that Nutty's pushing straight down mid. They're looking for the wraparound. Mega does have that control, but he's got so much to think about, so many questions to ask. He does get one and another. Mega locking it down. It's now 1-on-2, and the bomb's being dropped in mid, Matt, again.
My gosh, he thought Deadweight were getting some momentum there, but it seems that Nutty Gaming managed to strike back on them. Oh no, Jacoby, no.
See his face as well.
There. You love to see it, but alas, it will be the bomb retrieved now. Mega thinking on it. Not exactly sure where it's going to be going yet, but has the right idea. Swinging through towards the B site. Here's the util. There it is. The definitive proof. Wait a minute. It's going here. And Mega going to be creeping through CT spawn now. Not actually peeking the angle yet. Can hear Jacoby. Or Jacoby, rather. Pushing around. Does put a bit of fire between it. Oh, he's going to hold it down. He's actually just sticking it. Surely he doesn't get it. He does get off it, though. Going for it. Will still be just trying to bait things out. Trying to see if he's going to peek him. He does, but there it is. Deadweight. Look at that energy.
You absolutely love to see it. Jacoby jumping up and above and telling him what's what. All right, Drox has entered a rave. Clover's still chowing down. Look at the change in pace here on these cams right now. But still, it's been pretty kind of just even emotions on the side of Nutty. You know, they're keeping it cool, calm, and collected, it looks like. I got to admit as well, you know, Reply is doing a fantastic job as super sub right now. He has been absolutely stepping up to the plate, 12-5 in the half. But it's a 10-5 half overall. JKR looks for a bit of a peak. Now, Nutty, I kind of feel like they need to win this pistol to be a convincing start. If they fall flat, they don't allow the momentum that they had. You know, if they let that one round from Deadweight break them, that's when I'll start to get a little bit concerned. But they've got 3 members here, Matt, and they've got to have a tough time locking it down.
Looks like Deadweight at least do find a trade back, though. Looking to further it, my gosh. Lots of kills running their way. Is going to be a 2-on-3 situation. Now down to 2. Talaj pulls through. Good for Muffin, though. It's all on Superstar now. Let's see if they can manage it here. They are just holding steady through towards the A side. Do catch an angle, though, 1-to-1. Plenty of time to play with, though. They don't need to feel pressured to actually go for anything yet. They can easily just go for the plan or even run it back to B. Looks like they are going to set themselves up for the retake situation, though. Super waiting for the CTs here. Does spot one, trying to land a shot. They get it. Surely not another. Muffin dancing around the site right now. Super goes down, and it will be Deadweight taking away the first in their second half.
There it is. They've done it. They've responded. And now Deadweight very much give themselves the extra chance. The only problem that they do have here is now that they'll be fighting almost what I could consider against the grain, right? The wonderful thing, ladies and gentlemen, if this is your first time watching Counter-Strike, which I know it's definitely not, Valve have done this great thing where is if you plant on the T side, even if you've lost the round, you actually get a better buy than what is provided to the CTs on the defense, which, look, is only a little bit true here, as it appears that Talaj and Super have gone for the AKs. Reply is picking up only the Deagle. But it's still somewhat a similar position, right? You know, they've managed to get this full buy in. And of course, for Mega, he's got Kevlar. So if he's able to find a weapon, he can certainly make something happen. There's always a world where that shot there from Talaj hits too. But regardless, you know, they've started to make something work here. They've taken control of Banana. It has been very much given to them. That's going to be the telltale for Deadweight too. In the later rounds to see if they are able to actually find anything here. But look at Jacoby. He is all the way into spawn here. Surely they've got to be aware of something. There is no way they just let this man go all the way down here. Mega's had a little bit of a look. How many shots does he hit? He sees 4. He's been able to find 1 and he gets taken down. It's traded. And now this is where it starts to get scrappy. because they've already lost so much control. This is where they start to question themselves. And they can't really sort of seem to work out exactly what the go is going to be, because now JKR is going for the peak here, Matt, and what a shot. Very nicely done. It's now a 4v3 in advantage of Deadweight, and that's 2 of their Kevlar members out of the server.
We'll see if they will be able to take anything else out of this. Seems Drox is good for it. JKR there to stack it up as well, leaving it all onto Reply, but it will be Reply to die, as Deadweight does manage to take themselves through towards a 7th round now. So the force buy from the Nutty Gaming side unfortunately hasn't worked out for them, and it will push them into that save scenario heading in to round number 18 now. We'll see what they come up with though. Seems they do actually have a bit of armor on a couple of players still, as well as some pistols to come through, so not the worst thing ever. And they got a couple of smokes, or a couple of flashes and a smoke rather.
Frag, take out. You're looking to hold down, and you will. It's a nice and easy round here for Deadweight. Very much one that, you know, sort of just needs to be washed past by the side of Nutty. Not really think too hard into it. It was a nice opening there from Mega, but this is where we really need him, you know, individually to step up to the plate and start calling beyond his years, allowing them to close out this series in a potential 2-0. Otherwise, you know, Deadweight, they look down the barrel of potentially sending it again into that, you know, 3rd map, which of course is going to be Mirage. You know what happens on Mirage. Always gets a little bit wild. JKR, I'm not sure how that shot didn't quite connect, but ultimately they do choose to now fall away. Dropping down. Mid control will be established, so Nutty happy to try and take that one here. Brackets is gained, and Jacoby drops down, but it's going to be a tough hold again from Deadweight. Good opening, though, from Clover.
It could be furthered there by Drox, it would seem. Super and Reply at least able to send a couple more in favor of Nutty Gaming. It's now going to be down to a 2-on-3 situation, though. Nutty Gaming at least can position for a plant and maybe more, but it is going to be Muffin to go down. Bomb plant noise will be given away to the CTs now. Bomb goes down for Mega, 2 HP and a Dream here. Looks like the CTs are getting prepared to launch the retake. Mega can hear them just gearing up through towards the Diggity position. Still one towards Archway with Util as well. Mega finds one, not good for the second. Great re-peek there from Clover, and does allow the CT side in order to take a further round for themselves, taking us now only one between them on a 10-9 scoreline. Luckily for Nutty Gaming though, with the loss bonus built up and the plant money, they got a decent buy behind them heading into this one, already seeing plentiful amounts of utility being put into play here. Eager to see if they're going to be able to stack up to take a round back.
Whatever's happening, though, here in Camp Nutty, it's starting to get a little bit worrisome. You know, Deadweight are looking much more confident as they move on to the CT side. As I said, what I'm normally used to, at least, is the very opposite on that sort of position. Now JKR actually going for the fight. I was going to say, if he found that frag, that would have been nuts, but he is getting a little bit scrappy right now. Jacoby, good trade, gets the orb. Also spots out Reply, goes for the peak, goes for the jewel, but he won't be able to find it, so it's even Stevens here in this round. Reply is taking control of Boiler, but still, again, such a heavy lean from this Deadweight side over towards the A site. They've lost it now 3 times in a row. Reply does get into brackets, but again, it's this duel. Reply also taken very, very low by Drox. Drox has had great impact from this Arch side, but where do they actually choose to sort of go for here? There's the call. It's been made, heading back towards B. They'll only have to fend off one member, but they have to move quickly. Clover's also having a little bit of a rough one here as well. And there's the rotation already starting to come through. So you know that they've got a little bit of an inkling. Drox moving over. But as that utility goes down, are Deadweight going to be able to hold on to this B site?
It's all going to be tested right now. Drox going to be on the other side of the CT smoke alongside Clover, just holding patiently. Ooh, Drox swinging on through, though, does catch Delage through the smoke, landing a man advantage in favor of the CT side now. We'll see if they will be able to launch their efforts further as the smoke goes down. Drox taken down, and it will be Clover left to try and hold it off. Jacoby at least going to be able to do something towards CT spawn as well. Does find the kill onto Shah. Reply almost being caught as well, it would seem, but no, it will be the round going the way of Deadweight. 10-10 now. And my word, they've certainly put in the hard yards, and it's another close one before us.
What has happened? This is so scrappy right now from Nutty. They were looking like absolutely a force to be reckoned with on that CT side. You know, Deadweight, they were starting to get a little bit shaken. You know, there was some call for concern on how they were kind of playing, and they weren't really trading. But, you know, clearly the morale is still high. You know, we saw Jacoby shout and scream as a happy man with some good momentum. Now they're straight into brackets. Here's the momentum you need, but Drock's okay. Are you joking? Great shot from Super, but now that's the AWP recovered. Where are they going to be looking to send it? Jacoby is in a great position, and if they slow down the pace here now, that's potentially where they could lose it, but 4 hungry members now of Deadweight starting to wrap on in, Matt. It's going to be a big one for them, as unfortunately Mega, looks to take a bit of further control. Not sure exactly what's happening here.
Seems they're lining up some utility this time, apparently, and might be able to line up a little more than just that. Talaj does get the leg shot onto a player, but it won't result in the kill. So CTs will be able to quickly retrieve the AWP off the T's there and quickly take away the round. So, Deadweight do take the lead here now, 10-11 in their favor. Luckily for the T's, though, they did manage to get that plant as well as the loss bonus again. So we'll see Shard donning the AWP, everyone else on 8Ks with plenty of util in order to establish some early presence here towards round number 22. We'll see if they're going to be able to do just that, though. Already defaulting into their default split here. Do have JKR putting a bit of fire, actually, through towards the T stairs. And the T's are looking to put some smokes in front of the fire, but it won't actually take the fire out just yet.
Sharp. Narrowly missing that shot. It was an opening that was definitely there for them. It's going to be tough to find their way in accordingly. Still creeping. Diggity control looking to be taken back again by Deadweight. You know, they are changing it up how they're approaching this. I guess, the name of the game from Nutty, it's just been pure hesitation. I haven't seen any round where the teams actually look confident outside of those pistol rounds, which is always the irony, right? You know, you very much throw the emotion by the wayside when you are playing the pistol rush or the force up, whatever you want to call it. Just getting aggressive, trying to find the fights. But here, you know, they're fully equipped. They've got time. They've got an approach. But even after finding these opening picks on those pistol rounds, again, we just see hesitation station. So it's another position. They've got the utility set, ready to rock and roll. Muffin is in CT, and the Molotov now goes down. So that won't quite flush Old Man out of his position, but they are taking that site quickly. However, Jacoby opens up on the reply.
Looks like Clover is able to open up a couple more, though. Mega going to be the last one standing. Will actually be able to take Clover down, leaving us now down to a 1-on-3 here. Clover still needs to consider how close by their opponent is. Holy! Takes down JKR 1-on-2. There's actually potentially for Mega to pull through. We'll see if they can manage it, knowing one's towards CT spawn, considering the shots. They are going to tuck themselves away in the dark position. So the CTs, they don't know exactly where Mega's going to be on the site. They did see him towards the try box, but they don't know where he's going to be heading forward. Until now, Drox peeks on through the dark, and Jacoby going to be ecstatic with that one. You can see the energy after that. They will be able to send us through towards a 12th round in favor of the side of Deadweight.
Where is Nutty gone? I think is the question that we're all sort of asking at this point in time. They haven't really had a whole lot of presence, and right now it's very much looking like we are going to be seeing a wild Deadweight take us to map number 3. And again, I remind you all that match is Mirage. So anything can happen in the old MCG of Australian Counter-Strike. Again, it's just that position. I'm wondering what's been happening. JKR now with the confidence down mid does narrowly miss the shot, but they're going to try and find the fight. Reply just sinking that nade in. you can see them, yeah, again, just continuing to scramble. I'm not really sure sort of their positioning. It all seems to be very much the same. They haven't changed what they're doing really at all. And they're not clearing their corners either. It's just been dead weight, absolutely rinsing them. We're seeing like 4 at least members trying to take control of this B site. We've seen that a couple of times now. And they're just sort of rolling over and dying on the way in, really, it feels like. And now this position, like Super missing his flash, you can see, yeah, again, that it's all just sort of happening. Oh my God, Muffin, that is so disgusting. You can't be doing that and getting away with it. Straight in the smoke, picks up 2. Talaj does get the trade, but that's the bomb down, and I'm already starting to close the door on this map.
We'll see if the map might be staying entirely open. The T's are still quite split apart though, but with 35 seconds to go, anything is possible, and it seems Jacoby going to be making possibilities of reality there. Same can be said of Super, opening things up towards the A site now. And there's only one player somewhat close by in Drox. Could be potentially taking out the bomb carrier, but no. Omega going to be running it back through towards the apartments. We'll see what they might be able to achieve heading into this 3-on-2 retake now, however. JKR just holding the close angle whilst their teammates potentially launch their efforts up Diggity. See, looks like the T's are going to be just holding somewhat of a crossfire on the site as well as the pit positions. Just waiting to see where the CTs are coming from. They're starting to get closer though, starting to get a little claustrophobic. And the bomb's ticking down. JKR's gone. Now they need to anticipate Clover. Clover does find one, looking for the second. Mega going to be good for it though. Time is ticking down here. Trox needs to get on this now. Mega holding tight though, stays alive, gets the kill through the box. That's gonna be the round, going the way of Nutty Gaming.
Finally, a round. We've got one on the board for the side of Nutty. They've picked up exactly where they needed to. And now all they need to do is just continue forward, take that pace, reset that economy. They set themselves up so nicely. I think it was what, 10-4 that we were sitting at? And then now only are we seeing a round that sort of finally start to come through. Ability will go down. Scoreline sort of settles as it is. There is only one more round that Nutty actually need to break the economy of deadweight too. So whatever they did in the previous, this time maybe just a little bit more forthcoming in the sense that they're not going to have to play from another 2v4 or a 2v5 that we keep seeing, that these rounds get so close. You can see them like lose the opening and find the confidence back. Now Super also taken down. Drox though very, very low at least. That was a good trade of, I guess, HP you could say. Mega trying to send some utility back over. Looks like Muffin does have the smoke. They are up close. So what's Mega going to do with it? Smokes down Arch, tries to keep at least a couple of members here. So once again, it looks like it will be a 4-on-2 duel over towards the B site, but this is where they need a trade. This is where they need to find it because Muffin has got a smoke and he's going to send that down and try lock them in.
Looks like the T's aren't too fast to buy it though. Muffin going to be holding right around the corner. Could go for a spray down if they push it. The T's are going to have to, considering how much time is left. Muffin has a flash. A flash comes through in response. Muffin's gone, though. All going to be up to Clover now, holding the dark position with an MP9. Talaj looks to clear it. Unfortunately, not able to succeed. JKR looking to find one as well through CT spawn. Does leave it all down to Shah. 1-on-3 situation. JKR pulls through, and that will be the round. Going the way of deadweight there. Certainly going to be pleased with themselves after that one. Just look at the energy.
That's what I mean. That was a 1v4 on the B site for Nutty, and they lost to an MP9 because no one wanted to clear it. No one wanted to trade it. It seems like everyone's kind of playing their own game. No one's really playing that selfless game of Counter-Strike, moving in together, trading for each other. They're all just kind of relying on that individual prowess. Mega does go for the hero AK buy here, but yeah, look, there has been nothing that's really called for inspiration on this T side. I don't think I've ever seen a T side that is from a team that I expect a caliber from to be this poor. Whatever is happening in Camp Nutty, you wonder where the form from last series was, right? Because There's just been no signs of life in this one. They're just peeking in one by one, dry, not setting up for trades. No one really looking for anything. This round, I'm throwing by the by. You know, I'm not really super stressed about this one. They're obviously taking it to that next where they do have the opportunity to buy in the second to last kind of position here. But dead rate, they've got 14 now. You know, Nutty will have that buy. Should have the AWP for Shah if they want it. But I have to see just a glimmer to even think that they deserve this map, because Deadweight have just dismantled them in every which way to potentially take us to Mirage here. But there's another opportunity. I'll let this round play out before I make any decisions. Let's see how they go.
We'll see exactly how it does shape up here. It will be the T's at least finding a little bit of damage early on. So nice start there. CT is responding with a bit of util of their own, though. Could be looking to zone them out. Looks like they're just going to bide their time for the moment, however. Just seeing exactly what is going to be coming to the table here. No one looking to push any further out just quite yet. Still just being ever patient, waiting for that perfect moment before they can collapse onto the site entirely. Looks like the T side is stacked up towards an A take here, though, leaving one on the lurk towards the banana side of things. Should Delage find a kill? Maybe it changes, but it is going to be Muffin finding the opening there through towards the A side. Super making a bit of noise as well, trying to see if they can distract the CTs. Not going to prove too successful. Flash does come through from Reply, trying to bait things out as well. 44 seconds to go now, though. You can see the T's. They're making the preparations, laying them in wait here, trying to see exactly what is going to come out of this one. Muffin holding steady, but not steady enough. Does find an opening there for Nutty Gaming. 4-on-4 situation now. Surely something could happen, and it will happen for Deadweight. One goes down, more to potentially follow. Good trade does come through. Clover goes down as well, but Jacoby exposes themselves from the shadows in pit. It's all going to be down to JKR and Jacoby now. JKR spots one, Jacoby good for the other. And it will be Deadweight sending us through to map point.
Map point to go to map number 3 in this absolute haul of a day. Mega just inting at this point, sending himself completely solo around Archers. It's like he wants to go to Mirage, just giving all this opportunity up, and you can just tell that their heart's not in this map anymore. It has absolutely gone by the wayside. You know, they've found 11, but now it's running for overtime, and there's no other option outside of it. You know, Deadweight pretty much need to, like, what we have to see is pretty much Deadweight just take this one, and then they just move straight into Mirage. Because there's absolutely nothing else in this map. This has been Deadweight all the way through. This CT side has been decimation from them. Like, I'm feeling like watching this map has very much tracked back to the old Inferno, right? We're getting 2, maybe 3 rounds was considered something good. But this is now the new Inferno, where it's more of a maybe, you know, a gentle 9-6 in the half or a 8-7, you know, in favor of the CTs. But right now it is just Nutty throwing them sort of selves out the window. 2 versus 4 here. Minute 10 left on the clock. Both members are extremely split. They don't have the bomb. Now they are sort of walking their way up now over towards that B site. Already up is Talaj. He's clearing this completely by himself, and obviously we've just had the boost up. He's about to die in a couple of seconds if he does peek up. Yep, there we go. There it is. Good shot from JKR. And all onto Super in a 1 versus 4 here, Matt. He's got to pull off the absolutely unthinkable here, and I think JKR, as he spots the line, he has managed to at least find the timing. But it is going to be Muffin to find him from the boost, I am certain. Good shot, not bad. Still a lot more work to do.
See if Super will be able to pull it off, though. Going for the plant now. 1-on-3 situation here. Does have some util to play with, but they're both pushing through. Banana, they go for the swing, get it done, and that is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. That will be map number 2 going the way of Deadweight, making waves as always. You can see Jacoby happy with that one. Look at the energy. They are just ecstatic. Absolutely loving it. And we'll see exactly what will come through on Mirage, because My gosh, these maps have gone really all the way so far, Mitch, haven't they?
I absolutely have, my friend. It has been a interesting series, I guess you could say, so far. Very, very challenging to sort of put my finger on the way it's been looking. As I say, like to have such a disgustingly strong, CT start on the side of Inferno. Like I was definitely certain that Nutty were going to be taking that one through, but I can't say the last time I've seen only a single round against evenly matched teams, right? Like, I'd obviously completely throw it by the by if they were a heavily unmatched side. But after taking map one and then seeing that, I hope Nutty have something else in store for Mirage, because otherwise we're going to have a complete wash. But regardless, Matt, we're going to take a break. We're going to load up Mirage and we'll see you back in just a couple of. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We are here for what will be now the end of an absolute saga in map number 3. We don't know where it's going to go, and we're talking about it a little bit off camera just there. It's almost like we don't even know who's going to win at this point in time. There is no indication. There is no real momentum, I guess, outside of the fact that Nutty basically shined that map of Inferno for Deadweight and said, here you go, sir. We'll take you to map 3. Here you go. Have it. We want you to have it right now. So I'm hoping that whatever they've got in store for us on Mirage will be something completely different. I'm Conky. This is Matsy. Matt, map 3, what are your thoughts?
It seems the series is finally reaching its conclusion here. Inevitably coming down to map number 3. I'm sure that the teams are pretty eager to just pounce their way through it. They just want to get it done and dusted and see who will be able to come out on top as the victor. But, anything could happen coming out of a map like Mirage. We could be seeing a potential overtime. I see we've got a special guest here, Mitch, behind you.
He's getting sick of it. He's like, Dad, you've been casting for 7 hours, bro. You need to stop. But that's fine. He can wait for me later. It's all good. So, yeah, I think this one's just a really important one, that it doesn't get too scrappy. I think if a team, whichever team has a slight advantage on the composure is where I really think that it'll kind of drive forward at this point in the night. It's really late. It's Mirage. It's just the end of a third series. It's elimination, but also qualification. Anything could happen really here. So the team that kind of keeps their focus just to a degree, I think as a minor advantage, is the one that I think is going to take this one forward. And yeah, as I said, given the previous map, I think that will likely be Deadweight, because they've still got some kind of energy and some momentum behind them. We haven't really seen a whole lot of emotion coming out on the side of Nutty. They've kind of had some moments, but at the same time, they've also been pretty flatline on the cams that we've seen tonight.
Yeah, I'm eager to see what's going to come out of it. Looks like we are going to be getting straight into the game right now, though. Mirage looking to come at you red hot into the knife round here to decide who's going to be on what side. Play a little game of knifey spoony before we kick things off here. And we're going to play a little game of run boosts as well from the Nutty game in there.
I see you played knifey spoony before, as has these members in the server. So it is just going to be that old stalemate who kind of peeks in first. And now it looks like Nutty's got a little bit trapped, and Mega just kind of let them have it there. And Jacoby managed to sort of walk his way through. So there we go. We are going to be moving to a pistol round that I'm assuming is going to be CT side start for Deadweight. They managed to pull that one through. So yeah, they'll be happy to run that one definitely forward. But look, regardless, Matt, it's finally here. It's finally Mirage. It's the last map of the series, last map of the day, last map of stage 1 even. And it has been a treat. We've had several weeks now of back and forth. It's obviously been us on the desk here, yourself, me, Matt tonight. And then before that, we've had Pilski and Elfish Guy as well, obviously taken through the shows earlier in these weeks ahead. And obviously we've got them back, over the coming weeks as well, with plenty more action around the corner. As we said, those 4 invited teams will be diving through, but we'll break into the bracket a little bit after that. So don't worry your little pretty heads about that one, because right now it's just about that focus on who is going to be able to take map number 3.
Yeah, eager to find out exactly what's going to come of it. Looks like we do have a side decided now. I think we are going to be seeing a Deadweight on the CT side. So definitely interested to see how they're going to structure their defenses.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's dive in and find out exactly to that. Who is going to be taking this one through? I'm sure you all have been absolutely ready for it the entirety of the day. But right now, as I've mentioned several times, it's Mirage. This map, I'm kind of a bit sick of it at this point in time, right? I joked about it the other day, how there was some moments back and forth where we were so regularly getting Nuke and Vertigo and Ancient and that kind of stuff that I was like, man, I actually kind of miss Mirage. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll give you the hot tip. I don't, but it still always can be an exciting map. There's a lot of chaos that comes through. There's so many different ways you can kind of play this one around the bend. So, we'll find out with what's in store. You know, will this CT side matter? They've got the kit in the hands of Muffin, but it is going to be a slow walk as we very much start this series. Nutty looking to hold back. Going to see if any aggression will go up. It's a very aggressive stack from Deadweight towards this B position. 3 members are there. Utility Fake will come over, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the sell. Clover has already started to get aggressive with it. Checks unders, nobody home. And they're going to late walk out mid here. So I do like this strategy from Nutty.
Slow and steady wins the race here. Clover might be looking to put an end to it, though. Nice headshot lined up for the Deadweight side there. We'll see what else they might be able to pull through with. It seems Muffin actually going to find some action. Twofold towards the B side. Super and Mega line up the trades, though. There will be a 3-on-2 situation now. Drox looking to see what they can do as well. Ultimately, the T is going to be at somewhat of a standstill at the moment, though. Don't have the bomb. Is just going to be stuck out towards B short and need to get through all the players laying in wait for them around the site. Looks like they're going to attempt it now, though. Super creeping closely. Jacoby does line it up. Drox good to close it out as well. And it will be Deadweight sending us through to a first round in their favor.
Yeah, nicely done. I was going to say, you know, Jacoby to have so much patience to lock himself into that position for the entirety of the round and make sure that nobody comes tracking up onto that site and don't allow themselves to plant. So Nutty, you know, they had a really nice strategy. I liked it, but unfortunately they were able to quite execute it. And it was very much about Clover, you know, being that linchpin, getting the lineup and pulling through the round. So nicely done from him. As it sort of stands, Drox is going to be forced off early. Just going to be, of course, the Glock train. Without the back of that plant, they don't have the extra money to buy into those Galils. And JKR, he's been hitting some shots as well off the back of this scout. Nice opening here as he peers his head into connector, which is where the rest of the members of Nutty Gaming are just playing, you know, this kind of throwaway round where they're not really super concerned about what happens. Maybe just find a bomb plant, maybe take some of these weapons away. That's really the name of the game in this second round.
See if they know the name of the game here. As we do just see the T's trying to gain some information through to window. Do actually catch one. Just trying to slither their way through jungle at the moment. Waiting to see what they might be able to actually achieve from this one. No one going to be venturing any further, though, from both sides as yet. The T is still just trying to see if they can edge a little further forward, though. 40 seconds to go. They need to get a move on sooner rather than later. Seems they have. They do take down Drox there, so a good little comeback from the T side. Do even find a bit of damage onto Jacoby as well. Ultimately resulting in a kill. Going to be down to JKR on the A side. Does at least find one back. Super 1-on-2 situation. Hello, coming at you with the 1D, but JKR is good for it with the SSG there. Taking away round number 2 for Deadweight, but that got a little close there for the T side.
Yeah, I was going to say that was a very brave duel for JKR actually to be taking it there. You know, when you've got a super sharp, super sharp member of the T side in Nutty Gaming hitting those shots. If you take that fight, it's certainly a bit of a worry. You know, you never want to fall back to the one-on-one situation there, but regardless, they do it, and they do manage to at least keep their composure and win out the round. So here we find Deadweight still with the advantage. They've got a couple of weapons to work with. Super does find that opening onto Jacoby. Now Clover actually going to go down towards unders. He puts the Molotov through, but now he's a little bit stuck. But with the utility, will allow him some extra time. Drox looking for that peak. Shah going for the duel. Clover, though, continues the run of it, and he's actually been able to find a whole lot here, but they have to find Talaj, and they will. That's going to be an AK picked up now in the hands of JKR. Super looking to run straight out Palace, but still a long, long while away. Now going to be jumping on towards that site. Super does further damage, but nothing just yet. 2 on 3.
See if they will be able to manage it in this situation. Good util, at least cutting the CTs off from the side a little longer. Bomb still hasn't gone down, though. They are looking to achieve it. Will be met with a grenade to the face before they can create any further space there. CTs do have a flashbang they can put to use as well. Looks like they are going to be just waiting for their teammate to run it back through Palace at the moment. Just biding their time until Muffin gets into position for the ideal retake here. T still just holding around the corners. JKR at least trying to bait it out with a bit of noise as well. Won't be able to find a kill yet, but here comes Muffin Man pushing around the corner. Does spot the sandwich player, says goodbye to it, and it will be the round going the way of Deadweight here, looking to get the defusal through, and they pull it together. 3-0 now in their favor. Luckily for Nutty Gaming, though, they will at least have the plant money, which could result in a buy round once again for them.
So the swap around of the weapons, they've obviously held on to that, or back up for JKR. You know, the real issue here, I suppose, is the low amount of money that Deadweight still hold on to. You know, how close some of these rounds have actually gotten, some of the damage that was able to be established there by Nutty. But still, Deadweight, you know, they did very, very well to win out that one, because now Nutty, they have absolutely nada utility to work with. I mean, you know, 2 smokes and 2 flashbangs is just not enough in a round like this. They've gone for the investment. They know that it's just a light buy for Deadweight. I would have preferred maybe, you know, maybe 2 Galils and some extra utility to kind of play around with. I feel like that's sort of mega that should potentially be looking to do that. Maybe reply on the sub roll, but looks like the smoke's actually been sent over from Mega to reply as well. But regardless, JKR keeping his eye on short here. Does lock into position. Great opening there from Talaj. They are now starting to, you know, at least take a bit more point. Interconnector now. JKR spots out ahead, but unfortunately does have to get away from there. Reply swinging up short. Not exactly the best, but what is going on here? Talaj, he's straight into this position. Super picks up another, and that should be the A site absolutely locked down here. Well done, Deadweight. They take the site. They take away. Well, they get taken away by Nutty, and that's going to be the plant going down, and surely just a save here of the rifles.
Like, they are just going to be forced to save it out. You're absolutely correct there, Conky. We'll see what they might be able to achieve with these weapons heading into future rounds. Luckily, they do at least have Drox there with a bit of cash stacked behind them. Definitely could look to get a further buy into this one. Same really can't be said for Clover and Jacoby there, though. May have to opt for a save in that department, but at least for the side of Nutty Gaming, they will be good to at least take away their first round in this final map of this best of 3 series here, sending us into Mirage with a bang. We'll see who will be able to come out on top through the thick of it all here, as we do get straight into round number 5 now. Looks like it is going to be a buy to come through, as a matter of fact, from Drox there. And Clover actually going to be donning the M4 this time. Muffin and Jacoby, though, just going to be onto the pistols. Not too much util either. Could prove dangerous for them, but at least they can put up a fight. That's for sure.
I thought they had a little bit more in the coffer than that, but no, they don't. They invest where they can. Utility in the hands of JKR, of course, the man that did manage to save that AWP on from the previous round. They've got kits. That's always a good start. But yeah, Nutty, this is their round where they can really start to turn the tide, right? You know, they set down Deadweight, put them into eco territory, and really start to make them think about how they want to go. But the telltale for Nutty so far is all their aggression, all their control has been down towards mid. And Super, that awareness, my God, how quickly he was able to turn around and find that one. Now cruising up towards mid again. You know, Clover sitting inside the window. Molotov to come in, but he does actually find one before he goes down. A little bit maybe over-aggressive, not sure. It wasn't quite in a position to be traded. But regardless, It's the advantage that goes the way of Nutty once more, and they're actually creeping their way over towards B, and that's where, of course, just the pistol is. It's going to be such a tough hold here for Muffin.
We'll see if they will be able to take it away for Muffin, though. They are just holding that van position at the moment. Reply and Shah looking to see what they can locate heading through towards it. Super is actually looking for another vantage point, though. Could actually let them swing towards the A side instead, considering communications will be in place saying, hey guys, this one's pretty clear, but it looks like in the meantime, a Muffin instills some fear as Reply goes down, and their teammate will be going down as well. But they've actually run out of time. Oh my word. They actually ran out of time, Mitch. That is insane. You thought that they might actually be taking away the round with a plant, but somehow Deadweight pulled through.
I blinked, and that round fell the other way. Indecision. How has that happened?
That's craziness, honestly.
It is. You don't often see that happen really at all. Like, usually by the time that the team has decided, oh my God, we've faffed around too much, we can't quite find the site. It's all kind of already a bit of an awareness they have, right? They kind of acknowledge it, they take it on the chin, and they say that they'll do something about it. But it's just what I'm getting at. I can't understand what sort of calling's happening on right now, There seems to be no confidence in each other, no real kind of certainty about how they want to play this and where they want to take this. And it's very much on these individual performances to really step up to the plate, like Talaj just then straight in through mid, 2 early frags, and you can already see that Deadweight are looking down the barrel of a save straight away.
Yeah, there's no other way out of this one, considering they don't have much money behind them, and they just need to hold on to the weapons. Looks like, speaking of which, they will be able to actually steal an AK back. So, not the worst outcome out of that one. They're finding that kill there. Looks like they're not actually going to come away with it, though. T's just a little bit too close for comfort there. Will be forcing them to continue to hold their ground. Looks like they are going to try and use a grenade just to clear out some of the T's away from them. Ultimately, the bomb will go down, though, and so the round going to go the way of Nutty Gaming now. 4-2 scoreline is set up for them. And there we go. Clover picks up the AK eventually, once they know it's crystal clear. And it will be the scoreline solidified. CTs are still just going to be holding on to whatever they can into this round, but it's looking pretty similar to one we saw previous, where they've stuck with the 3 rifles, their teammates are stuck on pistols, and they're left to really just try and maneuver their way to figuring out whatever they can. It's really difficult coming into it with such a strained buy here. We'll see if they can at least find a kill or two to kick things off, though.
So once again, this time a little bit different in the sense that smokes have come out towards top mid. Mega, though, completely caught off guard there. JKR, great peek in. Does recover the AK. Now this looks like Nutty are going to try and at least step up the plate over towards this A site now. They already do have some form of control. Drox is kind of hungry to try and find a little bit of a fight, but it is a tough one. Dinked up, tagged up, will be Talaj and also some further damage onto Super, but this is going to settle. It's a 5-on-4, but still, I'm also looking kind of down at... This is a tough retake for Deadweight.
See if they can manage it, though. Clover and Drox are good to find 2, making it 3 kills. It's all on Shard now towards T-Ramp. Sets up base camp, finding 2. Surely they can pull through for some more, you'd think, but the CTs are already on the bomb. And it will be the kill to go down along with the defusal. Drox pumped up. You can see raising their fists in happiness there as they do take away the round in their favor. Nutty Gaming left to consider their options heading through towards this upcoming round. We'll see what they might be able to deliver as we do kick things off into round number 8 now. Nutty Gaming still on the full buy here, do have a little bit of a lack of utility, but it's still enough to try and scruff past their opponents. It looks like they're going quite quickly and decisively into it. Already shutting down Drox. And Jacoby going down. What's happened here? They've managed to shut down almost the complete CT side just within the blink of an eye. It's already down to a 4-3 on 2 as Muffin pulls through. Okay. Looking a little better. JKR says no way, but it will be Reply. Striking back, Sending us now to the 2-on-1. Muffin trying to keep this round alive, though. Reply so low on health. Muffin, no utility to get him out of position, but at least Shah's there to flash their teammate out. And so it will now come down to this. 1-on-2 for the Muffin Man. Left to try and do everything they can. Win or lose the round. Their economy is in tatters.
It's certainly going to be a rough one. Molotov does keep Muffin at bay. He's got the kit. He can move on in. Shah's already looked to take control of CT, so they're getting very, very aggressive here. Where is that bomb planted? It is the default. It is over that side, so they should be able to find something here. It should be quite an easy lockdown, but yeah, Muffin burning a lot of time, has no util. So it is going to be Reply, obviously very, very low. He does go for the peak, but he finds the right timing. That's another round for Nutty. That's the reset onto the deadweight economy. And you're exactly right. It's just really starting to get a little bit chaotic now. You know, you can see that the tiredness is kicking in. There's indecision. But the real MVP has been Talaj. That's like 2 incredible entries that he's managed to find back-to-back, you know, straight up connector. Doing all the damage nice and early. This round will be a bit of a different story. It is that stack up very early on towards the A site. And I do believe Mega coming in through tunnels. So it's Reply, actually, and he will be able to find the opening pick. Nicely done. And now that's where they set their sights on walking out towards this A site. Good damage from the nade, but Shah finds 2. Talaj will find another, and now it's all in a Muffin in a 1 versus 5. So reset, refocus, rethink in what they're going to do into this next round. Because the buy will come in. JKR will be able to afford the AWP, but I honestly reckon it's better off for a save. Hey, look at this. No one's really got anywhere sort of close to that financial position to get the utility, to get the weaponry behind them. It's just going to be another kind of thought-provoking round here from Deadweight. How do they approach it? Because Nutty are just effectively, aside from that previous round, just running down mid. And that's the control that they've been taking time and time again. So I am kind of hoping that we will see a bit of a change of pace from Deadweight, you know, maybe trying to fight for that mid control back. Because if they punish that, you know, that could potentially put a bit of a stopper on Nutty, because they should not be allowed to have free, easy control positions to take early on. Moving up top mid.
JKR plays off the flash there, almost crashes past a kill, but it will be Mega able to prevail out of that one. Talaj on 12 HP, though, could be a vulnerable member. Someone the CTs might be able to single out here. We'll see if they find an angle for it, though. Speaking of, it is going to be an angle found by Mega. So good comeback by the T side to take the 2-man lead here. Still need to plant the seed of the bomb through towards the B side. Speaking of, Mega taking out even more players one by one. They fall like toy soldiers there. And it will be down to Jacoby as well as Drox now. Left to try and achieve something for their team. Drox, unfortunately, not able to meet the mark there. So it's all going to be on the shoulders of Jacoby now. 1-on-5 situation, slowly edging their way towards middle, where they know their teammates fell down earlier. But no one going to be there to greet them just yet.
Always a tough one here. Just that thought. Maybe a frag, maybe a pick. Maybe try and take away one of these weapons into the next round. Whatever's sort of ticking through their head at the moment, though. Nutty have certainly got the momentum back behind them. And Jacoby will be able to live on with the Kevlar. That's a good result from him. He will have to invest into more if he wants to get that helmet as well, which he actually will. But the full buy comes in. JKR will have the AWP to take forward again. And where are Nutty going to go with this? Looks like they're pretty happy to start to walk their way around mid again. JKR this time looks for the fight. That's sort of the control that I was looking for. Sending Reply lowers once more. JKR goes for the peak, and he's actually going to be punished for him.
Good start there for the side of Nutty Gaming. They are able to pull things off with a 1-man lead. Still need to see if they can find a little more, though. Clover on a decent angle might be able to strangle it back, but no, it's not going to be happening today. At least they do get a bit of information, and there is going to be a re-smoke through towards the window position now. T's realizing there's a gap there. Speaking of gaps, it seems that Drox is able to slip through the gap, take away 2 kills, looking for a third onto Mega. They don't know where they need to be shooting. Jacoby finds one in the interim as well. It's all going to be down to Shah and Mega now. 21 HP, and he goes to 0. All on the chair position. Shah tries to land the shot. Muffin still going to be there, however, still kicking, still shooting, still trying to get the headshots. And we'll see if they are going to be able to manage it. 39 seconds now. Shah creeping around the corner, ready to just scope in and get that shot. Muffin not going to be needing to do anything. Jacoby prevailing from the side of Connector does get the lead back in favor of Deadweight.
I guess you could say that Deadweight could dance all day. They could dance all day. Try and hit me, come on. Because Jacoby putting up numbers, putting it in big. Really just locking the side of Nutty out, once again finding that opening. JKR falling by the wayside, the old tired peak into underpass, and it just didn't quite work out for him. And then to have that round turn on his head so quickly, it's like almost again that thing. You look away and you turn back, and it's like, Jesus, how did that? When did that happen? But Jacoby taking control as he needs, really stepping up to the plate for his team in the dire position. Because I do remind you all at home, right? This is the last map of Stage 1 of this competition. LPL Pro League Season 1 of 2022. This is the kind of open stage, I guess you would say, where the teams have qualified from their respective divisions or, been re-involved from the previous season. Winners of this, of course, this very map, will join the remaining 3 teams and the 4 invited teams into that top 8 in Stage 2. And as I'm talking about this and the structure and the format, it's just Nutty that is falling to the wayside. Member by member. 5 alive. Deadweight take control. Affirmation is there. Whilst we look at the money, they're definitely going to buy here. Nutty, for sure. They've got utility in some of the members. They can potentially get up an AWP if they want for Shah. It looks like it will be dropped over. Yes, it will. And they've got enough utility to work with. But some of the members were very much down to the wire there. So they lose this. That's another eco, and that's potentially Deadweight making their way on a march towards 10 rounds.
Looks like they are going to be storming the front through towards the middle now. Nutty Gaming do actually lose a member in the beginning there. Could even lose a few more. Jacoby able to actually hone in towards that jungle position, looking for another reply. Going to be good to hold strong though. 4-on-3 situation now. CT is restructuring their defenses and do find a kill off of it. Jackie are going to be found in result as well, however. Now down to the 3-on-2 here. Looks like Clover going to dish a grenade through the murder hole. Great position there. Straight onto reply. Down to 31 now. Might not be able to live much longer. Could still hold on. Oh, Clover's looked away from the angle. Luckily reply didn't push on it. It still will be around in contention, but results reply is gone. Drox could find Shah. No! There it is! A no-scope to come through from Shah. Now sending us to that 1-on-2 situation. CT's both looking to push through Connector right now. Shah, aware of this, has the scope up, ready to pull the trigger at a moment's notice. Won't be able to do it. There it is. Clover taking away round number 8. And will be taking victory in the half here for Deadweight.
There we go. The double swing from Stairs and Jungle. Able to sort of put in exactly what the doctor ordered. Now we see Mega buying just the full array of utility. He's even going to pick up a decoy for his troubles as well. A couple of flashes out, just for good measure. And he's still got 1 over here. And 2 to send over towards B. So it does look like it will be something relatively quick, but maybe they're actually thinking it is a little bit of a fake here. They do hear the footsteps, so oh my god, that is going to do so much damage! Oh my god, the double up. It's beautiful. And that is the round very much done and dusted. Nothing really to kind of hold close to our hearts there. Just some good utility usage, locking down against this enemy team. And Deadweight is looking to kind of replicate the half that we saw from Nutty Gaming in the previous, where, of course, Deadweight walking away with 10 rounds potentially here on the CT side of Mirage. Look, Nutty might even potentially be happy with 6. The game's definitely not over at that point in time, but of course there is still much more heavy lifting that needs to be done for both of these teams to even consider closing this. Winner, of course, again, as I mentioned, joins those top 4 teams invited in stage 2. And I guess really for these 2 teams especially, that's where they want to be. That's where it's 2 more matches at the very minimum, best of 3s, double elim, where they get to play against some of the best teams in our region.
And that's a great opportunity, especially for these developing teams as well, to really get some exposure and experience against the more trained rosters. Looks like, speaking of, though, it is going to be a deadweight taking away kill after kill so far. Talaj looking to find one back, though. Good little angle has been secured there. JKR goes down. Talaj has now been spotted by Clover, though. But speaking of, it will be Jacoby down as well. Super good to be traded. But alas, the round, as quickly as it started, it will come to an end. And results are 10-5 in the half in favor of deadweight. So, a nice way to kick things off here. A redeemable scoreline in terms of both rosters. And I'm eager to find out who's going to be the victor heading through to this pistol round.
So taking it all into their stride here, the old side of deadweight. And just for everyone along at home, obviously the top names will be swapped over. There is a cheeky little pause to come through. Whether that's a technical or tactical, I'll be able to find out shortly for you all. But of course, you know, it is that final half of the night. Like, it's actually kind of crazy to think about at this point in time, given how long the day has been. And that's even, you know, not even a complaint. It's just been a long haul, right? Like, all the games pretty much went the full distance. They were super close. 1620 Kings had an incredible comeback on Ancient to manage to take it all the way through to, you know, qualifying for this next stage of the competition. Feeling it a little bit from Dynasty. You know, they had the position where they were in control. But then, yeah, 1620 Kings just completely flattened them back. And now in this map, you know, same could be said from that previous map, right? Nutty had such a solid start, but then Deadweight just walked all over them. So that's how we're here now. Half goes through, 10-5. Pistol now for Deadweight. They're going to be doing a similar sort of thing as what we saw previously. Smoke down towards jungle, up connector now, looking to take that control mat. And 5 versus 5, will they find the plan, or will this rotation be here super quick? Shah, okay.
Okay, indeed, it will be a Shah to go down alongside their teammate there. So it seems that somehow Deadweight launch it back, and maybe not for long. Mega actually going to be traded back, though, by Jacoby. So good reaction there of Mega just whiffing it out early on. Does create a potential opening here for Jacoby. They are just waiting for the perfect moment, though. Don't know Talaj is on Firebox. Do know that there's one on short, but alas, it will be going the way of Nutty Gaming. So, we send us through towards the CT side, taking away the first round of the half there, and are looking to pave their way even further towards the road on glory there. We'll see what Deadweight will be able to deliver heading through towards the next one, though, because this one, they're pretty much ecoed out. They're chilling.
No plan, no money, no drive. Just going to be a flat-out Palace immediately in reply. It's going to be in position here to just absolutely farm them down. Shah picks up one for his troubles as well. And exactly right. Round done, round dusted. We can now start to shift our focus towards the next, because obviously that's what Deadweight were looking for. They don't really particularly care about that one at all. They just want their AK money in the back pocket. JKR is not going to have the AWP. He's just going to be picking up the rifle, of course, again. So Nutty facing up with their 3 Famises and, of course, the MP9 and the M4. Certainly a winnable prospect. They've got plenty of utility to do it with. They've got plenty of money to buy into the next as well if they're unsuccessful here. So as the round starts, it will be that stalemate once more. Usual kind of utility. Molly top mid towards the boxes to try flush them out. Windows smoke to come through. And Talaj actually going for a lot of control here, trying to flash his way in towards the apartments nice and deep to get that information early. Another smoke also to isolate position. So burning their utility very, very early on in the round here, Nutty. But with the position that Deadweight is still in, yet to really find a lot of control. Just that member slowly walking unders now to see if he can try and take point.
We'll see if they are going to be able to do it right now, as they do just look to hold steady for the time being. Clover and Co, though, could look to potentially achieve something through towards the B side right now. As Clover takes point, They've got their teammate behind them, also up on short. Things are looking good for a pincer here. Mega does get the spot, though. Can easily go for a swing. Ooh, caught with Util in the hand. Says good night, and it will be to Large. Taken out as well. So Deadweight, good start to get into the round here. Bomb goes down as a result. It does push us into a 5-on-3 retake here. CT side still need to see what they can do in order to get onto this one. Will possibly just result in them latipulating, though. It looks like it is going to be the case, as a matter of fact. They've just ran it back towards CT spawn. Not looking to have anything to do with this B site. If they want to have any further hope into this series, they're going to be playing the long game here, it would seem. And, you know, with the money they do have on the players that have lived, they could probably buy for one of their teammates if they need to. Maybe not so much anymore. That's going to be a rough one there. Super going down, but at least they still have a couple players remaining. So maybe it still won't be so bad.
An optimist, mate. I like it. Always thinking about the best to happen for these boys, and I respect the hell out of it. So they are going to obviously have that rebuy in off the back of those couple of saves. But this will be an awkward one if they're unsuccessful. We'll have to likely run an eco. That could very well put Deadweight to 13 in total if they're successful here. But I guess the only sort of benefit here is that Deadweight have still got cash to splash into that next round. Nutty have to make it count, and they have to do it now. Talaj taking that control that he has back to back to back these last couple of rounds. You know, I think they could start to maybe hear some audio just to see what actually will come through. But realistically, it's a similar sort of story. Early sort of mid-presence. And now they actually charged over towards this B position. They are looking to clear Talaj, but this time he's fallen away. Will they call for the rotate just yet? That will be the question. They do have another member for Deadweight rotating around and trying to send a little bit of control up connector, maybe some fake information, hearing for the audio. But it's going to be that B-side hit, I am sure. I've put the brakes on it for a second, so 50 seconds left. Look, they've got plenty of time to make a decision.
Yeah, certainly plenty of time to make up their options here. Looks like they are going to be treading their way through underpass at the moment, though. See if they can achieve something through towards the A side. Do have Clover taking point there. Super good swing onto them. As a matter of fact, they will. Nice double kill there. Jacoby, rather, will be shutting them down, though, leaving us now on a 4-on-3. Looks like the T's at least will be able to smoke off jungle, so one less angle to worry about, but more to consider as the CTs do manage to come away with every which kill. And it will be a Nutty Gaming now taking away round number 8 in their favor.
Very, very nicely done from Nutty there. It was a super clean hold. They managed to lock it all down every which way and ultimately just sort of play that fight back into the position that they needed to, exiting the T's and really sort of flooding them away. But main factor is that we spoke about, right? You know, the T's still had plenty of money to work with. There's now Sharp. He's straight out mid. He's missed the mid jump as well, so he's got to be ready for this potential position. But the flash comes up. It is good. Will it be enough, however? It's enough for one, but Shah somehow also cops some damage. Check out how this nade could hurt, but it doesn't hurt enough. And Jacoby has managed to actually find another frag. He's out on this A site. Now the rotation is starting to come back in, but is it the wise one? Could it be a fake? Potentially the fake was the good option because look how split they are now. This is about that indirect calling, you know, when you start to swap between IGLs and maybe other people start to make some calls, because I'm sure Jacoby's gone, guys, I've got the A site. And they do rotate around. But now it's going to be on to just this man on the site in Mega. He's up on the balcony. Will he be spotted? He absolutely will. Bad position as he tries to get into Palace and take control. Now they've locked down. And Sharp, will he try and retake this? Their money is kind of rough. I think they're pretty keen for it. Look at Talaj. He's had enough. He is straight through. Okay. 2-on-2.
Oof. That was quite dangerous there. You thought Talaj was going to go through it, but no. Shah tries to go through towards jungle. Will be punished. It's all going to be on Talaj now. Makes noise through towards Sandwich, so the T's maybe have an idea where he's coming from. Can hear those steps just happening around them. Talaj now trying to bait out the defusal. He's realizing they have to go for it. Nice grenade, but it doesn't matter. Talaj is still alive. Knows Clover's there. He's going for the shots. Talaj might make it happen, and he does! Nutty Gaming take away the round in their favor. 11-9 now in their way. And I'm loving to see all of this action right now, Conky. And Deadweight, they need to think about how they want to approach the rest of this one, because there's some momentum shifting here.
Absolutely. No money to work with, really. Just going to be about picking up those pistols again. As you can see, they've picked up some utility to see if they want to try and maybe take something a little bit quicker here. Will be a smoke out towards window. And of course, top mid. So they are going to be charging out that mid position in just a second. The nade is relatively good. Now Super can look to spam. It looks like the other members are trying to dive along towards this A site, but look how locked down they are. B site, rather. Sharp, Talaj, just absolutely decimating these Kevlarless members. Now with one more up short, bombs being dropped there. Apartment now taken up. Great shot there from JKR, but unfortunately he has a few more that he needs to find in an exact repeat of that. And Nutty have also secured at 10 digits here as well. Double digits, rather. 10 rounds in the map. This one's going the distance, as has every other series of the evening. I don't think we've had a map that's had less than 25 rounds, pretty sure, tonight, Matt, so far. We've managed to avoid overtime. I mean, now that I've said that, we're probably going to overtime. But regardless, it has just been a real long haul, and all I can say is I'm proud of the players for making it through all the way, and also to our observer and production team for doing the exact same thing, plus the beautiful admins. JKR, Super. A little bit of a booty skipping out the side there, and he's going to be punished as a result of it. Reply also hunting maybe a little bit too far.
Good start to the round, that's for sure, in favor of the Deadweight side. We'll see if they can punish any more aggression coming through from the Nutty Gaming players here. Looks like they are just waiting for the moment. They've got good timing here. A couple of players towards the A site, though, to consider. One holding under Palace, the other just towards Jungle. The T's look to stack up, though, splitting onto the site right now. Slowly but surely, getting closer and closer. Might be able to isolate one angle or the other. Maybe even cut off Shah's position here. Mega at least hearing util and steps to come through now, though. Fire actually coming as a result. So the T's are going to know that there's at least one, maybe not. They're not able to react. Luckily do in time. Good trades to come through from the CT side, though, sending us now down to that 3-on-2 situation. Looks like the CTs try and push straight through jungle. Do actually struggle with it. Talaj goes down, leaving it all onto Shah. 1-on-3 with the AWP. It is quite difficult in order to establish kills onto every which one of them. Luckily, for Shah, though, they do have the option to potentially escape into the night and look to live to fight another day, bringing the AWP into round number 23 instead. As it looks like this one is going to be going the way of Deadweight. So they will be able to send us to a 12-10 scoreline. One step closer, but we'll see if Nutty Gaming might be able to take us one step back.
It's all the big ones where it starts to get to that position where you know that the basic game from here is going to be the economy breaker, right? So close are Deadweight to being broke. So close are Nutty Gaming to being broke. It's almost like potentially the team that wins this round should really instill some further momentum. I would say Deadweight's in the better position to do so, and if they win this one, you know, pretty much they automatically should be finding 14, but you just never really know at this point in time. And Sharp, very big overstep of the peak there. Also another one, JKR has managed to pick up another frag. This is huge from him. Very important, very impactful. Molotov even to go towards unders. Reply is going to get stuck. He's going to be found into an awkward position too. Does get to the safekeeping of Connector. But Talaj, as I say, just looking over into the chat, he is a part of the New Zealand crew that's still gaming at 3:30 in the morning. I mean, I've certainly seen the man pugging at this hour anyway, so it should be fine for him. But it's a 3v2 now, Matt. Jacoby is low. They should find the site, but Talaj is here, and by God, he's hungry. And he's just absolutely decimated and won the entire round solo. Jacoby, 10 HP. Bomb dropped. What does he even do here?
Gets 2 headshots and cleans up the round for deadweight is what he's going to be hoping for, is for certain, but it's not meant to be. It will be a Nutty Gaming there to clean it up, taking us now to a 12-11 scoreline. Looks like we can see a bit from the players. Obviously, it's just still doing the very best they can to press on through this series as it does head closely towards the later stages now. Teams only within a 4 to 5 rounds distance of taking away the prize of qualifying through towards stage 2 here. Shah, though, is looking to cut them off early on. Does have at least a smoke put between him, so won't be able to line up a shot off of it. Good advantage for the T's to take point.
Jacoby was ready for it. Trying to find that opening Jill, but it was Reply to take it. This is scary territory now as well for deadweight, right? Should be an eco into the next if they're unsuccessful here, and I feel like a broken record at this point in time, Matt. I've been saying that time and time again, but it's always the round where it's like, okay, you know, this team should win. They should get the eco coming. They should manage to find another round, but that'll never happen because, you know, as we've acknowledged, it's getting really, really late to the time where things are always going to get a bit scrappy, right? You can't 100% rely on these players to be putting in their best form of Counter-Strike right now. Muffin tagged up. And it is a little bit of an awkward one. Trying to take this mid-window presence. All 4 members inside the position. Another flash in to try and get some control. Super, great timing. Excellent round. What a flash from Talaj. Clover does get the trade, but it's a 2-on-4.
It will be down to Clover and JKR now, looking to push through jungle. Shah going to be holding the site, though. Could stop a plant here, perhaps. And will be able to do just that. Nice little no-scope there to take away the round in favor of Nutty Gaming. It does send a deadweight now back down to the drawing board. Could be seeing a potential eco to come out from them. Speaking of, it will be Tech9 picked up alongside a Deagle there. Everyone else not really looking to pick up much else. Seems that Jacoby at least will line up a Tech9 as well. Deagle's on everyone else, so not too shabby. We'll see what's going to come out of it, however. Clover and Co looking to see if they can establish themselves onto the A ramp at the moment. Speaking of, there's Muffin finding a bit of vision towards middle. Isn't able to actually take out the player there, but at least does get a bit of intel as to how the CTs are trying to structure themselves before they launch their own kind of attack here. Looks like the T's, though, are making the preparations, leaving a lurker now into the T apartments towards B, just before they really start to get things going here.
Reply was in a pretty scary kind of position there, all the way up close to A ramp, but you can see now that he has indeed repositioned. Muffin trying to make some sound. Sharp does get the info, and now they should be absolutely aware of this rotate, but you could see that Reply unfortunately sort of lost his position a little bit, but still super sharp. Does manage to find the shot. They should actually, no, never mind. You can bang that, of course. And he actually does manage to find some really nice shots there. So I can't believe I'm saying this, but Nutty take the lead in this series and put themselves closer to not only map, not only series, but qualification point, Matt. 3 more rounds to go. And there is actually going to be a pause to come in. And I'm sure we'll receive confirmation on that in just a second as to who is chosen. Whether it be a technical or a tactical. I would assume at this point, and what we're seeing from the purchases coming through, it would be tactical.
Yeah, probably going to be a tac pause coming through from the teams here. Obviously, just waiting on a bit of intel at the moment. Looks like it is going to be a unpause to come through as a result, though. So good to see that, yeah, it was a pretty quick one. Maybe just had a technical issue temporarily, or maybe it was just, yeah, tac pause,
tactical.
like we said.
There we go. Yep.
Not bad.
Should be all good. Good time for a conversation, right? Last minute boost. Always reminds me back to that little clip of Taco, I think it was at Summit, with about Fallen. You know, being like, Fallen says the scoreline was 15-5. If you guys are good, let's win it now. And Did you win the next round? No, 16-5.
At least there's confidence though, right? Because like Steel used to say back in the day, every round is winnable, even if it's a scoreline like that. Speaking of though, will be at the side of Nutty Gaming there to clean things up entirely for their side. JKR at least finding one kill back. As a matter of fact,
Jesus.
they found them both. What a way to crack open this B-site! Ho-ho! JKR looking to take their team oh so far right now. Shah and Reply, the last two standing for Nutty Gaming. But just like that, Deadweight really do put the pressure on them, showing that they mean business, and now forcing them into this retake situation. One player on short, one player towards the B apartments here. We'll see if they can work together. They've got the util to do it, and they've got the kill to do it. JKR, the impact fragger, has gone. It's all going to be on to Muffin now to keep their team alive into this one. Just holding a tight angle onto the site, waiting for some kind of noise, some kind of information. They can hear the smoke coming through. They aren't going to go for shots through it yet, but might be going for the soon. They're getting so close, but they didn't land it. Oh, no. And that is going to be a round going the way of Nutty Gaming. They've got to be happy with that one.
It's always those rounds where the only reason just then I wanted Deadweight to win that one was how heavy JKR had to lift in that round. 3 absurd shots to come out of the apartments, looking to take control. But look, when only one sort of cog is ticking in the machine, unfortunately, there's not really a whole lot you can kind of do there. JKR needed the support. Muffin did get the bomb plant, but they weren't watching the right angle and trying to clear towards that marker position. He does get caught. So now we are 2 rounds away from victory. Super holding on inside connector. Utility goes out to afford themselves that view over the top again, but they're inside connector. Shah hits one. Does he have another in him? Not quite. Nade goes in. Should do some further damage onto Drox. Tags him down a little bit. But it's still very, very split. Shah, another fantastic shot up on the top of short. Onto JKR. This guy is an animal on the AWP when he's feeling it. Looks like the Deadweight roster will be making their way over towards A, but he's got to see a bomb collection first before we actually do kind of get over there as well. They are rotating around towards that A site to my knowledge, and whether or not they'll actually be able to take this fight, we'll have to see.
Certainly all are going to come down to this, that's for certain. 43 seconds to go, though. CTs find another kill. 2 players remain right now. We'll see who will be able to make this work right now. Drox and Clover trying to work together to calm the storm here. Clover trying to clear the angles, though, through towards Palace. Doesn't actually spot anyone on that ticket booth position yet, but does spot Reply. Nice, precise shot. 20 seconds remain now. CTs are nowhere near them at this stage, and they'll be able to go straight for a plant. Looks like they do get spotted, though. Nice little trade back from Drox, sending us into a 2-on-2 now. Could even be 1, depending on the outcome of some further shots here. At least Clover maintains their presence and keeps up the pressure on the side. Not going to be able to find anything else, though. It's all going to be on Drox now. Delage holding the angle. Does take him out. That is going to be the round going the way of Nutty Gaming. We are going to series points.
Oh, it's here. Potentially. You're never going to start to call it just yet, are you? 3 more rounds for Deadweight. You can see that Drox is really feeling it at this point. The emotions have been so up, so down, so many highs, so many lows in this series as it stands. But we are only 1 round away from the end of Stage 1 in its entirety of the Let's Play Live Pro League. And Shah doesn't quite get the shot off, but it's the exact same stock standard. Deadweight looks to try and take control of mid. Mega is going to just give up on it, just absolutely charge up short there. Finds at least 1 frag. Now the refrag is in position for a potential shot. Drox doesn't quite connect. Now they can reposition accordingly. Bomb still sitting down towards top mid. Good nade in the top onto Shah. But now with that bomb being grabbed, is it going to be going into apartments? Yes, it will be. They have pulled away a little bit from here, but now as that AWP does come back over from Shah, you sort of wonder how they're going to end this. You know, a minute left on the clock. It still is a heavy lean. We've already seen a round in the past where the late rotation actually led to a lost round for the T's. But it doesn't look like they're overly keen on this B hit for now. Whatever Deadweight are doing, they are horribly, horribly split. And one of them needs to make a decision. One of them needs to make a call on how they're going to approach this. Have Clover sell the fake. Do whatever he needs to do. Muffin gets the opening, but there's Talaj with the trade out. Now they still are very, very split. Talaj has dropped the bomb, and that should very well be the series. It is all on the Muffin, the IGL in a 1 versus 3. Matt, I think we might be just about to close this here, and we absolutely will be. Talaj, take a bow, and my friend, go to bed. It is very early in the morning for you, and I'm very proud that you've managed to bring it all the way back through to this position. But there we go, Matt. My voice is shot. I think I've worked a total of almost 15 hours today. So it's been a very, very long day. You've been in a similar boat. But look, we made it, mate. And I'm very proud of us that we absolutely did it. It's a near on 8-hour over 7-hour broadcast. Okay, so that's fine. But yeah, look, we have our final entrant into stage 2. It is going to be nutty. And after a very, very lackluster T side on Inferno, you know, they managed to pull it up and managed to get it through on the side of Mirage. Because after, yeah, look, they had Deadweight had a really, really solid start. They seemed to kind of reciprocate and fell away. So, yeah, that's pretty much where it stands. And ultimately, yeah, we've got another winner and the final winner of stage 2 and stage 1 rather. And unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Deadweight.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for them because they were working so hard for it. But alas, it will be Nutty Gaming to pull ahead in this one. Definitely eager to see what they're going to be able to do heading towards stage 2.
Yeah, stage 2 is absolutely what it's going to be all about. And for all of you who are interested, we bring this upon you right now. It will jump up onto your screen here. And from the left to the right, we do see that upper bracket start. Obviously, the qualification spots are to make it into stage 3, those ultimate playoffs. But there's the invited teams that you will see right now for you. Vertex, Kingsman, Overt, and 8ballers who are going to be the ones that dive on in. And then, of course, the qualifying teams. First, it was DGG. Second, it was Bandits. Third, 1620 Kings. And, of course, what we did just see on our screens now, Nutty Gaming taking it through. Now, Vertex, they've had some interesting times with their IGL overseas right now, but they've still managed to get some decent results with the sub. Kingsman have also been putting up in good numbers. You know, the one to really keep my eye on, though, is going to be DGG. That is an incredibly sharp roster, and I think they've got the capacity to take it all the way through. But, Matt, mate, look, you know, obviously it's been a pleasure to have you on tonight. Thank you so much for jumping into the cast with me, mate. It's been a really, really good thing to get it done. But do you have any thoughts of the show and sort of how it's been, and what are your thoughts for the next stage of the competition as well?
Yeah, the show's been fantastic so far, Mitch. Definitely goes to show exactly what you can look to achieve if you do work your way up through the Challenger League. This is where you're going to be. You're going to be able to contend with the professional teams and do the very best you can. Definitely a big congratulations to the teams that did manage to qualify through stage 1 as well, as they will be able to play against some of the even better teams heading through towards stage 2 there. And I'm eager to see how they stack up against them because, you know, they think that it's hard so far. Well, they're going to have a real wake-up call coming into stage 2. That's for sure. It's going to get even harder.
That's where all the real teams happen, right? You know, that's where they're going to be in a spot where they have a look forward and it's like, all right, this is where the money comes in, right? This is where we really, really start to get to the crux of things. But I just wanted to say thank you to everyone for watching. Can I get a cheeky exclamation mark Orcon in the chat as well for all of you that are interested over the ditch over in New Zealand who want to get some, free Razor swag, getting it through as a part of that 18-month plan when you sign up to the Orcon Fiber Pro plan plus power. Again, exclamation mark Orcon in the chat. Thank you so much for being a part of our broadcast and allowing us to put on the show that we know and love. Guys, it's been an absolute treat to be a part of all this. I think all of us, even you viewers, need to go to bed. So thank you all, and we'll see you back next week with stage 2 of all the action. Stay tuned, follow our socials, and we'll see you then.